Chapter 1. I am here to save the suffering foreign people. Chapter 1. I am here to save the suffering foreign people. Qin Zhao walked out of the airport with his luggage. He had heard that many foreign people were living in misery. With the zealous intent of rescuing the world, he had to come and save them. There were two women standing at the exit, one of whom was Qin Zhao's mother. The other person, a white lady, was her assistant, whose name Qin Zhao recalled to be Sally. Qin Zhao was a doctor who had been involved in a medical accident in China. Thus, he could no longer be employed in a related profession back there. Hence, his mother had found a way for him to come to America. This task was straightforward for the CEO of a pharmaceutical company. Of course, in return, Qin Zhao must donate his bone marrow to her daughter, who was Chen Zhao's half-sister if she needed it. Chen Zhao's mother had divorced his father long ago, after which she went to make a living in a foreign country. At the moment, she was the CEO of a pharmaceutical company. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao was not concerned with all of this. The two of them were more like two acquaintances. Over the years, they had only contacted each other a few times. The help that Chen Zhao's mother was offering him was more like a trade. Of course, their relationship was also not too awful. Nobody was in the wrong when Chen Zhao's parents had decided to divorce. It was just because they were unable to get along with each other and nothing more. It was not because they wanted a wealthier spouse or that they were compelled by reality. After the divorce, Chen Zhao had chosen to live with his father, and it was as simple as that. Chen Zhao was also not the kind of person who was lacking maternal love. Here's your green card and bank card, with $10,000 inside. Thanks. Chen Zhao took the items. Is there anything else I can help you with? Nope. When she needs it, call me. Chen Zhao's mother nodded. What kind of job are you going to get? You don't have to worry about that. I have my own plans. How the hell do I know? Chen Zhao did not even know where he was going to stay. If you plan to return to your old profession, I suggest you get a medical license. If you practice medicine illegally, you'll be deported and go to jail. Got it. After bidding his mother goodbye, Chen Zhao carried his luggage to a taxi. Where to? The driver was a black man. Find a motel for me. Thanks. Chen Zhao's English pronunciation was not very native yet. Korean? Japanese? Chinese? Chinese. Hello. Name's Vincent. What are you here for? Escaping. Oh no. Is China that dangerous? No. I was involved in something there, so I could only leave. Gangster? All right. I was a doctor. Chen Zhao answered helplessly. Just as Chen Zhao had expected, Vincent was a typical talkaholic. Hey buddy, can you tell me what happened? I performed surgery on a patient before his family members signed the consent form. Unfortunately, he died, so I became the murderer. Okay, it's a sad story. Why didn't his family sign the form? Chen Zhao really did not want to talk about this topic. Should he tell this driver that this was a common trick of hospital violators so that they could criticize those cold-blooded people together? Do you have any requirements for your accommodation? Simple. Good environment, clean and tidy, nice food, cheap prices, preferably with a lot of sexy ladies. Okay, I know a motel that only costs $10 per night. Vincent automatically omitted all the requirements apart from the cost. Chen Zhao sighed, but then he happily accepted the suggestion. The motel, which Vincent had recommended, was located in the suburb of Los Angeles. As for the environment, the place was surrounded by desolate sands. It seemed like Vincent knew the owner of the motel, who was a dumpy white old man with a large beard. Perhaps because the place was so remote, there were no customers around. The owner had dozed off at the counter. Hi, Ethan. I've brought you a customer, a cute Asian. Ethan slowly opened his eyes, his reaction somewhat obtuse. He glanced at Vincent and then at Chen Zhao. Great. $15 per night. Hey, Ethan, don't do that. He's my buddy. Fine. If you pay cash, it'll be $10 per night, plus free breakfast. Before Chen Zhao came here, he had exchanged some cash. Therefore, he readily paid for 10 nights. You have any document? Driving license works, too. Chen Zhao took out his green card. After checking him in, Ethan brought Chen Zhao to a room. The room was not as dirty, messy, and shabby as Chen Zhao had imagined. At the very least, he could accept it. There was a bathroom and a bedroom with windows on one side, so the room was well lit. Vincent, can you give me your number? If I need a car, I'll find you. Sure, happy to. Before leaving, Vincent gave Chen Zhao a big hug. Chen Zhao was still not very used to the American etiquette that was overly enthusiastic to him. Nevertheless, Vincent was a very sociable man. Chen Zhao had a really good impression of him. This would be his home for now, at least for a very long time in the future. He would be staying here until he could earn enough money or could no longer survive. Chen Zhao took out his belongings from his luggage. When he was taking out a particular metallic box, he seemed to be especially solemn. The metallic box was passed down many generations in his family. When his father was still alive, he had been a physiognomist. Chen Zhao was curious how his almost illiterate father had managed to woo his genius mother. He had been told that when he opened this metallic box, he would have to inherit his family business. However, Chen Zhao had always been unable to do so, for which he felt fortunate. After all, even a third-tier doctor was much better than a physiognomist. At least this was Chen Zhao's opinion. Suddenly, the front door opened fiercely, staggering Chen Zhao, who was right behind it. He lost his grip on the metallic box, which subsequently fell onto the ground. Then the metallic box, which Chen Zhao had failed to open countless times, popped open in such an informal way. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't hurt you. Ethan was standing outside the door, holding a burger and some fries in his hands. Don't worry. Are these for me? Nope. I'm only upstairs to see if you need my help. Seems like a no. Bye. Ethan's answer caused Chen Zhao's hands to freeze in the air. He felt very awkward and upset, especially since he was quite hungry. Chen Zhao closed the door again and picked up the metallic box from the floor. He had originally thought that the box at least contained something, perhaps a secret scripture or some treasures. However, there was nothing inside. This greatly intensified Chen Zhao's disappointment. It was twice as bad as the fact that he did not get any food. Chen Zhao was about to put the metallic box back onto the table when he kicked something with his foot. Where did this dog come from? Chen Zhao realized that a Shar Pei had appeared beside his feet. Hey, you better be more polite. The Shar Pei turned around and spoke in a way that Chen Zhao could not comprehend. I'm Beelzebub Vito, the Lord of Hell. Chapter 2. This Shar Pei is a demon? Chapter 2. This Shar Pei is a demon. Chen Zhao picked up the Shar Pei. Apparently, a small minority of people will get auditory hallucinations after getting onto a plane. This is probably a hallucination, right? Human, you are insulting a demon lord. Do you know what this means? Do you know that Chinese people have more than 100 ways to cook a dog? Chen Zhao wasn't intimidated at all, mostly because he hadn't processed all this yet. Human, you can't do this. You summoned me. I summoned you? Did I? Chen Zhao slowly put down this self-proclaimed demon, Lord Shar Pei. His mind was in a bit of a mess right now. No, more accurately, it was very messy. Yes, I am Beelzebub Vito, subordinate of the King of Gluttony. How did I summon you? Chen Zhao asked. How would I know? Don't you need some sort of sacrifice to summon a demon? Did I do some ritual just now? I don't know. I just felt your sign, so I descended. Then what can you do for me? You should tell me what you require me to do. Chen Zhao still hadn't figured out how Beelzebub had appeared. However, the thing he wanted to figure out the most right now was what use this talking Shar-Pei had. I need money. A lot of money. Chen Zhao made an unsophisticated request. Please, I'm the subordinate of the king of gluttony, not Mammon, the king of greed. I don't do such unsophisticated things. Then, how do I summon the subordinate of the king of Mammon? Chen Zhao started getting excited about this. I don't even know how you summon me, and yet you're asking me how to summon other demon lord subordinates. Do you think I know? Then how do I send you back? Food. I want food. Fulfill my hunger. Chun Zhao called room service. Ethan, get me some food. Soon, Ethan brought the food over. It was some handmade hamburgers. $10. Thank you for your patronage. However, when Ethan saw the Shar-Pei Beelzebub, he added, My hotel doesn't allow pets. Wait until I find a place to bury it. Then I'll call animal control and tell them that you killed a pet. Okay, I was kidding. Ethan was the type that bullied the weak but feared the strong. You should be nicer to me. I'm your summoned demon. We have a contract between us. I'm suddenly thinking, if I kill you, I might be able to exchange you for a more useful demon, right? You'll be punished, you evil human. Okay, eat your fill, and then get back to hell. Otherwise, I won't be able to resist turning you into a dog meat hot pot. Human food is the only thing I like about the human world. Beelzebub ate a burger with one bite. Unfortunately, my body is too small. 2 is my limit. A demon's appetite is that small. My projection can only appear in this state. Damn it, can you please be stronger the next time you summon me? Let me have a bigger body. This has something to do with me. Of course, the stronger you are, the bigger I can be when summoned. I'm glad I'm weak. Otherwise, my money won't be able to satisfy your appetite. Then I'll see you next time. No, I'm never seeing you again. Chen Zhao didn't even try to hide his disgust. Beelzebub gradually disappeared from Chen Zhao's eyes. Chen Zhao also ate a bit. He was hungry too. Suddenly, he remembered that before Beelzebub had appeared, he was looking at Ethan's food and had grown hungry. Then Beelzebub appeared the next moment. Was that the reason? Hunger. Chen Zhao looked at the hamburgers on the table, but he was imagining a full feast in his mind. Plop! That small familiar body appeared again. Beelzebub looked at Chen Zhao sadly. What was that about never meeting again? Why did you summon me again? I was just testing. There are still hamburgers on the table. Eat them and get lost. I can't. I haven't digested the one from earlier. So annoying. I need to try summoning other demons right now. If you allow me to use my abilities, I can speed up the digestion. Use it, use it. Rumble. Just then, Chen Zhao suddenly felt super hungry. Extremely hungry, this feeling was 10 times stronger than before. He immediately picked up a hamburger and devoured it. Still hungry. Strange. What's going on? Chen Zhao whipped his head toward Beelzebub. You did this. You agreed for me to use my abilities. Beelzebub looked away, a bit afraid of Chen Zhao. This ability is so stupid. Chen Zhao pursed his lips. Completely useless. If the projection you summon is strong enough, I can make someone die from overeating. I'm a doctor, not a killer. My duty is to save people, not kill them. Plus, you're only able to make me eat 1 extra hamburger right now. You're the one who's too weak, you tragic human. I feel like I can eat dog meat hot pot now. Human, we have a contract. So, what will happen if I eat you? Will I die? Or turn into a demon? You will. Beelzebub didn't know how to reply. When I get back, I'll check the demon scriptures and then tell you. Clearly, this was a demon that didn't do its homework. But you don't know what will happen, so you won't dare to kill me, human. Beelzebub was very good at speculating about humanity. Similarly, you have to listen to my orders, right? Don't dream about me fulfilling some impossible wish for you. Come, roll on the ground 3 times. Human, are you challenging a demon lord's dignity? What kind of punishment will you get if you go against your summoner's command? 1 circle, 2, 3. Good boy. I'm not a dog. I'm a demon, you despicable human. 3 more rolls. 1, 2, 3. How about a truce? You're giving up after 2 rounds? I thought demons would have a stronger will. Actually, no, Beelzebub said. There essentially aren't any differences between our thoughts and values. If we ignore the differences in species, our biggest difference is that we demons are more logical than you humans. You know the concept of species. Many humans are in hell. Most people, actually. Does that mean that hell is more advanced than the human world? After all, there are many geniuses in hell and they won't die a second time, right? Actually, no. After their soul enters hell, they'll only have a portion of their memories. Plus, the longer they stay there, the fewer memories they have. We can only learn a general idea of the human world from them. If we want to use these human geniuses to develop hell, it's obviously impossible. Plus, we're more interested in destruction than creation. Are there many people in the world that can summon demons like me? Actually, no. I am probably the only demon who can be summoned away from hell in the past 1,000 years. Chapter 3. I am the demon lord of our village. Chapter 3. I am the demon lord of our village. Chun Zhao looked at the metallic box on the table. Do you recognize that box? What box? That one. Which one? The one on the table. There's only a lamp on the table. What box are you talking about? Confusion was written all over Beelzebub's face. Puzzled, Chun Zhao glanced at Beelzebub. Are you sure that you are seeing nothing? Human, that's because there's nothing there. Or it could really not see anything. Is it because there's something special about the box? Chun Zhao was uncertain, so he walked forward to pick up the metallic box. However, from Beelzebub's perspective, Chun Zhao was holding nothing more than thin air. Chun Zhao opened the metallic box and realized that there was a bead inside. He was sure that before this, the box was totally empty. Chun Zhao took out the bead. Immediately, Beelzebub shrieked, "Demonic crystal!" What? Demonic crystal? Chun Zhao was even more perplexed. Why would the so-called demonic crystal appear here? Also, what's its use? Moreover, Beelzebub seemed to be very concerned about the crystal. Give it to me. Beelzebub suddenly leapt towards Chun Zhao. However, Chun Zhao raised his foot and sent Beelzebub flying away directly. This crummy little demon was as weak as a normal Shar-Pei, apart from his weird ability. Since he was so anxious about the demon crystal, it must be something useful. Chun Zhao put the demon crystal back into the metallic box. Beelzebub shouted at once, "Where did you hide the demon crystal? Give it to me. I can fulfill all of your wishes." In which world would I believe you? Chun Zhao thought. Tell me what the demon crystal is first. Something to increase our lifespan, Beelzebub replied. Are you demons also troubled by lifespan? Of course. Apart from superior demons, little demons like me can only live for at most 200 years. Didn't you say you're a demon lord? I'm indeed a demon lord, the demon lord of our village. Chun Zhao felt somewhat faint, but he soon realized that since he was so weak, he would clearly not be able to summon any large demons. So, how many years of life will a demon crystal like this provide you with? Maybe a year. 1 year? So short? What else do you expect? I'll be happy if such a small piece can grant me 1 year of life. Give that demon crystal to me. I'm almost dying. Without that crystal, I might die soon. Tell me honestly, how old are you? Can't really remember. How old are you? I demand you to tell me the truth. Qin Zhao spoke in a commanding tone. Let's talk about something else. Are you rejecting my order? All right. I'm 30 this year. What? Only 30? Is that strange? If we use the age groups of humans, you would still be underage now, right? We demons are different. We already know a lot of stuff from birth, and our bodies grow faster. In merely a few months' time, we will become completely mature. Oh, I forgot to mention this, but I am already the father of 15 children. My wife just gave birth to a nest of kids for me. Do you demons use nest to measure the number of children you have? Knock, knock. Who's there? Qin Zhao asked. Police. Open the door, please. It was a woman's voice. Chen Zhao did not believe the person right away. When he just arrived in this country, his mother had warned him that even if someone claimed to be a police officer, he must see some form of a proof first. Qin Zhao opened the door, slightly with the chain still on. Then he saw a lady in plain clothes holding a police ID in her hand. Hello, can I help you? A robbery just happened downstairs. Can I ask you a few questions? Robbery? Are you suspecting me? No. In fact, the owner of the motel just said that luckily you asked him to deliver food to your room. Otherwise, he would have probably encountered the robber. Hearing this, Qin Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he had just arrived and did not want to get into too much trouble. Qin Zhao opened the door. Do you want to come in and have a seat? The policewoman walked in and inspected the room. Is this your dog? Woof woof. Can I bite this human? Beelzebub gave out a series of barks. Strangely, however, Qin Zhao only heard him speak in words. I picked it up. I think it's a mad dog with some kind of disease, so you should not go near it. In fact, I was just planning to bring it to the vet in the next few days and get a dog license. Okay. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the policewoman actually had a better impression of him. After all, only a caring person would pick up a stray dog. In the last 20 minutes, you have been in your room. Is that right? Yes. Did you hear anything suspicious? Nope. Did you see anyone behaving suspiciously? I was in my room. I mean, did you look out of the windows? No. All right. If you recall anything later, you can call the police. Can I have your number then? Qin Zhao asked shamelessly. The policewoman grinned. Of course, but I am quite busy. If you want to buy me dinner, you better tell me early. The policewoman was not the very attractive kind of woman that would often appear in American shows, and she was somewhat big-boned. However, she had a great body. From what Qin Zhao had seen, she was at least D+. This is my number. We'll get in touch next time. Bye. See you, Jerlin. Right after Jerlin left, Ethan showed up. Qin, these are for you and your pet. Ethan was carrying a lot of food and drinks, including fries, burgers, and grilled meat. Ethan, I've already heard about it. Actually, I didn't do anything. No. Although you were unintentional, I believe it must be God's will. You must take these. All right. Thank you then. I'll stop disturbing you now. Have a good rest. Woof woof. Beelzebub barked wildly. It was clearly my credit. Why is it God's will? You ugly fat human. Just go and die already. Does this little guy like me so much? Hearing Beelzebub's barking, Ethan smiled at once. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. How in the world would you think that he likes you? He is cursing you. All right, little demon, let's be quiet and not disturb the other guests. Qin Zhao petted Beelzebub. Chapter 4. Be a non-staff doctor? Chapter 4. Be a non-staff doctor. Knock, knock, knock. At night, Qin Zhao heard rapid knocks on the door. What time is it? Qin Zhao blearily opened his eyes. The sky outside the window was still dark. Qin, can you hear? It's me, Ethan. Qin Zhao got up in the dark and kicked something. Woof. Human, you're stepping on me. How come you haven't gone back to hell? I don't want to go back yet. Chun Zhao ignored Beelzebub and went to open the door. Ethan, what's wrong? Chin, I heard Vincent say that you're a doctor. Was. Not anymore. Something happened to a guest here. Can you go and check? I don't want him to die in my motel. Chin Zhao rubbed his forehead. Did you call the ambulance? The closest hospital is half an hour away. You can send him to heaven instead in half an hour. But I don't have a doctor's license. Don't worry. I know the rules. I won't say anything. Ethan pulled a few tens out of his pocket. Take this as your payment. Wait, let me go get my tools. Qin Zhao had taken all his property out of the country this time. Most were medical equipment. However, the cost of transporting everything was more expensive than the equipment themselves. Chun Zhao's heart had hurt for a long while. Chun Zhao had worked in the emergency room before. The conditions were inhumane, though, so he had himself transferred to the surgical operations department. However, it turned out to be even more stressful than the emergency room. After turning a corner and passing 3 rooms, Ethan pushed a door open and led Chun Zhao in. Chun Zhao saw a young girl trembling on the ground. There was spilled white powder beside the table. She is overdosed. Chun Zhao asked. He immediately checked her pulse, pupils, and heartbeat. The heartbeat was slow. Her blood pressure was low. Pupils were constricted, and lips were purple. I don't have naloxone. Chun Zhao's expression was serious. Is there anything you can do? The fastest ambulance needs 30 minutes. Can't help it, Ethan said helplessly. She's only 16. I hope she can survive. Please do your best. Chun Zhao thought for a moment. This girl inhaled the drugs. This meant that if he could force her to vomit, he could reduce the symptoms of the overdose. She could at least survive for half an hour. He took out a set of silver needles and inserted them into her Chimin, Tindu, and Lingtai pressure points. He'd learned this acupuncture technique from a friend of his father. However, he never saw that man after his father passed away. These 3 pressure points were connected to the stomach and could stimulate vomiting. However, he waited for a minute and the girl had no reaction. Chun Zhao's expression changed slightly. Lifting the girl's shirt, he touched her stomach. Empty stomach. Ethan, do you know when's the last time she ate? She hasn't gone out in 2 days. Yesterday, she called me to get her food, but she didn't call me today. Any problems? Drugs made 1 week in the first place. If she had an empty stomach, it was even easier for her to overdose. It was the most fatal if she ingested the drugs but couldn't dilute it with food. We must stuff food into her and then make her throw it up along with the drugs. Hurry and get food, Jin Zhao said. Can you make her eat? I can try. If I don't, she won't be able to make it past 30 minutes. As soon as Ethan left, Qin Zhao immediately said to Beelzebub, Use your abilities to make her eat. Drug addicts didn't have much of an appetite because drugs affect one's biological functions, causing the body to make wrong judgments. Long-term drug abusers may even cause permanent damage to their body. This girl was unconscious, so it would be difficult for regular feeding to be effective. Her consciousness was still there, though. This was a natural instinct. However, Qin Zhao felt himself getting hungry. Damn it, why are you using it to me? You're in the vicinity, and I can't be that precise, so you're affected too. Next time, remember to move away. Food's here. Ethan was fast and carried a large amount of food over. Meat won't work. Shove bread and soda into her mouth. Do you have chopsticks? Never mind. Chen Zhao propped open the girl's mouth with his fingers. Meat could get stuck if swallowed without chewing. You should never force feed an unconscious person with meat. Is this all right? Ethan couldn't help but be worried at seeing Chen Zhao shove food in so aggressively. Since we don't have the medicine or emergency equipment, this is the only solution. Otherwise, we'll just watch her die. Suddenly, he saw an apparition crawl out of the girl. Her soul. Go back! Chun Zhao roared. The apparition lay back down in fright. The next moment, the girl's body convulsed. Then, with a cry, she began throwing up. Chun Zhao and Ethan exchanged glances, both letting out a long exhale. Tell her to eat something. When the ambulance comes, take her to the hospital for another checkup. Chun Zhao cleaned up his stuff and prepared to leave. People like this girl were common in this country. Chun Zhao was an outsider, so he didn't plan on becoming the incarnation of justice and fight in this war against drugs. He didn't plan on becoming a mentor and educating this girl, either. Chun, you've worked hard. Looking at the girl, Chun Zhao shook his head and left with his equipment case. Chun Zhao went to sleep again. He didn't stretch and get out of bed until noon. After washing up, the man and dog went out to look for food. There was a burger shop around 100 meters from the motel. After eating their fill, Chun Zhao and Beelzebub went back with full stomachs. Chun, you're up. Ethan was playing on his phone at the counter. When he saw Chun Zhao, Ethan greeted him first. Good morning, no, noon. Chun, do you have a business card? Business card? No. You want my business card? I don't, but I think you need one. Why? If you want to work as a doctor. I don't even have a medical license right now. What I mean is you can be a non-staff doctor. Believe me, you don't need to get a license because you won't get it. You just got to America, so there's no way you can pass the test. I can introduce you to some clients who pay with cash. This way you won't get caught. Of course, I'll need a cut. Is it dangerous? Chun Zhao was a bit hesitant about Ethan's suggestion. He knew that a medical license was hard to get in America. Plus, he only had a Chinese degree. America might not even accept it. Ethan was suggesting for him to give up on the legitimate path and become a wandering street doctor. Don't worry. The clients I introduce you to definitely won't report you to the police or government. No, I mean, are your clients safe? I don't want to be the health consultant for the mafia or something. I don't know any mafias. Some might be involved in the underworld, but don't worry. If I introduce clients to you, I'll definitely ensure your safety first. Chapter 5, The First Client. Chapter 5, The First Client. In order to get a medical license, one would need to familiarize oneself with the medical laws in America and other related rules. This would be like going through high school all over again, which would also mean that Chun Zhao would not have a stable source of income for an extended period of time. The money he had at the moment was certainly not sufficient to sustain him until then. Therefore, after thinking about it carefully, Chun Zhao decided to accept Ethan's suggestion. Chun, since you have accepted my idea, I also have to make some rules clear to you first. My only responsibility is to be an intermediary with a 20% commission. Of course, that only applies to the clients I introduce to you. If you manage to find any clients yourself, I will not be involved. Also, you can choose to reject certain clients. Moreover, your relation with the clients can only be treatment-based and definitely nothing more. You can occasionally have sexual relations, though, as long as you do not end up developing feelings for each other or getting into conflicts. In addition, you must not reveal any information about the patients to anyone else, especially their secrets or flaws. Even I cannot disclose them. This will be good for you, me, and the clients. Got it. And you can only accept cash from the clients. There must not be any transaction trails. Otherwise, the IRA will be able to track you down. You must only treat them after receiving your pay, because some clients have very unstable financial circumstances. Perhaps when you are trying to get your debt back, they will have already died in some corner. Lastly, if a client asks you to sign a medical certificate, you must not do it, no matter how much they pay you. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. As for your safety, you can rest assured. Even if your patient is the head of some criminal gang, and even if during the process you see something you shouldn't, nobody will touch you. This is a solid rule in the profession. After all, if they dare to hurt you, nobody will treat them in the future. So you don't have to worry at all. Ethan, are you very familiar with this? I have never worked with a doctor, but I have been an intermediary for other things. The rules are really all the same. Although Ethan and Chen Zhao had already reached an agreement, they would not leave any paper contracts. They would only give each other a verbal promise. Chen Zhao returned to his room. Beelzebub grabbed a burger and started eating it right under the sunlight that shone through the windows. Beelzebub, are you demons not scared of sunlight? Idiot human, I'm not a vampire. Do vampires really exist? Since demons exist, why would vampires not exist? Are they in the human world or in hell? Hell, there are definitely not any here. Why are you so sure? Vampire is actually a branch of demons. In the last 1,000 years, no demons have ever come to the human world. The vampire subspecies that were left here in the past have certainly all died. How can there be any vampires here? What subspecies? The subspecies refer to the ones with vampire characteristics, but they can't reproduce. Chen Zhao asked curiously, aren't vampires immortal? How can they be immortal? There's nothing in this world that is truly immortal. Neither demons nor gods, not to mention vampires. Most vampires can only live for 500 years, and they can't even increase their lifespan through demonic crystals. How do vampires reproduce? Does a person become one after being bitten? No. Pure-blooded vampires use the usual sexual reproduction, just like humans and other demons. On the other hand, vampire subspecies need very special rituals for conversion. But I'm not a vampire, so I don't know the process. Beelzebub, is it because of the demonic crystal that you are unwilling to return to hell? Are you saying that you'll give it to me? Chen Zhao pondered for a while. After all, Beelzebub had helped him greatly the day before, so he did not mind giving the demonic crystal to him. Chen Zhao opened the metallic box, only to find that another demonic crystal had appeared inside. It was significantly larger than the first one. What? Why are there two crystals? Does this box produce demonic crystals? No, there must be special reasons. Chen Zhao recalled the events that had happened the day before and had some preliminary guesses. Was it because he saved people? The first demon crystal appeared after he called Ethan to deliver food to his room, allowing him to avoid the dangerous robber. Was the appearance of the second crystal due to the fact that he had saved that girl? Beelzebub, how many years of life can this demonic crystal grant? Right away, Beelzebub turned into a real Shar-Pei. He lied on the ground before Chen Zhao and stuck his tongue out, his eyes glittering brightly. At least 5 years. How many demonic crystals do you have? It's none of your business. Take this and scram back to hell now. Woof! Beelzebub took the crystal with his mouth, after which he slowly disappeared. Chen Zhao grabbed the smaller demonic crystal, wondering if it had any uses to humans. He should have asked Beelzebub how to use it. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. Chin, are you free? I've found you a client. You'll get paid $300. What illness is it? I have no clue, but it seems to be urgent. Send the address to my phone. Done. If you don't know the place, you can find Vincent. He has been driving for 10 years and is very familiar with Los Angeles. You have his number, right? Right. Chen Zhao called Vincent, who happily agreed to help. Soon, Chen Zhao was in Vincent's taxi. Vincent made many turns in the city. After 20 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Chen Zhao rolled down the car window. Is this the place? Before them was a villa surrounded by many palm trees. A metal gate was present at the entrance. Chen Zhao walked to the gate and said to the guard, Hey buddy, I'm the doctor. Mister, Dell has an appointment with me. Wait a second. The guard took out a walkie-talkie. After confirming Qin Zhao's identity, he allowed him through the gate. From afar, Qin Zhao could already hear loud music and delighted voices from men and women. When he passed by a swimming pool, he saw many men in swimming trunks and women in bikinis playing either in the water or beside the pool. Inside the villa, there were similarly many love birds flirting with each other. Some were even making out at the corners of the building. Under the guidance of the guard, Qin Zhao pushed open the door to a bedroom. There was a couple inside the room. The woman was a blonde, white lady. She was sitting in front of the windows, holding a glass of wine in one hand and a cigarette in the other. The lady only had her bra on, and her sexy body was fully exposed. On the other hand, the man was sitting on the edge of the bed with his head lowered and seemed somewhat upset. "Boss, this is your doctor." "Asian. Do you have a problem with that?" Qin Zhao put down his instrument box. "Nope. Help me, quick. What problem do you have?" The man removed the bath towel that was covering his lower body. "I can't get hard." Chapter 6. Another New Helper. Chapter 6. Another New Helper. Qin Zhao wasn't very surprised. To be honest, he had guessed most of it when he first entered and saw the looks on their faces. Putting on gloves, he picked up the entire flaccid manshaft. "Any feeling?" "Yes." "Did you take anything before?" "No." "Any habit of taking medicine? Allergies to any?" "No, asshole, can you hurry up?" "It's pretty easy if you only need me to make you hard. But are you sure you don't need me to ensure its regular use in the future?" "Okay, fine. Is there something wrong with me? Tell me, how often do you have sexual intercourse recently?" "I've been partying here since yesterday, probably 5 times or more. One time it was just hands." Qin Zhao listened to the man's heartbeat while asking, "You called for me because you were flirting earlier but couldn't get hard?" "Yeah. I feel like I'm turned on, but I just can't get hard. I'll need to use some needles." Actually, this man already had a renal deficiency. Even Qin Zhao could only make him get hard temporarily. It wouldn't last long unless he changed his current living habits. "Shots." "No, acupuncture." "Will it hurt?" "No. You're very weak now. If you continue this way of life, in half a year, you'll be forever impotent." "I see. Help me fix this problem first." Qin Zhao opened his case, but was shocked the instant it opened. There was actually a snake curled up inside. "A snake? How come you have a snake?" The man was scared too. He jumped away hurriedly. "Hiss hiss. Human, why am I here? Did you summon me?" "Don't be afraid. This is my pet. Just a second, please." Qin Zhao wasn't quite sure what was happening, either. Picking up the colorful snake, he walked out of the room. "Who are you?" "I am Raymond Geller, subordinate of the King of Lust." "Okay, I don't know how I summoned you, but since you're the subordinate of the King of Lust, you should know how to turn someone on, right? Seems like you're quite familiar with demons. I can indeed do it, but you need to give me a sacrifice." "What do you need?" "Give me 10 snakes similar to me." "You like eating snakes?" "No, I want to fuck them." "Okay, no problem, but can I use this instead?" Qin Zhao took out a demonic crystal from his pocket. Raymond immediately wrapped around Qin Zhao's arm. Of course. Thank you for your kindness. You are the mightiest, most generous, and selfless human I've ever met. It is my honor to meet you. You are a good person." "Wait, I'll accept the praises in the beginning, but let's forget about the good person part." "Why? Don't humans all say they're good people? Have you met many humans before?" "No, you're the only living human I've met. I have enslaved a few human souls, though. And yet you say that I'm the mightiest, most generous, and selfless human you've ever met. Is there a problem? You're the only one, so you're naturally the mightiest, most generous and selfless human. That makes sense. Chun Zhao nodded. He guessed that the things he'd seen along the way had produced a sexual urge, allowing him to summon Raymond. If you can cast your power on him, how long will he last? That depends on your wishes. I can make him die from exhaustion in 7 days if you want, or I can strengthen his abilities. No. Just keep him in a normal state and have sexual urges when appropriate. Chun Zhao was clear about his position. He was a doctor and not a killer. It won't last too long. Half a year at most. It doesn't need to be that long, Chun Zhao said. I plan on having a long-term business. Then there's no problem. Chun Zhao thought that his acupuncture could relieve the client for a few months. Raymond could also relieve him for a few months. When the time was up, the man would come find him again. It would be worth the $300 too. A few minutes. Chun Zhao returned to the room. Where's your snake? A snake head poked out of Chun Zhao's collar. The man was a bit afraid. It won't bite you. Raymond, say hi to my friend. Raymond slithered out of his collar and down Chun Zhao's arm to the man's hand. The man was still afraid. It won't bite anyone. It looks like a really poisonous snake. Raymond rubbed his head against the man's palm. Then he slithered along Chun Zhao's arm and crawled back into the pocket. Interesting little thing. I'm considering getting one too. Del, if you dare get one, we're breaking up, the woman yelled immediately. The man named Del surrendered immediately. Okay, dear. I was just kidding. I advise you not to raise snakes. Snakes don't actually have high intelligence and are very hard to train. Don't think about raising one just because you see someone else raising one. Poisonous snakes are especially dangerous. How did you train it? It looks really obedient. For your happiness, let's get back on topic. Done, Chun Zhao said, standing up. Done? But I don't feel anything. Del looked down and saw that there were needles sticking out of his thigh and dick. When did you put them in? I'll also prescribe 2 sets of traditional Chinese medicine. Go get the medicine from a traditional Chinese pharmacy. When will it come into effect? This time, you should be able to get your soldier back up in less than 10 minutes. But you better listen to my advice. After all, this will only last for 6 to 8 months. I feel it. I'm hard. Del yelped excitedly. Okay, Tsura, come on. Wait, should we take care of the bill first? You wait. Tsura, let's get started. Mr. Del. Chun Zhao looked at Del, annoyed. This is my country. I'm telling you to wait, Ching Chong. Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes and pet Raymond in his pocket. Are you sure you want me to wait? What's going on? $300. Thank you for your patronage. If you need me again, you better prepare $3,000. Cash. Okay, I'll pay. Make it hard again right now. Chun Zhao patted Del's shoulder. Del's lower body felt motivated once again. Chapter 7. How dare you seduce another demon behind my back? Chapter 7. How dare you seduce another demon behind my back? Del did not rush back onto the bed this time. Instead, he sent Chun Zhao out of the manor. I'm sorry, Chen, it was my fault. I hope that if you have time in the future, you can visit and be my guest. My manor will always be as lively. I think those girls will also welcome you. Of course, that includes Tsura. Thanks. If I have time, I'll come. Chun Zhao did not really want to waste his time here, although such a debaucherous scene was indeed alluring. It seemed like he should find a female companion first. Chun Zhao unlocked his phone and found the number of the policewoman Jerlin, whom he had just met the day before. She would be a great choice. After returning to the motel, Chun Zhao approached the counter. Ethan, here's your share. $60. So, how's your first client? He was really hard to deal with. Next time if he asks for my help, tell him it'll cost $3,000. You're mad. $3,000? He's rich. but he'll definitely not accept this price. Believe me, he will. Seeing Chen Zhao's confidence, Ethan bared his teeth. I have indeed picked the right person. From the moment you saved that girl yesterday, I knew that you're not a usual doctor. Fine. Although I have learned Western medicine, my Chinese medicine knowledge isn't too bad either. No, that's not what I'm not talking about. Yesterday you shouted at the girl's soul and forced her to return to her body, right? You. Although I couldn't see it, I've guessed it. It must be the case. You're a so-called wizard doctor, right? Please, Ethan, stop joking around. I'm not joking. I can tell what kind of person you are just by looking. I must be correct. That night, even the paramedic that came later said it was a miracle that the girl could live. I'm hungry. Give me 2 burgers. Ethan, your burgers are really nice. Of course, but it's $2 for one. Can't you treat me to a meal? I can give you half price, but you can forget about getting it free. All right, and a bottle of Coke. Qin Zhao took out a bottle of Coke from the fridge at the side. Aren't you doctors always claiming that carbonated drinks are bad for health? We doctors also say that drinking is bad for the body, but we still drink. Qin Zhao returned to his room and opened the metallic box, where he discovered that there was another demonic crystal inside. However, the piece this time was extremely small, perhaps only about the size of the tip of a finger. Are you not returning to hell? Raymond crawled out of Qin Zhao's shirt. However, he could not see the metallic box. In fact, he was not even able to touch it. Human, do you really want me to leave you? Up to you. The demon that I summoned last time did not really like to stay around me. I feel that I will have more opportunities to display my skills if I stay with you. And also more opportunities to obtain demon crystals? Qin Zhao twitched his lips. He would not believe that a demon would like him. I don't deny that. Fine. You can stay for as long as you want. Qin Zhao started eating the burgers and drinking the Coke. Do you want some? No. I have not finished digesting the demonic crystal you gave me just now. Moreover, I'm not really interested in human food. Suddenly, Beelzebub jumped out from the shadows. Huh, Beelzebub? Why are you here? Did I summon you? I can feel the scent of food. Leave one for me. Wait, you have another demon here? You actually summoned another demon behind my back. You despicable, shameless, mean human. How can you do this? I thought I'm your one and only. Qin Zhao was speechless. If I have a choice, I would get rid of you now and never summon you again. You. Ah. A tail suddenly appeared behind Beelzebub's back. Raymond bit Beelzebub's back with full force. In pain, Beelzebub jumped into the air and raced around in the room with Raymond on his back. Damn, you're a subordinate of Raymond, the king of lust. I knew it. It's this dirty and abject bug that has seduced you. Don't worry. I'll help you to take care of it. I'll never let it appear beside you again. I am all you need. Subordinate of Beelzebub, you pathetic fat pigs. This is already my territory. Now, scram out of the human world, or I'll help to sterilize you. In fact, both Beelzebub and Raymond were the names of their respective demon kings, and not their names. The names at the back were their surnames. They did not have first names, which only powerful demons would. The 2 little demons fought each other with all their might in the room, but none of them could win over the other. In hell, demons had territorial awareness. However, they were in the human world, Qin Zhao's territory. Oblivious to the fight between the 2 demons, Qin Zhao started tidying up his clothes. Just now he had managed to ask Jerlin out. Jerlin had agreed to have dinner with him. Raymond crawled beside Qin Zhao's feet. Human, bring me. I can drown that woman in ecstasy. I'll become your most useful and most powerful demon servant. No need for that. I'm confident in my own ability. Human, bring me. No matter how you treat her, I'll make her fully satisfied, even if it's dog shit. Chun Zhao raised his foot and sent Beelzebub flying away directly. As Chun Zhao's personal driver, Vincent made a punctual arrival at the motel. Vincent, go to the Platinum Building. Chen, do you have a date tonight? Yup. Then did you bring any condoms? Here you go. Free. Vincent took out a small box from a larger one beside his seat. Thanks. We've reached. Hope you have an amazing night. Chun Zhao and Jerlin had agreed to meet at the restaurant on the top floor of Platinum Building. It was a high-class Western restaurant. Its interior was somewhat dim, but all its seats were near the windows. Through them, one could see the night scene of most of Los Angeles. Jerlin was wearing a low-cut dress. Her hair was tied up and her face had some foundation on. Jerlin, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. You look gorgeous tonight. In fact, Chun Zhao had planned to pick Jerlin up, but she had rejected the offer. I've also just arrived. I originally thought that I would need at least 10 tries before you would agree. I just happened to be free today. Chun Zhao allowed Jerlin to order food first, after which he ordered the same thing. Which department are you working in at the police station? Crime investigation. All the cases I am handling are homicides. The taste of this restaurant seemed to have improved significantly. At least it's worth the cost now. Chun Zhao also started eating the food. Yes, the taste is not bad at all. It tastes ordinary. How is it worth the cost? The food they had ordered cost at least $200, but the taste was only so-so. Was it due to the different taste of people in the East and the West? Chapter 8, Getting into the Groove. Chapter 8, Getting into the Groove. I'm sorry. I ate too much tonight. In China, if girls eat well, it means that they'll have a good life. But neither the West nor the East like fat girls, right? I like plump girls like you. Jerlin was indeed a bit thick, but she wasn't that bad. At least, she was still okay for Chun Zhao. What are you looking for? I think my pet must have followed me secretly, sakes Chun Zhao, because Jerlin had indeed eaten a bit too much. Jerlin was a bit bigger than other girls, but her appetite shouldn't be to this extent. Thus, Chun Zhao suspected there was something else. Hey, look there. Your little demon is there. Jerlin saw him. What's on its neck? Oh my God, it's a snake. Chun Zhao rubbed his forehead. I hope we won't get kicked out. A high-class restaurant like this didn't allow pets, but Jerlin laughed and said, I'm full anyway. Let's go. When they reached the entrance, the two demons followed out too. How come it has a snake on it? I found it yesterday, and they became friends. Good friends. A dog and a snake can be friends? That's incredible. Does it bite? No, he's very obedient. His name is Raymond. Since they were here, Chun Zhao had to use them well. Raymond, say hi to Jerlin. Raymond raised his head up high and then nodded up and down. Oh my, it's so smart. How did you do this? Unbelievable. A snake is greeting me. How did you two get over here? Chun Zhao found out soon. They'd secretly gotten onto Vincent's car at the same time that Chun Zhao had. Where are we going next? How about we go to my place? Chun Zhao glanced at Raymond. Jerlin pursed her lips slightly, and a rare blush appeared on her cheeks. Sure. The two called a taxi and went straight to the motel and began a wild night. They both enjoyed it. Jerlin was a very open girl and was okay with any position. Under the two demons' eyes, the man and woman went through round after round of battle. Jerlin was a very good companion. The best thing about her was that she didn't get too attached. They were only friends with benefits. Chun Zhao had made this clear before. They weren't dating, and both could go for their own relationships. If one of them wanted to end this, they would break off immediately. Chun Zhao was satisfied with this. Neither of them had any emotional baggage. The next day, Jerlin left. but Chen Zhao remained in bed. Admittedly, he'd overestimated his own abilities and gone too wild the night before. His waist was hurting now. Human, are you satisfied with my work? I won't get into how you two acted on your own accord last night. However, this doesn't mean that you can do whatever you wish without my permission. If you use your abilities on me or the people around me without my permission, I won't hesitate to cook a nice pot with you two in it. You know, as a Chinese, I don't want to create 100 ways of eating demons as an innovation in cuisine. Chin, there's a new client. I'll give you the address. This one promises $1,000. Chin Zhao arrived at the client's home and discovered that she was a third-tier Hollywood star with STD, and she still wanted to use her body to pay instead of the $1,000. Chen Zhao wouldn't agree unless he was crazy. In the end, she unwillingly paid the $1,000. In the following 4 days, Chen Zhao received 3 jobs. The most expensive one was this celebrity. The cheapest one was only $400. After taking out Ethan's commission, these 3 jobs together gave him close to $1,500. Chen Zhao was pretty satisfied with this kind of income. After all, he could manage to survive in LA with this. The preconditions were that he couldn't go to the Platinum building to feast every day. Jerlin wasn't a shallow girl either. She could eat fancy meals, but also fast food. She also wouldn't make Chen Zhao pay each time. Chen Zhao and Jerlin didn't cling to each other every day either. They both had their own lives and space. They kept a nice distance between each other. Chen, where are we going tonight? There's a nice grill near my place. The best part is that they allow pets inside. Okay, I can only come after 7 o'clock. No problem. I'll wait for you. Unlike the first time when they both dressed up, they wore more casual clothes this time. Jerlin had just gotten out of the police department, and Chen Zhao noticed that her left hip bulged slightly. She probably had her gun with her. After they became familiar with each other, they grew more casual with each other, eating and drinking without concern. Jerlin knew a bit about Chen Zhao's illegal medical practices. However, they rarely talked about work. This let them have some privacy too. Is it okay for Raymond to eat cooked food like this? Jerlin looked at Raymond on the table. Curled up in a bowl, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed a chunk of meat. Jerlin had seen some TV shows. She knew what snakes looked like when they ate, but she'd never seen one eat cooked food. As for the Shar-Pei dog, Beelzebub, he was much more normal. Of course, this was only in comparison with Raymond. Beelzebub was standing on the chair on his hind legs and pawing at the food on the table. Jerlin looked away. Chen Zhao noticed her staring at behind him. Just as he was about to turn around, Jerlin said, "Don't turn around." Chen Zhao obediently lowered his head and continued eating. He noticed Jerlin touching her waist, seemingly going for her gun. "Can you tell me what's going on?" Chen Zhao asked. "The man at the counter is the suspect of 12 robberies and murders. He was the one who robbed your motel that day. 3 people have died in his hands so far. 1 was a cop. You want to arrest him here. There were at least 20 customers in the restaurant, and that suspect was diabolic. He definitely wouldn't surrender and let himself get arrested. It could very likely evolve to a mass shooting. If it was on TV, Chen Zhao wouldn't mind enjoying a battle between cops and robbers. In real life, though, this didn't feel good. Perhaps the little demon and Raymond can help, Chen Zhao said. What? Them? How can they help? Chapter 9. Guesses about demonic crystals. Chapter 9. Guesses about demonic crystals. Thank you for your visit. That will be $23. After making the payment, Phil took his food to go. He was about to return to his car when he suddenly felt something bite his leg. After taking 2 steps, he felt somewhat dizzy. He barely managed to force himself to walk for 2 more steps. However, on his next step, he finally lost his balance. Phil gritted his teeth. He already noticed the woman who had been sitting in the corner stand up. From her action, She was clearly taking out her gun. Phil had been frequently dealing with the police and had ended up in jail 4 times. He had already recognized the woman as police. His strong willpower allowed him to draw his gun. Suddenly, however, a black thing pounced towards him and bit his wrist. Ah! Phil's gun dropped onto the ground. Before he could pick it up, Jerlin had already approached him and kicked the gun away. Freeze! Jerlin, he can't move already, but I need to perform first aid on him. Waiter, you don't need to be afraid. This lady is a policewoman, and this man is a wanted criminal. We've already called the police, so you don't have to worry about it. Raymond was a demon, but he was also a venomous snake carrying neurotoxin. Luckily, his venom was not too strong, or at least considerably weaker than that of a viper. Moreover, the purpose of his venom was not to kill, but rather to cause hallucinations. Jerlin realized that although Phil was poisoned and unconscious, his lower body was actually raised high. Bastard! Without mercy, Jerlin kicked Phil's crotch. In fact, Jerlin was mistaken about this criminal Phil who had been bitten by Raymond. Raymond was a subordinate demon of the King of Lust. His venom was hallucinatory and even aphrodisiac. Therefore, the unconscious Phil was probably having some erotic dreams at the moment. Fortunately, the entire process was extremely smooth, so smooth that Jerlin could hardly believe it. A repeat criminal who had killed 3 people was actually taken down in such an effortless way. It was all thanks to Raymond and Beelzebub, especially the former. Jerlin had seen very well-trained police dogs whose performance was no weaker than Beelzebub. The only difference would be their sizes. However, she had never seen such a clever pet snake. The snake could actually execute a complicated order. It really bit the person whom Chun Zhao asked it to. When Chun Zhao first proposed the plan, Jerlin almost thought that he was insane. How could a snake understand such a complex command? However, the reality proved that Raymond could really carry it out, and moreover to perfection. It actually understood what Chun Zhao was trying to say. Chun Zhao released some of Phil's blood, so that he would at least not die of the venom. Although Raymond's venom was not too powerful, it might still cause death in the absence of timely treatment. Jerlin had already handcuffed the unconscious Phil. Then they waited for the arrival of the police and ambulance. Chin, I'm sorry for ruining the dinner. You did nothing wrong. You don't have to apologize. And thank you, Raymond, little demon. Chin, do they understand me? Or do I have to do some kind of special gestures? Nope. They're smart. Fortunately, there was no surveillance system in the restaurant. In fact, Chun Zhao had realized that not as many areas were under surveillance as he had expected. Because they had just caught Phil, both the dinner and the subsequent event were cancelled. Jerlin needed to return to the station herself to file a report on the process. However, she did not tell anyone the real parties involved. She only conjectured that Phil had already been bitten by a poisonous snake before entering the restaurant. Later, he tried to fight back with his gun, but Beelzebub managed to bite his wrist. Raymond was nowhere mentioned. After all, if she said that Phil was actually taken down by a man who could control a venomous snake, everyone would either dismiss her as being crazy or send Raymond into a laboratory. When Chun Zhao returned home, he discovered that a huge demonic crystal had appeared in the metallic box. Chun Zhao gasped in surprise. This new demonic crystal was bigger than all the previous ones combined. The previous demonic crystals were all like beads, while the new one was almost half as big as a normal adult fist. Chun Zhao must have obtained it by capturing that criminal, but he was shocked at the size of the newly attained crystal. Was it true that capturing bad guys for the police had more value than saving people as a doctor? No, this shouldn't be the case. It must be that the criminal would probably bring greater harm if he was not captured. Hence, I received such a large piece. Just then, Jerlin called. Chen, thank you so much today. Jerlin, with us, you don't have to say that. No, I have to. You have no idea. That bastard has killed way more than 3 people. We also managed to save 3 girls from the temporary hideaway he confessed to us. Luckily, we found them in time. Otherwise, I can't imagine how they might end up. It's really nothing. Chun Zhao guessed that it was like a token of merits and virtues. However, this was known by the demons as demonic crystals. Chun Zhao took out the small demonic crystal he had obtained earlier. You too, come here. Human, what's up? This is what you demons call the demonic crystal, right? Yes. Do you also have this in hell? Yep, but they're very rare. How do you normally obtain demonic crystals in hell? Ordinary demons can forget about getting them. Even large demons need to pay a huge price for them. So how do large demons get them? Likely from mining. Demon mines contain a small number of demonic crystals. How do demon mines come about? After human souls are reduced to hell, most of them will suffer and be tortured because of the sins they have committed while alive. After tens or hundreds of years, they will be shattered into fragments. The large demon lords will bury these fragments in special regions. When they have accumulated to a certain amount, and after another hundreds of years, demon mines will be formed. Demonic crystal is the mineral that forms in demon mines. If the whole demonic crystal thing is really like a token of merits and virtues, Qin Zhao thought, then can we deduce that only sinners fall into hell? But even sinners must have done something good while alive, so they have also accumulated some kind of virtues. After they have suffered enough and turned into soul fragments, their merits and virtues would still be contained in these fragments. After a long time, they would turn into demon mines, and their virtues also condense into demonic crystals. Can this thing only be used by demons? Of course. Beelzebub and Raymond answered simultaneously. I'll give this piece to the one who tells me that humans can use demonic crystals. The 2 demons stared at each other, but neither of them spoke. Chun Zhao glanced at the 2 demons. It seemed that they were determined about not telling him more. Chapter 10. Being a doctor is too dangerous. Chapter 10. Being a doctor is too dangerous. Did you think that I wouldn't know if you just don't tell me? If I can summon you too, I can obviously summon a 3rd demon. By then, you'll probably lose your job. You'll never get demonic crystals again either. Actually, humans really can't use it. We demons can eat the demonic crystals directly, but humans can't seem to digest it. Chun Zhao looked at the demonic crystal in his hand. Whatever. It seemed that this is not a problem he could rush to solve. If demonic crystals could only be eaten, then it might really be inaccessible to humans. Isn't there a more scientific and effective way? As you humans say, there's nothing more effective for absorbing nutrients than digesting it. Chun Zhao looked at the demonic crystal in his hands. Should he try? Perhaps his stomach could digest it. Even if he couldn't, he would at most get a big stone. It wouldn't be that bad. No, he shouldn't risk it. After thinking for a bit, Qin Zhao gave up on the idea. Digesting it was one thing. Who knew if it would have any side effects? Here. Qin Zhao tossed the demonic crystal to the 2 demons, letting them fight for it between themselves. It was quite interesting seeing a dog and a snake interacting with each other. It began drizzling outside. A few minutes later, the rain grew heavier. Just then, Qin Zhao's phone rang. Qin, there's a new job, but this one's a bit different. You can decide if you want to go. What job? A gang leader. The price is pretty high. $3,000. What's wrong with him? Bullet wound. Is it dangerous? I'd be lying if I said it's completely safe, but I'm pretty familiar with that guy. He'll follow the rules. Sure. If you say so, I'll go. Compared to the safety problems, $3,000 was enough for Chun Zhao to take the risk. $3,000 was a big number at any time. Plus, Chun Zhao was really poor right now. It was getting late. Chun Zhao called Vincent to ask if he was free. Vincent agreed to pick him up, but he asked for double the pay. Vincent brought Chun Zhao to an older street. The street lights were dim too. Want me to wait for you here? Vincent knew what this place was. Don't stay here. I'll call you if I need the car. It's not safe here. Go drive around some other places. I understand. Vincent nodded. Chun Zhao got out of the car and went to the house, bearing the rain. He knocked on the door. The door opened and a black muzzle reached out from the darkness. It pointed at Chun Zhao's forehead. In that moment, Chun Zhao started regretting his decision. Ethan, where's the safety? This isn't like what you said. Hi, I'm the doctor. Ethan told me to come. Right then, a raspy voice streamed over from the inside. Morgri put down the gun. I trust Ethan. Can I come in now? Come in, son. Chun Zhao walked down the hallway into a small room inside. It's too dark. Turn on the light. Morgri, turn on the light. With the light on, Chun Zhao saw a man lying on a sofa. His body was covered in blood and had 4 bullet wounds. His abdomen and chest had been wrapped crudely with gauze. It was still seeping blood now. The man's body was damp with not only blood, but also sweat. It was obvious that he was in great pain. Chun Zhao sat beside the sofa. Can you tell me when you were shot? Morning. Be more specific. It's been around 14 to 15 hours. Chun Zhao opened the gauze. You haven't taken out the bullet yet. It's probably infected already, and you've lost too much blood. After these few days, Chun Zhao realized that the biggest obstacle in his work was that he had no source for medicine. Acupuncture was okay for some diseases, but these wounds required Western medicine. But without a medical license, he couldn't even get the most basic amoxicillin. Amoxicillin was the best for infections. Of course, Yunnan Baiyao worked well too. Chun Zhao only had that. He also had to take out the bullet, but he didn't even have painkillers. Don't worry, the man said weakly. Just do what you do. Whether the result is good or not, I'll still pay you. But the bald Morgri standing on the side would definitely not agree with his boss on this one. He was glaring coldly at Chun Zhao the whole time. If something happened to his boss, Chun Zhao probably wouldn't be able to get out alive. I'll give you acupuncture to help stave the pain and then extract the bullet. I'm not afraid of pain. This is required. It's not about whether you're afraid or not. A lot of time, courage doesn't mean vitality. Immense pain will make your blood and metabolism speed up. You've already lost a lot of blood. If you lose a bit more, you'll probably be going to heaven. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Chun Zhao carefully stuck the needle into the acupoint. He didn't dare make any error. This wasn't just for his patient's life, it was for his own too. After stopping the pain with acupuncture, Chun Zhao lightly pressed on the side of the wound. Do you feel anything? Yes, but it doesn't hurt. It was good that he felt something. If he didn't, it meant the nerves around it were damaged. Chun Zhao took out his surgical knife and started with the wound on the abdomen. The bullet wasn't in deep. He could see it clearly after opening the wound. The entire process took less than 10 minutes, and the first bullet was out. However, when Chun Zhao checked the wound on the chest, he discovered the bullet was stuck on the aorta next to the heart. It was very dangerous. This is too troublesome. I'll do the other 2 bullets first. Chun Zhao could only give up on this bullet for now. The other 2 were on the man's thigh and shoulder. They weren't difficult either and took less than 20 minutes. However, he still had to face the chest wound. Furrowing his brows, Chun Zhao started thinking. Suddenly, Chun Zhao saw a shadow beside him. It freaked him out. What's that? It was a faceless man. He wore a hooded black robe, but his face was empty whiteness. He carried a rusted sickle. The Grim Reaper. He was the Grim Reaper. Chun Zhao was sure. The Grim Reaper was here. Chen Zhao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Who was he here for? Although matter who his target is, it wasn't good news for Chen Zhao. If this gangster died, he wouldn't be able to live either. Calm down, calm down. You gotta calm down. This guy couldn't die. If he died, Chen Zhao would die too. That moment, Chen Zhao was filled with regret. Why had he been greedy and took this job? Why hadn't he brought the 2 demons with him? If they were here, there might still be a chance. Chapter 11. I'll call you Blackie in the future. Chapter 11. I'll call you Blackie in the future. Suddenly, Chen Zhao had an idea, a very risky one. The demonic crystal. The gang leader might be saved if he ate the demonic crystal. However, Chen Zhao must not feed him the entire piece. Chen Zhao took out the demonic crystal, after which he raised his head and asked Marguerite, "Do you have a hammer?" "What's that for?" "Do you have it?" Chen Zhao did not explain more. "Find him a hammer." Marguerite turned around and left. After a short while, he returned with a hammer. Chen Zhao did not know if the demonic crystal was indestructible, but he had no other choice at the moment. Chen Zhao took the hammer and raised it high in the air. However, suddenly the Grim Reaper approached him. "Are you going to save him with this?" A strange voice sounded off in Chen Zhao's mind. Chen Zhao tried to use his thoughts to reply. "Yes. Is there a problem with that? Give me the demonic crystal. I'll let him off." "The demonic crystals is worth much more than his life," Chen Zhao replied. "Yes, but if he dies, you'll die as well." "Are you the Grim Reaper? Why do I feel like you're more of a demon?" "I'm indeed a demon. The Grim Reaper is only what you humans call me. To be precise, my race is known as Soulbringers." "Demon?" "A demon that I know told me that no other demons have entered the human world in the past 1,000 years. Do you know other demons? Although we Soulbringers are also demons, we do not live in hell. Instead, we are found in the crevice between hell and the human world." "Then how do you send souls into hell?" "We're not responsible for bringing souls into hell. Fallen souls will drop into hell themselves. We Soulbringers are only in charge of special souls, like his." "How is he special?" "He is both a bad guy and a good guy. There are both the bright side and the dark side of human nature. We'll bring him to the crevice. Then we'll strip the useless part off, extract the rest, and refine it into a demonic crystal like the one in your hand. Therefore, if you give that crystal to me, I'll let him go. Can you decide whether he lives or dies?" "No, I can't, but I have a say in if he dies now. He still has some vitality in him. As long as you don't kill him directly, he still has a chance to live. I can only give you half of it. He's only worth that much." "Deal," the Soulbringer replied readily. Then Chen Zhao dropped the hammer, crushing the demonic crystal into many pieces. It seemed like the crystal was nowhere near strong. Chen Zhao picked the pieces up. Then, while the other 2 people were not watching, he gave half of the demonic crystal fragments to the Soulbringer. "Are you not leaving?" Chen Zhao really felt uncomfortable to have a Grim Reaper beside him. "Don't worry. You can count on my words. I won't break my promise. I just want to tell you that your surgery will succeed. But 20 minutes later, he'll still die from a gunshot." Chen Zhao's body trembled. "Who is it? Marguerite?" "Nope. It's a female." Chen Zhao blinked in astonishment. Should he tell him? Chen Zhao raised his head. He looked at the gang leader and then at Marguerite. "Are your wounds caused by a woman?" Immediately, Marguerite drew his gun out and pointed it at the back of Chen Zhao's head. "How do you know?" "Before I came in, I saw a woman on the street. That's why I asked. Isn't it abnormal for a woman to appear at this kind of place at this time and in this weather?" The leader's eyes glimmered. "I owe you a big one." "Nope. I was only being responsible for my patient." Chen Zhao started taking out the bullet from the leader's chest. The Soulbringer did not leave during the entire process. I'm in charge of this sub-district. If you need me, you can find me again. Is there a Grim Reaper? No, I mean Soulbringer at every sub-district. Not exactly. We exist between the light and shadows and are only attracted by souls with complex personalities like this one. We're not confined by hell. It's just that there are a great number of special souls in this area, so I'm staying here. Is it true that as long as you're here, you can determine the life or death of everyone? We can't determine the life or death of anyone. Instead, we can only sense the scene before someone dies. For example, just now I told you the cause of his death, and then you told him, thereby helping him to avoid it. On the other hand, if a person is out of vitality, no matter what you and I do, we can't stop his death. No, in fact, demonic crystals can. Can demonic crystals extend one's lifespan? Yes, but everything is two-sided. Demonic crystals can extend one's life, but it similarly destroys one's bodily functions. It's just like how you doctors always say that overdose is bad. It's the exact same reason. The human body cannot tolerate too many demonic crystals. Only demons can eat them directly. If you want to extend a person's lifespan with demonic crystals, grind it into powder and feed an extremely small amount to him. It's best if you give it to old people, though. If young people like you eat it, the demonic crystal will destroy your bodily functions and make you extremely weak. You'll need a long time to recover. Got it. Chen Zhao took out the bullet carefully and at the same time stopped the gang leader's bleeding. Your life is safe for now. At the moment, the gang leader was still very weak. He nodded gently. Thank you. I need to take my pay and then I'll leave. Morgri paid Qin Zhao $3,000 exact. Qin Zhao did not want to stay here for any longer. However, the Grim Reaper left with Chen Zhao. If I need your help in the future, how do I contact you? If you're in this area, I will be able to sense your presence. Whether you need it or not, I'll come and chat with you. If you need me to go to another place, you need to tell me early. Moreover, if I leave this region, my sense of death will not be as strong. If the person is already targeted by another Soulbringer, I will no longer be able to feel his death. The death of any individual can only be felt by one Soulbringer. Can I ask you a question? What? If I run into danger and need you to protect me, can you do it? I can't save you, but I can make your adversary's death come early. Chen Zhao felt that the ability of the Soulbringers was most compatible with his profession. At least, it was much more useful than the two little bastards, Beelzebub and Raymond. Oh, do you have a name? Or are you under anyone? Death has no name. Also, we are not subordinate to any of the Demon Kings. I'll give you a name. It's really weird to call you Grim Reaper or Soulbringer. Of course, if it's taboo for you, then forget it. A name? I have no taboos. You're the only human who wants to give death a name. Look at how black your entire body is. I'll call you Blackie then. All right, I'm Blackie from now on. Chapter 12. A Job from the Police. Chapter 12. A Job from the Police. The car came. It was still Vincent. Want to come? No, Blackie answered. I want to walk around and see if there's any new prey. Blackie didn't tag along this time. It was truly stressful to have a Grim Reaper around. This was a real Grim Reaper, a demon who hunted for souls. By the time they returned to the motel, it was already 3 a.m. Chen Zhao was extremely tired. He took a quick shower and went to bed. When he felt the two assholes, Beelzebub and Raymond, in bed, anger suddenly rose up in him. He was toiling outside to make money with his life on the line while these two were sleeping on his bed. Raising his hand, he tossed Beelzebub and Raymond out through the window. Chen Zhao didn't get up until noon the next day. The job last night had been dangerous, but the payment was quite hefty. Chen Zhao went downstairs and gave Ethan his commission. Chen, it's a joy to work with you. At least you won't fool me. The people I worked with before, They always tried to fool me with all sorts of excuses. I knew that I had a good eye on you. Ethan was also happy after getting the commission of $600. Want one? My treat. Ethan took out a hand-rolled joint, but Chen Zhao shook his head. To people here, it was as common as a life necessity. Chen Zhao didn't plan on acting like a saint and telling everyone he met to stop doing drugs, but he would never touch that stuff. As a doctor, he had to keep his mind sharp at all times. He rarely drank alcohol, let alone weed. I'll pass. If you want to treat me to a meal. That's more realistic. Never gonna happen. Ethan pulled a platter of hamburgers out under from the counter. Freshly made, same price. Petty. Chen Zhao picked up a hamburger to eat and also got a drink from the fridge. Did you run into danger last night? Chen Zhao turned more serious and nodded. You better get me a higher price for jobs like that in the future. I risked my life for it. I won't accept it if the price is too low. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. You've made a few $1,000s these days, though. You should give yourself a break and relax a bit. What can a few $1,000s do? I don't even have enough for a car. Do you have a license? I plan on getting one. Go and walk around. Get to know LA. This is the city of angels. You might find a beautiful girl at the next corner. How old are you? 53. How many beautiful encounters have you had in the past 52 years of your life? You won't believe me, but when I was young, my body was more perfect than Schwarzenegger. My pecs. Schwarzenegger is 72 years old now. You tell me your body was better than his when you were young? What kind of range of age are you talking about? He won Mr. World when you were born. Man, you killed all the fun. Ethan walked out from behind the counter with a huff. How could one kill a conversation? Just expose their bragging. Watch my store for me. I'm going to find my beautiful encounter. There was nothing to do, so Chen Zhao just sat at the counter and helped Ethan watch the store. It was early October, but LA was still 30 degrees Celsius. There was no air conditioning in the lobby of the motel. There was only a small fan. Just as Chen Zhao was about to doze off, a hand knocked on the table. Wake up. Chen Zhao opened his eyes and saw a man and woman all over each other. Give me a room. $15, thank you. A legitimate hotel required IDs, but a motel like Ethan's didn't. Anyone could stay here as long as they paid. After the couple got their keys, they went upstairs while hugging and touching each other. Chen Zhao found the way they walked a bit strange, but he couldn't put his finger on it. These liberal men and women were everywhere in this country anyway. Chen Zhao didn't overthink it. He continued sitting there and playing on his phone. Just then his phone rang. It was Jerlin. Hey, Jerlin. I'm free today. I'm not calling for a date. You hurt me. I need your help. For what? Can you bring your tools to 103 North Coda Street? You know what I do, right? Chen Zhao asked tentatively. He and Jerlin were very close now. After all, they'd already seen each other naked. However, Chen Zhao still had to be sure if Jerlin was going to get him arrested. Of course, Jerlin wasn't responsible for his area. I know. I promise nothing will happen to you. Then sure. After Chen Zhao hung up, he called Ethan to come back and watch the store. However, Ethan said it wasn't necessary. He could just leave. Chen Zhao took his medical kit. Raymond and Beelzebub also followed him. Jerlin, I'm here. Jerlin soon came out and led Chen Zhao into a room. As soon as Chen Zhao entered, he saw a bunch of police officers and grew nervous. Jerlin, what's going on? Right then, a tall officer, at least one, 9 meters tall, walked over. Jerlin, is that the doctor you mentioned? Yes. Is he safe? Don't worry. There won't be problems. The officer patted Chen Zhao's shoulder. Brother, help me save someone, and I promise no police around here will give you trouble. Can you show me the patient? The policeman led Chen Zhao to a room covered in blood. There was a wounded man lying in bed. He was also a police officer and had a bullet wound in his abdomen. Why didn't you get an ambulance? None of your business. Since they clearly didn't want to talk, Chen Zhao didn't ask. He took out his tools and worked on extracting the bullet, disinfecting, and patching up the policeman. Okay, it's best if you don't do intense exercise for 7 days. Eat mainly lighter foods too. This is your payment. The tall officer gave Chen Zhao $200. Chen Zhao hesitated, but still accepted the money. I'll see you out, Jerlin said. After leaving the house, Jerlin had Chen Zhao enter a police car. Chen Zhao didn't ask, but after a period of silence, Jerlin told him the truth. Are you wondering why my coworker didn't go to the hospital? Judging from the bullet I'd extracted, it should be 9 millimeters. This kind of bullet is usually for police guns, such as the P226 pistol. This means that the patient was most likely injured by a policeman's gun. It might have been a lost gun. If he went to the hospital, they would leave a record and track the bullet. It would be easy to see that it came from a police gun. Chen Zhao wasn't sure about the specifics, but he could figure out the general idea. Chapter 13, Murder Next Door. Chapter 13, Murder Next Door. The actual situation was close to what Chen Zhao had guessed. The injured police officer had lost his gun and did not dare to report it, so he had decided to investigate himself. In the end, he met the person who had stolen the gun from him and was wounded by his own gun. His colleagues clearly did not want him to get into trouble. Hence, they had invited Chen Zhao to the place. The situation was not complicated, but it would be better kept as a secret. Of course, this kind of incident could be either serious or minor. If his colleagues helped him to cover everything up and find the lost gun, he would be just fine. On the other hand, if his gun appeared at some crime scene or caused any casualties, it would be a serious problem. That was why the police who had lost his gun was so anxious and investigated everything himself. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao was pleased that he could expand his social network, especially when it was with the police. Do you have anything else later? Have you decided where we're going to eat at? Let's find a place that allows pets. The two found a Chinese restaurant. After their meal, they went directly to the motel. However, just when the two were getting into the mood, a gunshot interrupted their happy moments. It's from next door. Chen Zhao's expression changed. I remember it's a couple. Jerlin put her clothes back on. Then, she dashed to the adjacent room and kicked the door open at once. Freeze! Drop your weapons. Jerlin did not charge into the room right away. Instead, she pointed her gun at the room. Chen Zhao stood at the door to his own room. Jerlin signaled Chen Zhao to not move any closer. Chen Zhao felt as if he was living in a movie. In the past 10 days, he had already met 4 people wounded by guns, in addition to a sinful murderer. Now another shooting incident occurred right beside his room. In the 20-odd years Chen Zhao had spent in China, he had never witnessed any shooting incident around him. He had only seen gunshot wounds on 2 cops, which happened very rarely. There was no movement inside the room. Jerlin walked inside cautiously. Just like most crime films, when Jerlin entered the room, she pointed her gun carefully at the corners. Her actions were all filled with alertness. However, very soon, Jerlin lowered her weapon. The room was not big in the first place, so there was no hiding place available. There was a corpse on the ground, and the window was open. Chen Zhao also entered the room. He immediately recognized the male corpse as the man in the couple that he had seen. That woman is missing, Chen Zhao said. What's she like? Around 20, brunette, 5 feet 7 inches D cup. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared. Blackie. Why is Blackie here? Then, Blackie struck the corpse with his sickle, drawing the man's soul out. Blackie, why are you here? This isn't your territory, right? I came here to chat with you. There hasn't been many targets in my region recently, so I dropped in here. Then I end up seeing this guy. I always earn something by following you. Great. Save me. Save me. Save me. I don't want to die. Is he the Grim Reaper? The deceased man was already in his soul state. He struggled wildly in an attempt to break free from Blackie's hand as he called at Chen Zhao and Jerlin for help. However, he could not hear the dialogue between Chen Zhao and Blackie. Chen Zhao glanced at the soul. Noticing Chen Zhao's look, the soul started grasping at straws. Can you see me? Save me. Save me. Please save me. I have money. I can give all to you as long as you save me. If he was still alive, Chen Zhao would not mind helping him. However, his brain was scattered everywhere from the gunshot. Chen Zhao could not bring a dead person back alive. Even Blackie could not achieve this, so there was nothing he could do. Do you want to ask him anything? I can let him tell you some information. But you have to be quick. The longer he is dead for, the more memories he will lose. Help me ask him who killed him. Is it the female that has been with him? Yes. That damn bitch. Why did she kill you? What's your relationship? And who are you? I'm a bounty hunter. She's not my girlfriend, but my prey. She lied. She lied to me. The soul looked very agitated, and his face was distorted with ferocity. He clearly could not accept the fact that he was dead. Therefore, as he was answering the questions, his words seemed somewhat incoherent. However, very quickly, Chen Zhao managed to know the truth from the dead man. The woman was a wanted criminal, but she had found the dead man willingly. However, the dead man was planning to hand her over not to the police, but rather to the leader of a gang. Hence, the woman killed him and then escaped herself. There were several suspicious points in his answers. Why would the woman find him willingly? If she was going to surrender herself, why would she find a bounty hunter instead of going to the police station directly? Bounty hunters were a common existence in America. They were not cops, but they had more powers than cops, or rather less restrictions. Their job was to capture criminals and then claim bounties. They would earn more than the police, but similarly they faced higher risks. Although Chen Zhao managed to learn a lot of useful information from the soul, he was unable to explain anything to Jerlin directly. After all, if he told Jerlin about this, she would probably start to suspect him. Most importantly, the dead man was not planning to hand the female criminal over to the police. Instead, he wanted to give her to a gang leader who was willing to pay more. He did not say who the gang leader was, or perhaps he had already forgotten about it. After leaving their bodies, souls would gradually lose their memories. After a while, they would only remember the things which had left the deepest impressions or those they were most obsessed with. In other words, after questioning the soul this time, he would probably only remember what's the worst meal he had had in his life the next time he was asked a question. Soon the police arrived. Jerlin started talking with her colleagues. The burly black policeman, whom Chen Zhao had met earlier, walked up to him. Buddy, nice to see you again. My name's Melson. I'm the head of the Crime Investigation Department. I'm Chen Zhao. You can call me Chin. I seem to have offended God. Recently, I keep running into this sort of stuff. This is America. You have to get used to these. Maybe I'll never get used to them. You and Jerlin are the first to arrive at the scene. Have you found anything useful? Not really. I'm not a cop, only a doctor and an unofficial one. Chapter 14, Big Business. Chapter 14, Big Business. A blonde woman in a white coat walked over. Hello, I'm Gina, legal medical expert of the greater Los Angeles area. Hello, how can I help you? After they shook hands, Gina said, I heard you'd interacted with the victim and killer. Is that true? I helped them check in. I was helping the motel owner watch the place. Is this the killer? Gina showed him a woman's picture on her phone. The hair color doesn't seem right. I remember she was a brunette. The person in the picture is blonde. It was hard for Chen Zhao to remember foreigners that didn't leave a deep impression. People always found it hard to distinguish between foreign strangers. Back then, Chen Zhao didn't look at the woman's face carefully either. He just glanced over. Her body had left a deep impression, though. However, the woman and the victim's interactions had been very intimate, and she didn't reveal her face directly. Chen Zhao hadn't paid attention at the time, but thinking back now, the woman might have done it on purpose. Judging from their postures, they seemed intimate, but the victim had actually been holding a gun to the woman. That was why they were tangled together. They were actually moving as one person, threatening the other. This was why Chen Zhao had found them strange. Gina looked around and pulled Chen Zhao to the side with a smile, which appeared to be avoiding the other policeman. "Sir, can you notify me as soon as you have any other evidence?" "Okay. If I think of anything, I'll notify the police as soon as possible." "No, you don't understand. What I mean is notify only me." "I'm sorry, miss. I don't understand the difference. Plus, you seem to be a coroner. Do American coroners have to solve cases for their performance evaluation?" "Chin, I heard that you're a freelance doctor, right?" "I'm unemployed." Chen Zhao obviously wouldn't admit it to someone he wasn't familiar with. "I can give you compensation. Plus, I have some connections and can give you more clients." "Thanks, but I think my lifestyle now is pretty good." "Huh. It's nice meeting you. Come have a drink with me if you have time. I know a pretty good bar." "Okay, I'd love to join you if I have time." Chen Zhao didn't understand what was with this woman, but she seemed to care a lot about this case. In reality, coroners rarely got involved with the main part of solving a case. Even if they did, they would only give some suggestions for reference. This was the case in both China and America. Gina's enthusiasm and both subtly and directly bribing Chen Zhao made him cautious. He definitely didn't think he was hot enough for this blonde babe to throw herself at him. Due to his special career, Chen Zhao thought it would be best to stay away from Gina. He was kept at the scene, and people asked him questions one after another. He was tossed about for more than an hour, and was finally freed when the police lifted the body away. Woof. What's with that soul-bringer? Human, did you summon a new demon behind my back again? Are the smelly bug and I not enough to satisfy you? Ow. Who are you calling a smelly bug? Raymond bit Beelzebub in anger. Let me introduce him to you. The Soulbringer, Blackie, is different from you two. How different? You two are my followers. He's my partner. Does this make sense? Human, you'll go to hell one day. At that time, I'll show you how terrifying hell is. Can I take their souls away? I've always wanted to collect some demon souls. Demons seem to always be fighting. Even though Blackie didn't belong to the same system, he was hostile to Beelzebub and Raymond. Soulbringer, do you dare me to wipe out your race? Raymond threatened. Soulbringer, do you like shit-flavored chocolate or chocolate-flavored shit? Beelzebub said without backing down. I can satisfy your sense of smell for a long time. In reality, these two were only a bit higher up than pets in the human world. They were the type that even someone as weak as Chen Zhao could squash. As for Blackie, he was the Grim Reaper. This sounded cool, but after getting to know him, one would learn that he was the weakest of them all. He couldn't interact with the human world actively. He couldn't even drink a cocktail. He could only talk to someone who could see him, like Chen Zhao. As for Beelzebub and Raymond, who had substantial bodies, they just liked to talk. Chen Zhao realized that the first time he summoned a demon was like a horror movie. The second time, when the two demons were put together, it became a comedy. When 3 demons were together, it became a farce. The 3 demons were all talking kings of their territory. The 3 weaklings could only talk, they couldn't fight. Chen Zhao had wanted to see a battle of demons, but clearly the result disappointed him. Just then, Chen Zhao got a call from Ethan. Ethan, you're still not back? You have a murder in your motel, and you're still in the mood to play around? Listen, Chin. There's a huge gig. Get ready. The address is in Beverly Hills. Beverly Hills was where the rich and famous all lived. Those who could live there didn't lack any money. What's the price? $10,000. Give me the address now. After hanging up, Chin Zhao called Vincent. If you can get to the motel within 10 minutes, I'll give you 100. You could do whatever you wanted with money. Vincent was downstairs a short while later. Hi, Vincent. Why do you look so sad? I got $100 fine for speeding. What do I always tell you? Be careful when you drive and don't break any rules. You don't listen. Can you reimburse my fine? Take responsibility for your own mistakes. Don't rely on people helping you. You know I used to work at a company. Vincent suddenly changed the topic. What are you trying to say? I got fired because of a traffic jam. And if you don't reimburse this fine, I'll give you a taste of how bad the LA traffic is like. You win. Chapter 15, Death Prophecy. Chapter 15, Death Prophecy. Beverly Hills. Seems like you've got a big client this time. Good luck, buddy. Is this the best human residence? Looks SSO. Why is there not even a single grave? Isn't it troublesome if someone dies here? Blackie floated beside Chen Zhao. I thought that there should be a graveyard in the most luxurious human residence. It'll be amazing if the small river over there can be replaced by flowing lava, Beelzebub commented. That's right. It'll be even more perfect if the smell of sulfur in the air is stronger, and there's some blood stingers growing on both sides of the river. Why are the three of you here? Did you sneak onto the car again? With his face darkening, Chen Zhao stared at the three talcoholics. We heard that you're going to the most luxurious human place, so we came here to take a look. The result is so disappointing. Chen Zhao glared at the three demons, speechless. Don't use you demons' perspective to look at human things. I'm creeped out by your imagination of an ideal home. According to their understanding of home, the developer would need to build a manor beside a volcano vent, together with a graveyard, to satisfy their requirements. Chen Zhao's current client lived in a villa which was surrounded by a vast stretch of greenery and flowers. The path leading to the villa was paved with cobblestones. The other end of the cobblestone path led to a private, high-quality beach. Chen Zhao was brought into the villa, after which he met his client. It was an elderly, gray-haired man. His clothing was simple, and he had a walking stick in his hand. From his dim eyes and bony body, one could tell that his days were numbered. Mister, nice to meet you. I'm the Dr. Ethan introduced. May I ask if you are my patient? Asian? That conscienceless agent is indeed unreliable. Leave. Nobody here is your patient. The old man was a white Jew. His words were already filled with racism. The impression Chen Zhao had towards the old man also plunged to the minimum. In that case, goodbye. The Jewish old man did not stop Chen Zhao from leaving. He still had that arrogant expression on his face. Just then, Blackie went beside Chen Zhao and muttered something. Chen Zhao suddenly stopped walking. He turned around and glanced at the man. Old man, I hope that 1 hour later when you have chest pain, you have your quick-acting heart reliever beside you. Who do you think you are? An Asian monkey pretending to know something. I don't need inferior kind like you to treat me. I need a white doctor, an elite, not a yellowed-skinned wizard. I'll remember your words. Jewish old man, when we meet next time, you better prepare enough cash. If you don't scram out of my manor, I'll ask the cops to force you out. Scram! Even the air you breathe here belongs to me. And also take that filthy dog out. If it dares to do its business here, I'll make you eat all of it. Phut! I've wasted my traveling expenses. Chen Zhao left the manor, but did not leave Beverly Hills immediately. Instead, he sat down on a bench on the pavement. Human, let me destroy that bastard. I'll make him hard for every single second in the next month. Actually, I think he'll be happy for that, because his thing has lost its vitality long ago. Moreover, he can't live past today. You actually want him to have some fun before he dies. I really doubt if you're on my side." Chun Zhao held Raymond's long neck. Blackie had told him that the old man would die that day due to a heart attack. Nonetheless, even without the heart attack, his vitality would not allow him to survive for over 3 days. His body was already on a full decline, in addition to the fact that he had not eaten for 2 days. This was also the reason he was looking for a doctor. His anorexia had caused him to lose appetite completely. Raspa was furious. An abject, yellow-skinned monkey actually came here to treat him. As a racist who only approved of whites, Raspa discriminated against all other races. He could accept colored people taking up those lesser jobs, but not a doctor. In his eyes, only the elite white could become doctors, not others. Thinking about this, Raspa was increasingly agitated. He felt his heart rate surge and his breathing became more difficult. However, Raspa still tried to breathe normally. The tightness in his chest gradually dissipated. Nevertheless, that was not enough for Raspa to vent his anger. He called the contact person, who reached out to Ethan and cursed him roundly. "Sir, what do you wish to have for dinner?" "Nothing." "Wait, get me some steak." Raspa realized that he had not eaten anything for 2 days already. Even if he had no appetite, he had to eat something. He had contacted the black agent and asked for an illegal doctor precisely because the rivalry in his movie firm had been becoming increasingly intense. Even the health consultant he had at the moment was inserted by the other shareholders. Once the other factions in the firm found out about his health condition, they would definitely use this as an excuse to attack him during the board meeting. This was something he could not allow. On the dinner table, Raspa stared at the tender, imported Japanese beefsteak. The chef was employed by him with an annual salary of $100,000. Raspa had always loved the chef's dishes. However, he really could not start eating at the moment. Looking at the beef, Raspa felt somewhat disgusted. He forced himself to pick up the fork and knife, but before he could cut anything, he suddenly felt a wave of sharp pain in his chest. "Quick! Medicine! Medicine!" Luckily, the servant beside him always carried his usual medicines and hurriedly fed Raspa with the appropriate medicine. Only then did Raspa's chest pain slowly subside. Every onset would make him feel as if he had been to hell. The older one gets, the more one would be scared of death. Raspa leaned back in his chair. "Sir, do you feel better now?" Raspa's face turned gloomy. Recalling the Asian doctor's words, he looked at the clock. 1 hour. Exactly 1 hour. Is that yellow-skinned monkey really clairvoyant? How was he able to predict so accurately that I would have an onset in an hour? Raspa found it hard to believe. "Call that Asian doctor just now. I want to see him." The servant glanced at Raspa, who had just said so many harsh words before the Asian doctor. Why would the doctor be willing to return? However, as a servant, he still made the call as per Raspa's request. The call was first directed to an agent, after which it was transferred to Ethan, who then passed the message to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao had been at the Beverly Hills this whole time. He was precisely waiting for this message. He had paid $100 for his trip here. There was no way he was going to accept such a losing trade. "Ethan, tell that old thing to prepare $100,000 or a coffin." "Chin, but why? That's a huge client. If you build a good relationship with him, you'll get to know lots of rich people easily. He's a white supremacist and a racist. I don't think I can maintain a good relationship with him, and I'm not planning to do that either. $100,000 is the compensation for humiliating me in my face. Tell him that if I don't see the money, he can wait for death." "All right, I'll pass on the message." Ethan was speechless. Nevertheless, if the cost was $100,000, he could get $20,000. Ethan was more than happy to accept this price. The only thing he could not control was whether the other party would accept it. Chapter 16. Because of the $100,000. Chapter 16. Because of the $100,000. When Raspa heard the news, he practically exploded. Was this a joke? What kind of status did he have? No one had ever made such a request before. He couldn't calm down, but his body felt worse and worse. He was forced to call over his personal doctor and health consultant, Rydra. Rydra was a red-haired honey, but Raspa didn't have the energy to pay attention to her beauty now. Plus, Rydra had been bought by his dissenters. Rydra hurriedly gave Raspa a checkup. Expression grim, she said, "Mr. Raspa, I suggest you go to a hospital now and do a full checkup." "No, I don't have the time," Raspa refused Rydra's suggestion directly. What followed was a long string of coughs. "Hack, I have an important meeting tomorrow. Prescribe me some medicine." "I'm sorry, sir. I can't do that. If you refuse to go to the hospital, you might be going to heaven instead of the meeting room tomorrow. I'm telling you solemnly as a doctor now that, with your current health condition, you may die at any time. I'm not trying to scare you. It's really best for you to go to the hospital. They might save you. You can't waste another second right now." From a professional angle, Raspa's body was at the brink of falling apart completely. Even if he went to the hospital, he might not be able to live for 24 more hours. If Rydra prescribed him medicine now, it would be different than conducting a murder. Even if she wasn't sentenced to murder, her license would be revoked too. What was a health consultant's job? It was her duty to make the correct suggestion to her patient or client when needed. Being bought over by others concerned her ethics. However, she would never go against her professionalism. "I won't go to the hospital." Rydra turned to the servant beside her. "Paul, I suggest you call Mr. Raspa's daughter and tell her that I'm not joking around." Okay, I'll go to the hospital. Please don't call her." "Sir, I'll go get the car ready," Paul said. Raspa was sent to the hospital unwillingly and underwent a full-body check under Rydra's directions. Raspa was sent to the ICU. No one had come to tell him the results yet, but he could feel that his conditions were getting worse every second. It was truly horrible. He'd never felt like this before. He'd been uncomfortable before, but he had always known that he could push through. It was different this time. He really had a bad premonition. Paul, come in," Raspa yelled. "Sir, how may I help you?" "Call that doctor and tell him to come. I'll give him 100,000. Tell him to hurry." No ego was more important than his life. If he could be saved, he wouldn't mind surrendering and paying 100,000. Just then, a woman in her 40s walked in. It was his daughter, Zola. "Zola, what's wrong?" As his daughter, Zola had basically inherited all of Raspa's personality. She was aggressive and keen-witted. Both of her marriages failed because she cared more about her career than she did her family. She had high standards for her own appearance, though, and always had a personal stylist following around wherever she went. However, she came without makeup today. She looked like she'd been crying. "Father, how are you?" Zola tried hard to control her emotions. "Is it really that bad?" "No, it's just a small problem. You just need to rest in the hospital for a few days, and then you can keep fucking with your bitches." "How long do I have?" Raspa asked softly. "Father, it's not as bad as you think." "How long?" The doctor said. Tears filled Zola's eyes. He said, "You might not live past tonight." Raspa was dazed. He thought Zola would say he had a few more months. Wasn't that how the movies were all like? But I don't feel that bad. People who were about to die all felt like that. A temporary recovery of consciousness. His aging body was squeezing out the last bits of his vitality. Zola lowered her head, not replying. Just then there was a commotion outside. Zola grew furious. This was the hospital. This was the ICU. What's going on outside? Sir, the doctor from today came in, Paul said while entering the room, but was stopped by the hospital's security outside the ICU. The doctor insists bringing his pets in. He said that he won't come in unless his pets can too. What a joke. Chase that bastard away, Zola yelled angrily. We don't need him here. Let him in. Go talk to the security. Raspa didn't want to die. The closer one was to death, the more one feared death. This was how humans were. No one could change it. A while later, Chinzhao walked in. He had a toolkit and a Shar-Pei in his arms. Huh. Old Jewish man, I told you that you wouldn't live past tonight. Do you believe me now? Who are you? How dare you speak to my father like this? I take that you don't want to stay in Los Angeles anymore. Your father, miss. I think you should find out what your father said to me today. I rarely loathe anyone, but your father will definitely enter my blacklist. It's okay, Zola, Raspa said, suppressing his anger. Sir, I'm deeply sorry for what I said today. No need to apologize. I'm not here to patch things. I'm only here for the money. Raspa's chest rose up and down. It was hard for him to breathe. He didn't even have the energy to get angry now. He could only stare at Chen Zhao with a strong desire to live. You know about my condition, right? Of course. I've already warned you in the day. Right? I used my Eastern witchcraft, and evidently my prediction came true. You're going to die soon. Then you should know that if your treatment isn't effective, not only won't you get 100 grand, I'll also toss you into the sea to feed the sharks. Drink this. Chen Zhao held up a small bottle with black liquid inside. What's this? Zola immediately grabbed the bottle. She didn't trust Chen Zhao at all because Chen Zhao had given her a horrible first impression. Something that can make him live for 3 more days. Chen Zhao shrugged. White man, what are you still hesitating about? If this doesn't work, I'll probably be arrested as a murderer, but it won't hurt you at all. You're about to die anyway, right? Do you think I'll endanger myself to make you die faster? Zola, give me the medicine. Father. He's right, Raspa said. He had no other choice but to accept what he was offered. If my father dies, I will hunt you down. Miss, get it straight. I said that this medicine can only let him live for 3 more days. After the 3 days, please make an appointment beforehand if you need further treatment. Thanks. Chapter 17. All are welcome. Chapter 17. All are welcome. Raspa drank the black medicine from the small bottle. Then, Chen Zhao said, now you feel very hungry, starving. You want to eat. I don't want to eat. I'm not hungry. Just as Raspa finished speaking, his stomach started rumbling. Well, I'm indeed slightly hungry. Zola, bring me some food. Okay. As Zola walked out of the room, she glanced at Chen Zhao cautiously. Then she said to Paul, who was right outside, Go in and keep an eye on that Asian. If he does anything suspicious, take him out. Chen Zhao sat on a chair with his legs crossed. Soon, Zola brought some food back. Raspa eagerly stuffed his mouth with the food. Having followed Raspa for 20 years, Paul had never seen him eat anything like this. In fact, since he got to know Raspa, Raspa had always been in a bad shape and had a poor appetite. However, at the moment, Raspa seemed to have turned into someone else, a starved animal. Zola, get me some more food. I don't want fruits. I want meat. I'm starving. I need to eat. Zola and Paul were both stunned. What's happening? Do dying people always feel so hungry? Zola brought some more food into the room, after which Raspa started wolfing all of it down again. I feel energized again. It's so comfortable. Burp. Could it be terminal lucidity? Zola made such a guess in her mind. Still sitting on the chair, Chen Zhao asked, Lady, can you get me some food as well? My pet and I haven't eaten anything all this while too. Paul, get some food for him. She had gone out personally to get food for her father, but that did not mean she would condescend to serve Chen Zhao. Paul left and soon returned with a few burgers. He also kept one for himself. Do you also raise a snake? Why did you bring such a dangerous thing to the hospital? Zola realized that a colorful snake climbed out of Chen Zhao's toolbox after he opened it. Chen Zhao was oblivious to Zola's attitude. Old man, do you want to be able to get hard again before you die? At least you can have some fun before dying, no? What nonsense are you saying? Raspa had lost his manly function long ago, but his daughter was unaware of that. She had always thought that her father was still a playboy. Right, you don't need it. Wait, can you do that? If you need it, of course. Father. Raspa's face darkened. Zola, go take a walk. I'm not a young girl anymore. I'm already the mother of 2 kids. It's just that. When did you? I don't want to talk about it. From his face, I can tell that he probably hasn't touched any women for 10 years. Instead of holding his analysis, Chen Zhao enthusiastically shared it with Zola. Doctor, can't you have some respect for the feelings and privacy of your patient? Sorry, but I really am not a fan of racists. Now, Zola finally understood why Chen Zhao would behave so harshly towards her dying father. She also knew all along about her father's bad habit. Just now you said that I can live more than just tonight and the next 3 days, right? I think it's better for you to live past tonight before we discuss about the subsequent treatment. Moreover, my treatment isn't cheap, especially for a racist. Raspa felt somewhat depressed. If he had restricted himself better that day, he would not have offended this Asian doctor. After having a full meal, Raspa started feeling sleepy. Let's sit outside, Chen Zhao said. Realizing that her father had fallen asleep, Zola was quite worried. Don't worry. If his vital signs start fluctuating, there will be an alarm. It's an ICU. Right. After sitting down along the aisle, Zola said first, Sir, I apologize for all the mean words my father has said to you. I don't need your apology. You did nothing wrong, and I will also not forgive a racist. Sir, madam, do you need coffee? One for me, thanks. I have not stayed up late for very long, Chen Zhao said. A cup for me as well. How do I address you? Zola asked. Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao. Yup, you can call me Chen. Which hospital are you working at? Or are you a private doctor? Nope, I'm an illegal one. Chen Zhao smiled. Zola did not question further. She was not really concerned about Chen Zhao's identity, as long as he could treat her father and prolong his life. Just then, a beauty with red hair walked over. Zola. Rydra. How's your father? Still fine. He ate quite a lot just now, and now he's asleep. Rydra looked at her watch and seemed to be somewhat puzzled. Are you sure he's asleep? Yes. I am sure that he's only asleep, Zola answered in a firm tone. Raspa knew Rydra's true identity, so did Zola. Thus, her tone was somewhat hostile. Sorry, I don't mean that. It's fine. I think you have no business here. You can go back now. Lady, can you give me your number? Let's have a meal together when you're free. Who's this? He's Chin, my friend. I'm sorry, Chin, but I already have a boyfriend. He doesn't like me eating with a male stranger. Chin, Zhao twitched his lips. Zola smiled and looked at the leaving Rydra. Do you mind having a meal with me instead? Perhaps we can have some other activity after eating. I don't like to destroy other people's family. I'm single now. No problem then. As long as I'm not busy with my job, I'll be happy to eat with a beautiful lady like you. Zola was not really young. In fact, she was already over 40, but she had taken good care of herself. Moreover, her body had not lost its shape at all. Chen Zhao did not mind spending a good night with a mature woman before him. Why would he reject such an offer, given that none of them was going to be serious? This is my personal number, Zola took out a name card. There was no position written on it, only her name and phone number. Do you plan to sit here throughout the night? I need to look after my father. I promise you that he'll be fine. Why not we find a place to lie down? Chapter 18, Most Expensive Treatment. Chapter 18, Most Expensive Treatment. At the moment, Chun Zhao and Zola were in each other's arms in the grass behind the hospital, kissing. I heard that Asian men are all reserved. There's a Chinese idiom that in English is like, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. So I should follow the customs wherever I go. Chun Zhao's hand was already reaching inside Zola's top. Zola was enthusiastic and experienced. The panting of the man and woman streamed out of the shadows. The two engaged in a battle for an hour before finally stopping. After freshening up a little, Zola returned to the sick room. She went into the room to check upon Raspa and didn't let out a relieved breath until she saw the steady heartbeat on the heart rate monitor and heard his snores. It seemed that Chun Zhao's medicine came into effect. Her father had at least made it past the most dangerous time. There were still 3 or 4 hours before daybreak. Zola had dozed off. Chun Zhao took off his jacket and put it over Zola. Then he walked the dog. There is so many preys here. Blackie was like a wolf in a pack of sheep. Light shimmered faintly from the faceless hood. Don't mess around. Chun Zhao was rattled. It was completely a mistake bringing Blackie to the hospital. As many preys as there are, none belongs to me, Blackie said sadly. I can't sense their deaths, so they don't belong to me. Wait, I sense one. Blackie stopped abruptly before a room. This is a pure soul. I'm so lucky. I can refine many demonic crystals from this. Chun Zhao pushed the door open and saw a pale boy lying in the dim room. He had a respirator on. All his hair had been shaved off. After a beat of silence, Chun Zhao asked, "How will he die?" "There's something in his head. At 3 p.m. sharp, that thing will kill him." "Will the demonic crystal be effective on him?" "It can push it back, but as long as the thing in his head is still there, his death is only delayed temporarily," Blackie said. "However, if you want me to give up on this prey, you need to give me benefits. I owe you a year's worth of demonic crystals." "Not enough." "Don't bargain with me. This is the price. If you're not satisfied, our deal is over and you can steal his soul." "Fine, but don't push the price down so hard next time." Chun Zhao looked inside the room. Seeing that there weren't any security cameras, he took out a bit of the demonic crystal powder and poured it into the boy's mouth. "His death is over," Blackie said. "He has half a year left." Just then, a female doctor suddenly came over. "Who are you?" The patient's relative." "No, you're not John's relative. He's been here for 2 years, and I've never seen you before. Plus, no family visits during this time. Who are you?" I'm in the wrong room. My friend is in the ICU, and all the rooms look the same." Just then the doctor said to her walkie-talkie, "Security, security, come over." Chun Zhao stood in place helplessly. He didn't plan on escaping and was later taken to security. "Who are you? If you don't tell the truth, I'm calling the cops." The doctor stared at Chun Zhao with no intention of letting him go. "I told you, I got the wrong room." "Then why did you lie at the beginning?" "You've remembered incorrectly." "When did I lie?" "Seems like I'll have to call the cops." Chun Zhao picked up his phone too. "Zola, can you come to the hospital's security office? I think a doctor here, and I have a little misunderstanding." Soon, Zola walked over. She looked at Chun Zhao and then at the female doctor. "Can you tell me what happened?" "This man broke into a boy's room. I suspect he has other intentions." Just then, a nurse ran over excitedly. John woke up. He woke up." "What? John woke up? How is that possible?" "It's true. After he woke up, he kept saying that he's hungry and wants to eat." "That's impossible. He's been unconscious since he came out of the chemo room. He can't have an appetite. Plus, the last few chemo sessions have been bad. The thing in his brain hasn't gotten smaller. It's already pressing down on his central nervous system. He can't wake up. For had been John's main doctor this entire time. She was very conscious of his state. Recently, John had been relying on the four for nutrients. The chemotherapy had completely destroyed the kid's taste buds. This was very cruel to a child. Even crueler was that even with all these costs, his situation still hadn't improved. The chemotherapy was no longer effective for him. Instead, it kept cutting down on his life. But he seems really energetic. "Doctor, if there's nothing wrong with my friend, can I take him away?" "No. I think it's okay. The hospital has no right to keep my friend in custody. If you want to restrict his freedom, call the police and have them talk to my lawyer. We'll be in room 01 of the ICU. You can call the police over any time." Chen Zhao followed behind Zola. "Thanks. I owe you one. Did you save that boy?" "What boy? I don't know what you're saying. Did you break into that room to save the boy? How about you care about your father first? It's about time. You should call him up to eat breakfast. He's already awake and he was hungry as soon as he woke up, just like that boy. Seems like I've succeeded. Oh, right. Can you have Paul send the money to where I live? Oh, right. I should remind you that I only take cash. You're not staying to discuss my father's follow-up treatment. I'm really unwilling to have anything else to do with him. Your father isn't anyone fun to deal with. What about for me?" Qin Zhao chuckled. "We really have nothing to do with each other. Do you really believe in love after a one-night stand?" "Say the price." 6 treatments, and I promise your father will live for another year. Each treatment is $100,000. There's no treatment in the world that is this expensive. Are you sure? Fine. Deal. Chapter 19. Staying in a ghost house? Chapter 19. Staying in a ghost house. Chen, you're finally back. Was that client so difficult to handle? It's a mean old man, but he's very scared of death. So you've received the $100,000. Not yet. Do you expect me to carry $100,000 back here? Are you sure he will not go back on his word? That's not a small amount. He still has subsequent treatment, but you're not going to get anything from those. Of course. I have ethics. Okay. 6 sessions, $100,000 each. I take back my words. Damn it. Why didn't you say that earlier? I introduced this client to you. I must get my share. I managed to get it myself. If you want a commission, introduce more rich people like this to me next time. Chen, let's negotiate. I'll only take 100,000 cut. No, 80,000. I'm going to sleep. When the money is here, remember to wake me up. I want to count it myself. Qin Zhao took out a bottle of milk from the fridge, after which he went to the counter and took an egg roll himself. In the afternoon, Qin Zhao's room door was kicked open by Ethan. Qin, someone came here with a box and said that it's your pay, but he wouldn't give the money unless he sees you. Bastard. I told him that I'm the intermediary, your business partner, and he still doesn't believe me. Get the hell out of my room. I want to sleep. Drowsiness was sometimes really irresistible. You asked me to wake you up. That doesn't mean you can kick my door open. It's my door. Do I need your permission to kick the door in my own house? Ethan replied in an even more domineering tone. In the end, Ethan still managed to drag Qin Zhao out of the bed. Hi, Paul. Hello, Mr. Qin, Mr. Rasfa asked me to deliver your payment here and also apologize on his behalf. He hopes that you can accept his apology. Paul, I'm curious. How are you able to tolerate that old man and work for him? Chen Zhao took over the box and did not forget to insult Rasfa. Mr. Rasfa has been very nice to me. All right. I wish he can be nice to everyone, but I think that might be too difficult for him. Paul left. Ethan could no longer wait to receive his share. "Ethan, are there any cheap houses nearby? Are you moving out? Are you not happy here? I thought you're already in love with my motel. I need to make sure that nobody will ever kick my door open again." "Fine. It's my fault. If you can help me to find a cheap place in a good neighborhood, I'll accept your apology." In fact, Chen Zhao had been planning to move out long ago. However, his income was not too stable before this. Although he had some cash, he did not dare to spend it on rent. Even the houses in this periphery region would cost at least $500 per month, not to mention the urban areas of Los Angeles. Of course, money-wise, Ethan's motel was still the most suitable place for Chen Zhao. However, there were all kinds of people staying in the motel. It was really not a good place to settle down. "I'll show you around. I'm familiar with this place." Ethan did not mind Chen Zhao moving out. In fact, he had expected this day long ago. It was just that he did not think Chen Zhao would be able to engage in work and earn so much money so quickly. Even he received a decent amount of money in the meantime. Ethan's motel was located right next to Mountain Town. It was not a large town with only over 400 houses. The town was about half an hour away from the urban regions of Los Angeles. Despite its size, the town had many facilities, including a park and a supermarket. Ethan was also a resident of Mountain Town. When he was young, he had been fooling around, gaining him a bad reputation. However, later he joined the military, which changed him completely. Despite the ambiguity in the legality of Ethan's business, even Chen Zhao was not certain. He boasted a quite good reputation in Mountain Town. Therefore, when Ethan showed Chen Zhao around, the residents who were planning to rent their houses out all seemed very enthusiastic, especially when they learned that Chen Zhao was a doctor. Of the first few houses, Ethan alone managed to pick out many flaws for Chen Zhao. However, more often than not, Chen Zhao was unwilling to accept the place even though Ethan thought that it was fine. Some were just too expensive. An ordinary 2-floored, 3-bedroom house should cost $3,000. Others were either too old, too new, or unsafe. In summary, Chen Zhao had a million reasons to reject them. There was even a house whose backyard was planted with marijuana. Ethan strongly recommended it, but Chen Zhao walked away directly. At the moment, they had not found a place which both of them were satisfied with. "Chen Zhao, what's the range of prices you can accept?" "It's best if it doesn't exceed $1,500. Anything more, I might as well buy one myself and pay the mortgage." "1,500? Do you mind sharing?" "If it's a lady, I don't mind," Chen Zhao answered frankly. "Even I would love to share a house with a lady." It was not easy to find a housemate, at least not any time soon. Chen Zhao was not willing to accept a small nest, and also not willing to pay high rent for a bigger one. "Fuck, if you keep being so picky, I'll leave you to find a place yourself. Help me find a place to live, and I'll treat you to a seafood feast. Let's go. There are still many houses waiting." 1 hour later, Chen Zhao and Ethan arrived at the last house in their list. Chen Zhao noticed that the apartment was built on an elevated slope and was already somewhat old. It was surrounded by a row of fence and had a few trees planted on the property. Perhaps due to the lack of cleaning, the ground was piled with dead leaves. A good place this is. Blackie suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "What? Why are you here all of a sudden? Why didn't I see you earlier? I went to the motel you were staying at and discovered that you were not there. So I followed the scent of your soul to this place." Chen Zhao subconsciously decided that since Blackie had said the place was good, it must be bad. This house belonged to an old couple. However, from 30 years ago, their children died one after another. 6 children in total, as if they had been cursed. After the couple passed away, the house was inherited by their nephew. The nephew also did not want to stay here, so he entrusted it to an agency. When Chen Zhao was listening to the story, he planned to turn around and leave immediately. However, when he heard that it only cost $800, he stopped. I want this one. How do I proceed? I'll ask the agency to send someone to reach out. Are you not planning to go in and take a look? To be honest, I would rather you stay in any other places than this one. It looks really ghastly. After thinking, Chen Zhao nodded. Call the agency. I think this is a good deal. Even if the house had 1,000 flaws, it was still cheap enough. Why would Chen Zhao be scared of an evil-looking house when he had 2 demons with him and also a Grim Reaper who would drop in every now and then? Chapter 20. Blackie as the Roommate. Chapter 20. Blackie as the Roommate. The man from the agency came. He was an experienced, middle-aged man in a suit. He gave Chen Zhao a curious look. Clearly, even he didn't anticipate anyone would take this house, especially after knowing that 6 kids had died consecutively here. Upon entering, Chen Zhao noticed that the layout was no different than the other houses. At least, he didn't see anything unclean. Besides, the uncleanest thing was right beside him. Blackie, is there anything good about this home? Look at the basement. It's connected to a spatial crevice. What spatial crevice? Chen Zhao asked in confusion. Didn't I tell you before? We soul-bringers don't live in the human world or hell. Instead, we live in a crack between them. However, each soul-bringer has a personal spatial crevice. We live alone and rarely communicate with each other. Some spatial crevices are abandoned after their owners die. Others, though, get accidentally connected to the human world for some special reasons. It's like the owner leaves but forgets to close the door. The souls left behind by the soul-bringers start to move in and out of the spatial crevice, but they can't leave, so this aura of death just paces in this area. Is there a way to get rid of it? Yes. Wait 1 or 200 years for all the souls to dissipate. Like I have that longevity to wait. Is there another solution? Or I can move over, remove the abandoned spatial crevice, and take up the space. That will work. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. If the spatial crevice remains unattended, unpredictable incidents might occur. But if Blackie was in charge, he could at least control it, and Chen Zhao would be less worried. Otherwise, he would have to give up on this place and the cheap rent. Mr. Chen, do we have a deal? If it can be cheaper, I wouldn't mind renting this place. What price range are you comfortable with? $400. Mr. Chen, if you're willing to pay $600 per month, this place is yours. Deal. Mr. Chen, are you living by yourself? Yes. Any problems? Excuse me, but are you interested in sharing with a roommate? PFF. Would anyone be willing to live here other than me? You never know. If you want, you can list it with my company. We'll recommend any suitable clients to you. Sure, but I only want pretty girls. No men. The rent was already cheap enough. Chen Zhao didn't think about finding a roommate. If it was a pretty girl, he could live with it. But unless he was crazy, he would definitely not accept a male roommate. After signing the contract, he was officially the tenant of the house. Chen, are you really going to live here? I signed the contract. Where else should I live? Okay, your call. Can we go eat that seafood feast now? I know a restaurant that makes delicious seafood. I strongly recommend you go there. Sure, but don't you think you should go find a renovation company with me? Motherfucker, do you think I'm a physical labor? Don't forget that you made $200 off me today. I deserve that. Shut up and drive. Take me to a renovation company. After they found one, he paid the deposit and they promised to complete the job in a week. The house had been empty for more than a decade, and many of the appliances needed to be replaced. The water and electricity had to be arranged again, as well as the internet and cable TV. It took the whole afternoon to settle everything with the house. Chen Zhao fulfilled Ethan's request and went to the seafood restaurant that he strongly suggested and cost Chen a total of $300. Hey, John Sr., are you sick? Zola greeted the business partner that caught her eye. Zola. Old John was a bit surprised to see Zola at the hospital. My son is here. Oh, that's the child you had with that young wife of yours, right? Yes, John is only 7 years old, but he's already been here for 2 years. Old John was in low spirits. How's John Jr.? Zola asked despite the obvious answer. With John Sr.'s wealth, he wouldn't let his kid live in the hospital for 2 years unless it was an illness that not even money could cure. Oh, I wish there's hope of him getting better, but I received a terminally ill notification yesterday. It's my 3rd time receiving it in the past half year. Just then, for walked over. She recognized Zola with a glance. It was the companion of that Asian man who'd broken into John's room this morning. Sir, I have good news. John Jr.'s illness is under control. Under control? What? You sent me a terminally ill notification yesterday. Now, you're suddenly telling me that he's getting better? Well, I'm not certain about the specifics either, but it's the truth. We checked John Jr.'s tumor, and it's miraculously shrunk by half. This means that little John has at least half a year to live. He doesn't have to stay here for this half year either, but I still hope that he can come for a checkup once a month. Are you serious? Yes, as strange as it is. Little John's brain tumor was already on his nerve, but at 4 a.m. this morning he mysteriously woke up. His taste buds, destroyed by the chemotherapy, have recovered, too. It's practically a miracle. Thank you so much. It's all because of you all. Thank you. John Sr. was very excited. After all, this son had been born in his old age. John Sr. had put too many feelings into this kid. Zola left with a thoughtful expression. She didn't believe in miracles. She believed that everything had a cause. However, she doubted if that man really could suppress cancer cells. How could it be so fast, too? After all, even the most mainstream treatment method, chemotherapy, is a mostly passive treatment. It had slow effects and would cause irreversible damage to the body. Could that man really suppress cancer cells, or even cure it? She also thought about her father, who'd practically been given the death sentence and was somehow dragged back from the brink of death. Zola started to believe that that man was truly the one behind these miracles. She had to treat him cautiously, not only for her father, but also for herself and her other relatives. Father, I have something to tell you. Zola was back in Raspa's room. Raspa had a great appetite today, and he practically ate more than the past 7 days combined. He even thought that he'd recovered completely. I just met John Sr. His son is hospitalized here too, with a brain tumor. They sent out the terminally ill notification yesterday. His son? Phil or Danny? Neither. He's even younger, only 7 years old. God bless that kid. I don't know if God will bless him or not, but little John suddenly woke up today. The brain tumor that was pressing down on his nerve actually shrunk in half too. What a miracle. What happened? That Asian doctor was in little John's room today. The doctor on shift thought he was an intruder and almost called the cops, but he just said that he went into the wrong room. Chapter 21. I am not planning to go to hell. Chapter 21. I am not planning to go to hell. You mean that Chun healed little John? Not completely, but his brain tumor halved in size. Is this even possible? I don't know, but I do know that he pulled you back from the brink of death. Raspa was deep in thought. From your conversation, he promised you that he will give me 6 treatment sessions. Is that right? Yes. I feel quite energetic. But according to the examination report from the hospital, your condition is very unstable. In 3 to 7 days you might. What did he say? He said that he will extend your life by 3 days. Raspa could feel his heart tighten. This time, he did not dare to dismiss Chen Zhao's warning as a joke. At the very least, those who would joke with him did not have the ability to save him. However, The person whom Raspa totally offended in their first encounter could control his condition, or even his death. Father, I think you should call him yourself. Don't I have 2 more days? I'll see. I feel I am recovering well. Fine. If you want to decide this just before dying, I don't object. I'm not dead yet, Raspa emphasized. Yes, but you will soon if you continue hesitating. All right, I'll call him. Raspa was slightly annoyed. He was not used to bowing down to others. However, he also knew that he had no other choice. Raspa was like a drowning traveler at the moment. He must grip onto whatever he could. Hello, is it Chin? This is Raspa. Yes? I'm about to sleep. I'm sorry for disturbing you. Raspa swallowed his pride. I'm planning to organize a party. Are you able to attend? It'll be in my manor. Air. I'm scared that I'll breathe the air in your manor and then you'll call the police. Listen, Chen, I feel really, really sorry for my attitude and words yesterday. I know I'm wrong. I know that my previous beliefs are very inappropriate. I hope that you can forgive me. I sincerely wish that you can attend my party, and I want to resolve the misunderstanding between us. Right, I'll think about it. And you said that I can get hard again? Is that real? Yes, but I hope that it'll be after the first session. Then can I postpone the party to after the first treatment? I want a perfect party for both you and me. You can stay at my place after the session. I'll invite many people, many beauties. Although this old man was already dying, he was still a hedonist. It's your party. Of course, you can decide when you want to hold it. So, when will our first session start? The day after tomorrow. I'm moving to another place these next few days, so I'm quite busy. Okay, I'll stop disturbing you then. See you. Chun Zhao hung up and clenched his fist. Aren't you arrogant? Now you're as scared as a mouse. Chen Zhao was not really being narrow-minded. Anyone else would have more or less the same reaction. Chen Zhao would not have cared less about Raspa's life or death had Raspa not offered him such a high pay. Therefore, money is really extremely useful sometimes. After taking a shower, Chen Zhao lay down on his bed. Suddenly, half a body emerged from the wall. Ah! Chen Zhao was shocked out of his wits before he took a closer look. Blackie, what the hell was that? Do you really want to frighten me like this? I recently watched a horror film. The evil spirit in the film scares people like this, so I want to try it out. Chen Zhao was rendered speechless. Can I curse you? I know languages from 28 different countries, including Chinese. Are you sure you want to see whose vulgarities are more vicious? Why would you know so many languages? Do you learn foreign languages when you're bored? No. I can strip off the language abilities from the souls I collect and then devour them. So it's really easy for me to learn a new language. What? That's convenient. I want it too. You humans cannot devour those things. Just great. Where did you watch that horror film? Do you have a DVD player in your crevice? No. The day before yesterday, when I was waiting for a person to die, he was precisely playing a horror film. Then he scared himself to death. How sad. After I caught his soul, I watched the entire horror film with him. In the end, his soul shattered into pieces directly. But I feel that the film was not that scary after all. You don't say. His soul was frightened by you into nothingness. Is it? Oh yeah. You said you're going to move to that space crevice. Is it done yet? Nope. I'm packing my stuff. In fact, I have collected many souls. I think that I'll only be able to start moving after you have moved to the new place. Do you really have so many things to shift? Yes, indeed. By the way, can I enter the crevice? If the crevice belongs to another soulbringer, that's definitely a no, because you'll be attacked by that soulbringer's collection. But if it's my crevice, I'll be happy for you to come as a guest. I can promise that you'll be absolutely safe there. I can't wait to see what a Grim Reaper's residence looks like. Oh yeah, Does your kind dislike the title of Grim Reaper? No, but I really prefer the name you have given me. It's a name unique to me. Human, I also welcome you to go to my home, Beelzebub said, jumping onto the bed. Hell? Forget it. I'm not planning to go to hell so soon. I know that in the end, I'll definitely end up in hell, but I'm not prepared for it yet. No, you can enter as a living human. I can guarantee your safety. Can living organisms also go there? Demons can be summoned to the human world. Of course, humans can also be summoned to hell. Can humans return after being summoned to hell? Yes, of course. They're protected by the contract. To us demons, there's no sacred things that cannot be sullied except the holy contracts. For example, 900 years ago, the human named Dante journeyed through hell. He was even received by many demon kings. After all, that was the first time a completely living human entered hell. Was Dante summoned into hell? Yes, because of the holy contract. None of the demon kings hurt him. However, later Dante entered hell again, no longer protected. His soul was burnt by an endless amount of Padma flames, until he finally turned into ashes. Why? Because he violated the contract. According to the contract of summon, he was allowed to travel in hell. In return, he must use his pen to record an accurate description of what he saw. However, he only depicted hell as an evil world, a world cast aside by the living. Is that incorrect? If he's right, he would not have violated the contract and fallen into hell. Whether it's the human world or hell, there are rules. They're not set by any god or demon king. The evil falling into hell is caused by the rules and not the desires of demons. If a kind soul enters hell, even the most wicked demon cannot hurt him. However, in the Divine Comedy, demons are described as punishers, polluters, and deceivers. We've become the source of all misfortune. This is an offense that cannot be forgiven. I think I've seen some of what you just said in the Bible before. Chapter 22. Discussing History with a Beauty. Chapter 22. Discussing History with a Beauty. Wait, I think I got confused. You can get the people confused. No, it's the script. Get out. Chen Zhao kicked Beelzebub off the bed. Beelzebub and Raymond were used to sleeping next to Chen Zhao. Blackie was a nocturnal creature, but he was pretty active during the day too. If he had work, then he would work. If not, he would come and chat with Chen Zhao. Maybe it was because he kept arguing with Raymond and Beelzebub. But Chen Zhao felt like he was turning an experienced Grim Reaper into a lazy piece of trash. Chen Zhao had 2 demons beside him, but he'd always slept well. He never had any nightmares. In the morning, Beelzebub ran out of the room to find Ethan at the counter for breakfast. Ethan was used to it too. Beelzebub would run over for food every day at this time. Little demon, is Chin up? Woof. How come he's up so early today? That's strange. He usually sleeps until 9 or 10. Is he up so early because he has a date? Morning. Chen Zhao came downstairs now and took out a carton of milk from the cabinet. Do you have plans today? Exercise. I think I got fat recently. Chen Zhao replied seriously because he really thought so. He seemed to only have been consuming meat and soda these days, rarely eating vegetables. Chen Zhao discovered that his blood pressure had increased a bit while his fat had increased a lot. You actually care about your body shape? I'm a doctor. Fatties can be doctors too. A fatty would seem untrustworthy to patients. Chen Zhao scanned Ethan's stocky figure. Do you think a doctor who can't control his own figure can control a patient's sickness? Stop speaking nonsense, Ethan insisted. Fat guys can be good doctors too. Have you been suffering from insomnia, sweating, low energy, and appetite? Chin, am I sick? Ethan knew that Chen Zhao was a skilled doctor, so when he heard Chen Zhao consult him so solemnly, his heart skipped a beat. It didn't bode well. Those are symptoms of kidney failure. Fatty, take care of your health. After all, it's pretty expensive to find a good doctor. Chen Zhao patted Ethan's shoulder and went out for his morning jog. Bastard, even if I go soft, I won't ask you to help me. Beelzebub followed out with meat in his mouth. His hyperactivity seemed to be breaking out. The small room clearly didn't satisfy his needs anymore. The morning air tasted sweet. Chun Zhao felt all his cells coming to life. Morning. A woman in tight-fitting workout clothes ran to Chun Zhao's side. With her sexy body and practically flawless face, she was definitely the prettiest girl Chun Zhao had met here. Morning. I haven't seen you before. I moved to America recently, Chun Zhao replied. I'm Kelly. Chen Zhao, but you can call me Chin. Is that your dog? Yes. His name is Beelzebub. You can also call him Little Demon. How far are you going to run? Probably 3 miles. If I run any more, I probably won't be able to work today. There's a cafe on the street in front of us. It's a few miles away. Whoever gets there last has to pay. Sure, Chin Zhao agreed easily. However, this beauty was clearly better at exercising than Chin Zhao. She controlled her endurance and rhythm very well. Kelly remained 2 steps before Chin Zhao the entire time. Chin Zhao wasn't an athlete, but he worked out often back home too. He knew that this was a long run instead of a sprint. It would require endurance and rhythm. He couldn't just sprint blindly because then he would collapse halfway there. If he tried to catch up to Kelly, he would disrupt his rhythm. That would then disrupt his breathing and exercise habits, which would make him consume more energy. However, Kelly gradually slowed down and jogged shoulder to shoulder with Chin Zhao. Did I disappoint you? I used to be a track runner, Kelly replied with a smile. Most people can't beat me. What about now? Running for so long changed the shape of my thighs. I don't like that, so now I'm a white-collar worker at an office. Kelly cared a lot about her figure. It was to the point that she would give up on her interests or even her career. It's a pity. If you continued, you might have gone to the Olympics or even the Golden League. Even if I reach the competition track, I won't be able to win much. Track is ruled by black people. According to evolution, their endurance and explosive force is always the best. It's related to their environment in Africa. On the other hand, you Asians focus more on technique. It's the same as how China has absolute rule over ping pong. So why are Asians better at technique? It's because in the past 2,000 years, Asian civilizations have always been in a complex environment. The requirements for physical abilities went down and were replaced by an adaptation to civilizations. For example, the Tatars represented the nomads. They had to be skilled in bows and arrows during war. However, the countries known for agriculture have to focus on technique for farming. Even learning and writing uses technique. This means that for Asians, the usage of technique is in your genes and bones. Of the 3 main races, whites mostly live in warm and cold climates, so we're probably the most complicated race. The colder the environment, the braver and more militant people are. The warmer the place, the more conservative and lazy people are. So lazy people started the industrial era. Chin Zhao laughed. Yes, that's the truth. Were you really a track runner? I feel like you're a world historian. Being a runner doesn't mean I'm bad at other subjects. I don't agree with what you said about people from warmer regions being more conservative, though. After all, the biggest war in the world was started by the Germans. Germany counts as a warm climate, right? Warm climate wasn't about how cold the winters were. It snowed in Germany too. Warm climate meant that there was a difference between winter and summer. No, you've interpreted it incorrectly. Germany started 2 world wars, but it was caused by the era, not the people. Germans started the wars, but you can't say that Germans are cruel. We're comparing entire races and peoples from different areas right now, not specific instances or exceptions from a certain era. Historians always say that the differences between each race are actually quite small. What they acknowledge are geographical culture and geopolitics. What do you mean? Simply put, it's the civilizations that develop from different geographical environments. The most basic example is that people who live near the sea and inland have different cultures and ways of thinking. Coastal people will think of danger when they see water, while inland people think water represents vitality and survival. The two different types of thinking produce different governments, economies, and culture. Chapter 23. Not every beauty has the chance to enter my room. Chapter 23. Not every beauty has the chance to enter my room. I suddenly realized that medicine is so simple. At least I can understand it. On the other hand, I used to think that history is very easy as well. Turns out that I was just too shallow. Are you a doctor? Kind of. Why kind of? I don't have a medical license. So are you a fabled, illegal doctor? Why fabled? At least you're the first illegal doctor that I know. What's your impression of illegal doctors? Before I met you, I thought they all have scruffy beard and their bodies are all filled with the smell of alcohol. They wander around in stinky streets, treating gang criminals and prostitutes. Your last sentence is not wrong. In fact, my patients do include these two kinds of people. Which patient has left the deepest impression in your mind? Someone pointed a gun at my head. If I failed to save the patient, I would die as well. I think that was the most shocking experience I've ever had in my medical career. You must have been so scared back then. Yes, I was. I thought I was dead for sure. You need to know that in my own country, you can hardly see any guns. Apart from the police, I've never seen anyone carry a gun before, except in films, of course. My intermediary told me that my patients would follow the rules and not harm the doctor, but he clearly overestimated the power of the rules. But have you ever imagined that even after you saved the patient, you might still die? Not really. After all, that gang leader did not have any more reasons to kill me. It might not be that gang. Perhaps it'll be that female killer. Qin Zhao came to an abrupt halt. Kelly also stopped. Smiling, she stared at Qin Zhao. I've seen you before. Seems like you've recognized me, but I've seen you twice. First time was outside Tanzan's place. I was in the shadows, and I saw you walk in just before me. The second time was behind the counter in the motel. You were the only person who saw me. Anyway, what really surprises me is that you only managed to recognize me just now. Qin Zhao could feel his hands and feet turn cold. Little did he expect the sexy lady before him to be a female killer. Moreover, she had not one, but two reasons to kill him. Firstly, Qin Zhao ruined her mission, saving the person whom she was going to kill. During their second encounter, he was the only witness. Return me the thing, Kelly demanded. What thing? The thing that bounty hunter gave you. You mean the man whom you killed in the motel? I don't know him, and we've also not had any form of contact. I didn't take anything from him. Qin, you don't benefit in any way by doing this. You're getting yourself involved in something you really shouldn't have. This is very dangerous for you. Kelly's tone turned somewhat freezing as murderous intent flashed across her face. I really have no idea what you're talking about. Perhaps you should tell me what you're looking for. Maybe I can help you find it. Stop acting. I'm not that easily deceived. Also, don't even attempt to call for help. Trust me, I can definitely kill you before anyone hears you and then escape. Kelly's threatening words crushed Qin Zhao's courage to call for help. Qin Zhao did not know how strong Kelly was. If she could kill a person in a few moves just like killers in films, he would have no chance of surviving. Of course, even if Kelly was not a killer, he would still probably lose to her. After all, he was a doctor while Kelly was an athlete. There was still a difference in their physical strength. Fine. The thing's in my room, Chen Zhao said helplessly. I've searched your room long ago. There's nothing. You searched my room? When? Chen Zhao could feel his hair standing. She actually searched his room, without his knowledge. Was it when he was sleeping? In fact, I've done it more than once. You've guessed it. They were all when you were asleep. Kelly confirmed Chen Zhao's worst fear, as if she could read his mind. Did you search the metal box on my table? Chen Zhao asked. What metal box? Did you overlook it? I hid the thing in that box. There's no metal box in your room. Chen Zhao was testing Kelly. He knew that demons could not see the metallic box, but he was unsure if humans could see it. Therefore, he wanted to use Kelly to get the answer. Just like what he had expected, Kelly was also unable to see the box. In other words, only Chen Zhao could see and touch the metallic box. Let's return to the motel. Chen Zhao was unwilling to cooperate. However, after Kelly took out a dagger from her back, Chen Zhao could only follow her order. As they approached the motel, Kelly walked up and held Chen Zhao's waist. You know what to do. Don't speak redundantly. Yo, Chen, you've actually met such a beautiful woman during your morning run. What a lucky bastard. Beauty, can I have your number? Behind the counter, Ethan stared in surprise at the intimate couple. Chen Zhao's smile looked really forced. I'll return to my room first. Are you going to do such a vigorous exercise early in the morning? Right? Ethan glanced at Kelly, who looked really gorgeous. If he was in Chen Zhao's shoes, he would probably be eager as well. When they reached Chen Zhao's room, Chen Zhao paused, reluctant to move forward. Open the door, quick. Chen Zhao could feel that dagger sting his waist. With no other options, he could only open the door. Kelly pushed Chen Zhao into the room, after which she scanned every corner briefly. Where did you hide the thing? On the bed. Chen Zhao glanced at the metallic box on the table. Just now you said it's in a box on the table, and now you say it's on the bed. Do you see anything on the table? Stop wasting my time. Give me the thing. Chen Zhao walked forward. He was about to grab the blanket when Kelly stopped him. Stand back. Kelly was a professional killer. Worried that Chen Zhao had hidden a weapon on the bed, she had to be careful. Kelly removed the blanket, but there was nothing underneath. Where is it? Below the pillow. Kelly lifted the pillow up. Suddenly, she felt a cold sensation on her hand. She lowered her head and saw a colorful, venomous snake around her arm, biting onto her hand. Kelly immediately wanted to kill the snake with her dagger, but the snake's reaction was even faster. It immediately climbed onto Kelly's upper arm. Then, Kelly felt somewhat dizzy and was unable to stand straight. Kelly sat onto the ground. Raising her head, she realized that Chen Zhao was already in front of her. Chapter 24. Ethan, it's not you, right? Chapter 24. Ethan, it's not you, right? Miss Killer, it seems like you didn't find what you wanted. I'm sorry. Chen Zhao laughed out loud. What do you want? Tell me what you're trying to find. You really don't know. Kelly insisted while looking at Chen Zhao with suspicion. I really don't know. Didn't that bounty hunter come to this motel just to give it to you? I don't know him at all. I don't know the specifics, but I know it's some formula. Some formula. I don't know. Okay, thanks for your cooperation. I hope you have a great weekend in the police station. You're calling the cops. Of course. Chen Zhao had already picked up his phone and was calling Jerlin. Jerlin, remember that murder next door to me? The killer is here right now. She got bitten by Raymond. Hurry and bring some people over. Okay, I'm coming now. Chen Zhao grinned at Kelly, even though Kelly's was a bit shocking. She hadn't fainted yet. After all, the last time Raymond cooperated and bit a criminal, he'd fallen to the ground within a few steps. Kelly couldn't stand up right now, but she still had a clear mind. You'll regret this. Why? I don't think I have any reason to feel regret. Jerlin, Melson, and a dozen other officers came a while later. Chen, are you okay? I'm fine. She's that female killer, Qinzhao explained. She approached me while I was doing my morning jog today and seemed to want to get something from me. I tricked her into coming here, and she was bit by my pet snake. Jerlin knew how smart Qinzhao's snake was, so she didn't find this surprising. Take her to the hospital and have more men watching her. Melson walked over. Bro, you really helped us. No problem. This is what a good citizen should do. Looking at Kelly, who was getting walked away, Qinzhao asked, Can I ask how many years she'll get? This depends on her criminal record, but murder and kidnapping are all heavy crimes. I think she'll get at least 20 years. Good. I hope she doesn't have the energy to take revenge on me when she comes out. Kelly was weak from the poison, but her eyes were still fierce. She stared at Qinzhao with resentment when she left. Being looked at by those eyes, Qinzhao felt uncomfortable. Anyone would be uncomfortable after being looked at by a murderer like that. Chen, Jerlin said, can you tell us the specifics? To be honest, I find it strange why she came to find me. She said that the bounty hunter that was killed had come to the motel to trade with someone. It's some formula. Don't ask me what, because I don't know either. She thought that I was the one who was trading with the bounty hunter. So after he died, she came to find me. Why does she think that you have something to do with the bounty hunter? No clue. Maybe it's another guest. Maybe. You can ask Ethan. He's probably clearer than me. Okay. Are you free soon? There's a party the day after tomorrow. Come with me. I'm sorry, Chin. I'm busy these days. There's too much work at the station. I can't leave. You're busy at night, too. Yes, I need to work overtime. Let's get together next time. All right, we'll have to wait for the next time. Are people inviting you to parties already? Seems like you've made new friends. No, it's a client. We're not really friends. If they're inviting you to a party, you're probably friends. It's just because I saved his life. He hates me, just like how I hate him. Okay, seems like you guys have a bad relationship. Jerlin and the other officers left while Raymond climbed to Qinzhao. Nice job. This is our reward. Qinzhao took out a piece of a demonic crystal. What about me? What about me? Beelzebub came over. You actually ran away. Qinzhao yelled angrily, kicking Beelzebub over. I didn't run away. I retreated strategically. Look, I came back to send the message. The two of us together aren't that human killer's match, so I came to tell Raymond. Human, I told you that you only need one demon servant. He's just useless. Shut up, you smelly bug. It's all because of my info that you can get that reward. Share that demonic crystal with me. Give me, give me. Raymond and Beelzebub got tangled up again, while Qinzhao went to wash up and change. Just then, Ethan came over. Chen, what's going on? Why did the police come? And where did that beauty go? I don't want to talk about this. Actually, Qinzhao was quite disappointed. She was so pretty, and Qinzhao had thought that he would have a chance. But she was actually a rose with thorns. Right, did the police ask you anything? They took my guest records. Are there any suspicious-looking people living here? Do you count? This isn't a joke. I almost died just then. That woman was that killer. She thought that I have something to do with the bounty hunter that died here. Qinzhao suddenly thought of something else. Oh, the only interaction I had with the bounty hunter was at the counter. Is that why she thinks I have something to do with him? But he was supposed to see. Ethan, you're the one he's supposed to trade with, right? What bullshit are you saying? I don't understand, Ethan replied straightforwardly. He didn't seem to be hiding anything, but Qinzhao wasn't sure. It really isn't you. First, tell me everything that happened clearly. Whatever. Even if it is you, it has nothing to do with me. I run a legal business. I don't care what business you do. It has nothing to do with me. But did Ethan just say that he does legal business? Qin Zhao wanted to scoff. If you do legal business, then nothing's illegal in this world. However, it didn't matter to Qin Zhao whether it was Ethan or not. Qin Zhao didn't want to get into the murky water. It just felt dangerous. Believe me, it's not me. Bastard, I don't care if it's you or not. There are a lot of illegal parts of my business, but I don't do ill-intentioned business. All right, so it's not you. Get out of my room. You still don't believe me, right? Get the fuck out, fatty. Chapter 25. Are you sure you're not planning to kill me? Chapter 25. Are you sure you're not planning to kill me? Chen! Ethan walked into Chen Zhao's room again. Can you leave me alone? Business for you. What's the pay? $200. So little. You have nothing at the moment, anyway. If you don't want it, I will reject it. Fine. Give me the address. Let me drive you there. Wait, are you going to kill me because I discovered your secret? Ethan slapped his own forehead. God, can you stop talking about this? I already said it's not me. I think I'll ask Vincent to send me there. Fine, whatever. Ethan left in frustration. I was joking. You can send me there. Ethan stopped the car below Morgan Building. Do you want me to wait for you here? Are you sure there aren't dozens of killers waiting for me up there? Ethan opened the toolbox beside him, in which there was a gun. If you keep nagging, I'll use this gun to blast you head off, you bastard. 78th floor, room 7802. Qin Zhao went to the 78th floor and found the correct room. Then he rang the doorbell. An exquisite lady opened the door. However, there seemed to be bloodstain on her body. Hello, I'm a doctor. Ethan sent me here. Are you injured? Come in first. Can I bring my pets in? The lady lowered her head and glanced at Beelzebub, who was beside Qin Zhao. Then she walked to the side to allow Qin Zhao and Beelzebub enter. When Qin Zhao entered the room, he saw another person lying on the floor. Qin Zhao wanted to turn around and leave at once. However, he suddenly realized that the lady was holding a blood-stained fruit knife. Help my sister and stop the bleeding. Don't let her die. Is she your sister? Yes. Qin Zhao put down his toolbox. The lady on the floor was stabbed in her abdomen and was gravely injured. Qin Zhao opened the lady's eyelids. Her pupils were dilated and her breathing was weak. Qin Zhao injected a small amount of morphine into the lady's body. Morphine is a very effective painkiller. Of course, morphine was a controlled drug. It could only be brought after obtaining a prescription from an official doctor. Qin Zhao had bought it from Ethan, who knew a method to buy such medicine. Then, Qin Zhao stitched the wound on the lady. At the moment, he did not yet have a way to buy blood of various blood types. Ethan was also helping Qin Zhao to look for a way. Although Ethan knew many places to buy prohibited drugs, this was not the case for medical blood. After all, every profession had its own threshold. Qin Zhao could only use a bit of demonic crystal to stimulate the lady's vitality. At the moment, she was very weak and could not withstand too much demonic crystal. Nevertheless, demonic crystal was an excellent nutrition provided it was used in the right amount. This was a use of demonic crystal that Qin Zhao had discovered himself. However, he would only get paid $200 this time. It was definitely a loss for him based on market price, but the metallic box would produce 1 year worth of demonic crystal if he saved a person. Wipe the sweat. The older sister gave Qin Zhao a piece of tissue. Qin Zhao sat down beside the lady. The outdoor scene viewed from this high-rise apartment was great. Its exterior was covered with floor-to-ceiling windows through which one could see half of Los Angeles. while its interior was also decorated with modern furniture. However, the living room was filled with broken items, as if there had been a fight. Can you tell me what happened? Chun Zhao was unsure whether to call the police. This woman stabbed her younger sister, after which she asked for a doctor to treat her sister. Moreover, she did not seem to be nervous. She did not appear to be in panic at all after hurting someone by accident. Instead, she was very calm. Chun Zhao was not trying to be a busybody. After all, this was already considered intentional harm. If something were to happen to the wounded lady after Chun Zhao left, he would very likely be investigated since he was the only person to have entered the crime scene. Do you not recognize me? Are you a celebrity? Chun Zhao was puzzled. Right, I'm only a third-class actor. It's normal that you don't know me. So, what happened between the two of you? Are you willing to hear our story? Yes, please. I snatched her character, so we started fighting. In the end, I almost killed her, just like what you've seen. The lady spoke in a very plain tone. She did not show any self-blame. We both came from Texas, and we both longed for Hollywood. After graduating from high school, we came to Los Angeles, trying to find an opportunity here. But my luck was clearly better than Shailene. I've already acted a few times. Although they were all insignificant characters, I'm still quite satisfied with my current state. On the other hand, Shailene only managed to get a few characters without any lines. This time in our competition for the same character, we both entered the last stage, which was audition with makeup. However, I was clearly more experienced, so I won. Shailene felt that since I already have so many opportunities, I should give this one to her. However, in Hollywood, even if I give up the chance, she still may not get it. We have no control over the characters we get. We argued and pulled each other's hair. Then, I grabbed the fruit knife and stabbed her. Chun Zhao glanced at Shailene, who was on the floor. She had already woken up, but she was crying silently. She did not argue anything or become noisy. Their story was not unique. In Los Angeles, there were too many girls trying to become celebrities, just like them. Hollywood was never short of beautiful women. They did not graduate from a proper college, so they were only non-professional. They had neither resources nor any background. They did not even have an agency to seize opportunities for them. Perhaps they could become famous in one night if they were lucky, but it was as unlikely as winning a lottery. Nonetheless, countless girls came to Los Angeles, to Hollywood one after another, just because of such a slim chance. The older sister was clearly quite lucky. The fact that they could live in such a high-class apartment indicated that they had a decent income. Such an apartment cost at least $10,000 a month. Even with his recent huge income, Chun Zhao was reluctant to live in such a place. Thus, the older sister was definitely earning quite a lot. Small roles were certainly not sufficient for their spending. Shailene finally spoke. I apologize for my unreasonableness. Your name is Shailene? Lowering his head, Chun Zhao looked at the lady before her. Later, I'll give you a prescription. They're all traditional Chinese medicine. You can buy them at a Chinese medicine store. Chun Zhao had neither a medical license nor the right to give a proper prescription. Therefore, even if he wrote down some Western medicine, they would not be able to purchase them from the pharmacy. Done. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Oh, right. $200, please. Do you have time to stay for a meal? Right here, Irwin invited. Okay. I have time until the next client calls me. Chapter 26. Pretty girls are most likely killers. Chapter 26. Pretty girls are most likely killers. It was only eating. The event that Chun Zhao expected never happened. However, they'd still left their numbers. Chun Zhao believed that they weren't pure white lotuses. Actually, they'd already mentally prepared themselves when they'd come to Hollywood. However, Irwin clearly took care of Shailene, so they would have to talk about the other stuff later. Irwin took Chun Zhao to the elevator. When do you have time? I'm free most of the time. Okay, then I'll contact you later. The elevator stopped after a few floors, and two people walked in. Qin Zhao could feel two pairs of eyes staring at him. When he turned around, the two didn't avert their eyes and continued staring. Do we know each other? No. Is there something on my body or face? Qin Zhao glanced at himself and discovered that there was blood on the corner of his clothes. He gotten stained at those sisters' house just then. Oh, you're looking at this? It's not my blood. I'm a doctor. The two didn't reply. Qin Zhao just wanted to get on the car home and take a hot shower. However, the moment the elevator stopped at the first floor and the door opened, the two people pounced on him. They tackled him to the ground. A few police officers also appeared outside and pointed at Qin Zhao's forehead. Don't move. And then Qin Zhao had handcuffs on. I'm not a criminal. I didn't break any laws. A tall black guy walked in. Qin Zhao looked up and saw Melson. Melson. Chen, how come it's you? I'm asking you. Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? Looking at the two immobilizing Qin Zhao, Melson said, Jimmy, Taig, what's going on? Head, he has blood on him, and we suspect that the killer hasn't left this building yet. We have reason to suspect that he's the killer. Melson looked at the blood on Qin Zhao's shirt. Qin, can you tell me what's going on? I have a patient up there, Qin Zhao said. The patient has a sister too. Maybe they can prove my innocence. You know I'm a doctor. After thinking, Melson said, What floor does your patient live on? 78th floor, room 7802. Can we go visit them again? Of course. Qin Zhao had to erase the suspicion on him immediately, so he could only take Melson and the other officers back to the 78th floor. However, Melson still owed Qin Zhao for many things, so he uncuffed him. Ding dong. Irwin, it's me, Qin. Can you open the door? No response. Qin Zhao pressed the bell again, but there was still no response. Weird. Why aren't they opening the door? Qin, are you sure this is the right room and floor? I'm sure. Then why aren't they opening the door? I don't know. Melson walked over and knocked. Is anyone home? This is the police. We need you to cooperate. Oh, I have their number. I can try calling them. Qin Zhao called the number they gave, but still no one answered. How is it? No one's answering. Head, I think I hear a phone ringing. Melson's expression changed. Move aside. With that, Melson hit his pistol on the lock and forced the door open. The blood in the room was obvious, but it was empty of people. There was only a phone on the table that kept ringing. Where are they? Where did they go? Melson's expression was dark. They're the true killers. We were all fooled. Qin Zhao finally made sense of everything now, too. The pair of sisters weren't actresses chasing their dreams at all. They were murderers. They'd killed someone, but the younger sister was injured. If they tried to escape, they wouldn't be able to go far. So they found an empty room and tricked Qin Zhao over. Then they made up a story to fool them. They'd made him stay for a meal because they were worried that Qin Zhao would run into the police if he left. Shailian couldn't move either. She had to rest. Now, they delayed long enough so that Shailian could move, and then they let Qin Zhao go and attract the police while they could escape. One had to admit that even though the plan seemed simple, it wasn't easy to execute. They had to face Qin Zhao so calmly in that kind of situation. Plus, they performed their roles as two conflicting yet loving sisters, so realistically. Qin Zhao had fallen into their trap the moment Irwin had said she was a nameless actress. He believed that they were telling the truth since the beginning. As expected, Qin Zhao was brought to the police station. However, the blood on his clothes proved his innocence. According to Melson, there were 4 bodies at the scene. This meant that the siblings had killed 4 people, but the younger sister was injured. They'd found the blood of 5 people. After comparing the blood, they confirmed that the blood on Chen Zhao matched the missing 5th person. Where's Jerlin? At the station? She's at the hospital. She's hurt. No, she's responsible for the female killer you caught today. Oh, when can I leave? It's all right now. You can leave after signing this. Chun Zhao said what he had to and described the appearances of the 2 suspects. Chun Zhao wasn't under suspicion, so he was naturally released. He'd thought that he was lucky today. He'd met 2 Hollywood actresses, and if they became famous, they might be able to develop into one-night stands. But they ended to be a pair of murderers. Thankfully, they didn't want to kill him. Or rather, he could be taken advantage of, so they didn't kill him. Chun Zhao felt that America was super dangerous. He'd met 3 beauties today, but each was scarier than the last. Thankfully, he was still alive. This was the luckiest part out of his unlucky day. As Chun Zhao rode home, Jerlin called. Jerlin, are you asking me out to dinner? No, I have bad news for you, Jerlin said solemnly. Please don't say Kelly escaped. Please don't say Kelly escaped. Please don't say Kelly escaped. That female killer escaped. You better be careful. She might look for you for revenge. Fuck. Whatever I'm scared of becomes real. Chapter 27, Going to Hell Alive. Chapter 27, Going to Hell Alive. Noticing that Chun Zhao was back, Ethan immediately brought out a mature golden retriever. Chin, you're back. Let me introduce to you. This is Sasha. I adopted her. Beelzebub had already charged forward. He smelled Sasha's ass, after which he attempted to mount her. However, given Beelzebub's size, he would not be able to reach her even if he stood up. Beelzebub, can you stop being so embarrassing? Woof woof. Raymond, you bastard. You bastard. Beelzebub roared in anger. Demons' abilities were not very effective against each other, but they were not totally useless either. This was because demons had various desires too. After all, they were also organisms. Demons with similar strength could not really go against each other's own will. For example, Beelzebub had always wanted Raymond to eat shit. This was clearly impossible. Of course, that was not because they were too powerful. On the contrary, they were both too weak. However, Raymond had managed to plot Beelzebub this time. It was just like how the first thing a man might think when he saw a woman was sex. It was not like Beelzebub wanted to have sex with every dog he saw. It was coincidental that he had such a thought when he saw this golden retriever named Sasha. Little guy, if you want Sasha, you need to work harder. Looking at Beelzebub's action, Ethan burst into laughter. Beelzebub was so mad that he ran directly up the stairs. This was really too embarrassing. He did not mind losing face in front of Chun Zhao, but this time he was actually humiliated in front of Ethan, a petty human. When Chun Zhao returned to his room, he discovered that Beelzebub was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? His scent has already disappeared. This bastard has scrammed back to hell. It's indeed a perfect day. Raymond was extremely satisfied with the outcome. I think you have crossed the line just now. To demons, even fighting and killing each other were acceptable, not to mention a mere joke, Raymond said, unconcerned. If someone sneaks into the room, can you discover the person? Chun Zhao did not really care if the incident had hurt Beelzebub's self-esteem. He was more worried about his own safety at the moment. A dangerous female killer who hated him so much was wandering outside. Chun Zhao was very anxious as that beautiful killer might appear beside him at any time. Nope, my senses are not too different from an ordinary snake. Chun Zhao was discouraged. But what's that heavy feeling? Not right. This feeling is very abnormal. Chun Zhao suddenly opened his eyes, but what he saw was not his room. Instead, it was a dim world filled with black, withered trees. A red and black mountain could be seen in the distance, while the suffocating smell of sulfur permeated the air. An enormous and bloated organism with large wings and protruding horns fell down from the sky and landed before Qinzhao. Without any hesitation, Qinzhao shouted, "Beelzebub!" "Yes, it's me, human. Welcome to hell. Did you summon me here?" Qinzhao asked, uncertain. At the same time, he inspected his surrounding. "Yes, I offered 100 souls. That was all my savings. Also, I took one of your things earlier." Beelzebub opened his hand and Qinzhao saw a scalpel there. "So why did you summon me here?" "Human, you better realize that our identities have already swapped. Swallow your pride. If I punch you, roll 3 rounds. 1, 2, 3. Seems like nothing about our identities has changed. You're still a demon, servant, controlled by me." Qinzhao grinned. "Fine. I only summoned you here as my guest. Do you want to visit my house? How do we get there? Is it far? Come up to my palm." Beelzebub's original form was a giant monster which was 6 meters tall. It was completely different from his projection in the human world, a Shar-Pei. Qinzhao sat on Beelzebub's palm. He had to agree that it was a special feeling. It was very different from riding a plane. It felt more like sitting on the roof of a skyscraper. His feet hung freely in the air. Of course, it was actually quite safe. At least Beelzebub would not suddenly throw him down. "What's your impression of hell?" "Pretty similar to what I've expected." Beelzebub's house was precisely on the mountainside of the red and black mountain Qinzhao had seen earlier. It was a cave. A female demon who was about the same size as Qinzhao walked out from the cave. She had a demonic horn on the left of her forehead and some scales on her body. Her upper body was naked, while her lower body was covered in a material which Qinzhao could not identify. Qinzhao had to agree that this female demon was very beautiful in the normal human definition of beautiful. She must be Beelzebub's wife. "Beelzebub, where did you find this soul? Looks different from the food we've had before." Hello, lady. I'm Beelzebub's friend." "Friend?" The female demon looked at Beelzebub. "You became friends with food." "Ada, shut up, you stupid, inferior demon. He's not food. He came from the human world. A completely living organism. He's not like the defective ones that we normally eat." Hearing Beelzebub's words, Qinzhao did not know whether he should be happy or sad. "Beelzebub, although in principle I can understand why you eat human souls, I can't accept it emotionally. I can't change this fact, but can you not speak about it in front of me?" No. You're different from them. They're only fragments which have lost everything." "Oh my God, you're a living thing?" The female demon was petrified before she charged forward and stood before Qinzhao. "The Almighty Sari, do you see it? There's a living human in my house. What a glory!" Sari was her great-great-great-grandmother, and also her master, a Banshee queen. But just like what you've already known, there's still some difference between her and me, a subordinate of Beelzebub, the king of gluttony. Back then she offered me 30 souls, so that she could marry me. Beelzebub was clearly very proud of his bloodline. After all, Beelzebub was the king of gluttony, one of the 7 great demon kings. Nevertheless, Beelzebub himself was not a powerful demon. Although he called himself a demon lord, he was only the lord of a small village at the foot of the mountain. Ada had changed her attitude entirely. Qinzhao had no idea that the living was so popular in hell. "Human, this is the dinner that I've prepared for you. Trust me, it's of the highest standard." Blarg. Qinzhao started puking right away. "What are those things on the table?" There was a basin-sized bowl filled with screaming ghost faces that were boiling continuously. Beside the bowl was a plate with a few hands that were toasted to distortion on it. They did not seem to be human hands, but they were very similar. "And what's the thing wiggling in the other bowl?" "Seems like you don't like the local food in hell." Do you have normal food? Beelzebub, stop acting. You know my habits. Human habits. Qin Zhao was certain that Beelzebub did this on purpose as a revenge to his occasional torture in the human world. Chapter 28. First time feeling respected everywhere. Chapter 28. First time feeling respected everywhere. In reality, the only food similar between hell and the human world was alcohol. However, the ingredients used to brew it were different, so it had a different taste. At least, nothing strange happened when Qin Zhao drank it. This is wine that only us gluttons can enjoy. What do you think compared to human wine? It's good, but it seems to have a fishy taste. Do you make it with blood? Indeed, the main liquid is blood from the misfortune goat of hell. Are there any side effects? Whether you're a human or demon, you'll have some misfortune the first time you drink it. Misfortune? Will I run into trouble? You'll understand later. Why do I feel so unsettled now? Human, I know you ran into some small trouble, so I think this will give you some small help. Qin Zhao squinted at Beelzebub. What's your motive? Just then, Beelzebub took out a strange black blade and stabbed it into the table before Qin Zhao. What do you mean? This is my demonic ritual implement. For me? Yes, for you. How will this affect me? It won't. I promise it won't affect you at all. I don't believe you. Hold this the next time you summon me. What will happen? This way, you can summon more of my strength. I can help you do more things too. I can even help you take care of that female killer. Oh, no problem. Qin Zhao happily yanked the black blade out. When it fell into his hand, it transformed into a small dagger, not much bigger than a fruit knife. Oh, right. Didn't you say that you already have 15 kids? Where are your kids? How come I don't see them? Are you sure you want to see my kids? Is there a problem? Ada, let my children out. Let them out? What does that mean? Ada picked up a wooden stick and knocked on the mountain wall. Rustles sounded deep inside the cave. Then Qin Zhao saw a group of fat balls of meat crawl out. Qin Zhao jumped right onto the table. They looked like larvae, but hundreds of times bigger. Each one was around 20 or 30 pounds, all white and fat. Yes, they're my children. Would they turn into what you or your wife looks like after they mature? Qin Zhao imagined a caterpillar turning into a butterfly. They might turn into other things. Perhaps. What do you mean, perhaps? Ada and I are different races. It's possible that our children will inherit mine or her lineage, but it's more possible that they'll turn into demonic beasts. Demonic beasts? What's that like? Did you see a group of things with black wings in the forest when you came in? Qin Zhao remembered. When he'd been sitting on Beelzebub's hand, he'd indeed saw a group of beasts running through the forest. However, they all had different features. Other than the black wings, they looked completely different. Qin Zhao thought that they were different races. Those demonic beasts are my brothers. Qin Zhao's mouth dropped open. They're your brothers. Not only were they the same race, they even had the same dad. And yet, their brother was sitting right before him right now. If they weren't my brothers, I'd have killed them when they entered my territory. After I received my inheritance from my father, I also became responsible for taking care of my brothers. The 20 brothers who couldn't inherit the lineage were given to me to take care of and give them a place to live. After a pause, Beelzebub said, most of these kids will become demonic beasts in the future and given to the brothers with a lineage to take care of. So the demons who can't get the lineage will just live aimlessly like this their entire lives. What's so bad about it? Someone will take care of them. How old are they now? 6 months already. Next month, we'll know if which ones haven't inherited mine or Ada's lineage. Beelzebub took out a tiny demonic crystal. Crush this and mix it into their food. Will the demonic crystal be effective for them? It's more likely for our lineage to be activated in them. Are you full? Want to go out and walk around? Is it dangerous? This is my territory, so you won't run into any danger. Actually, as a living being, you basically won't be hurt by any demons. So, living beings are respected in hell. Not respected. You're just rare. The last human who came to hell was 900 years ago. Even a demon king won't do anything to you if they see you. I can promise that. We demons have a strong desire for destruction, but all our killing and destruction are goal-oriented. In that case, let's go and walk around. Chun Zhao was quite curious about hell. Beelzebub took Qin Zhao to his territory. It was called Black Mountain Village at the foot of the mountain. There were about 100 demon families in Black Mountain Village. Of course, there were many demons because they were good at producing. One couple could produce more than 1,000 children. Just like in the human society, the more children there were, the heavier the burden. Not every race matured as quickly as Beelzebub's kids, maturing completely in 6 or 7 months. Lord Vito, are you here to supervise your territory? A demon with big ears stood at the village's entrance, welcoming Beelzebub. The big-eared demon's ears were like palm leaf fans. His frame was much bigger than a human. He was more than 10 feet tall. However, he was only half the size of Beelzebub. His weight was only 1/10 of Beelzebub, too. No, this is my friend. He's a living being from the human world. I'm bringing him around on a tour. A living being? The big-eared demon looked at Chun Zhao. Hello, most respected living being. Your arrival fills Black Mountain Village with honor. The last esteemed guest was the Nightmare Lord from 300 years ago, but you are much more esteemed than him. Please allow me to give you my most genuine respect. You flatter me. I'm very happy to visit hell. This is my demonic ritual implement. If you can accept it, it would be the greatest gift to me. The big-eared demon offered up a strange-looking wooden staff with both hands. There was some kind of jewel on the staff. He's a Singener that isn't subordinate to anyone, which is the lowest of all demon types. But if you want to, you can summon and use him whenever you wish. You don't have to give any sacrifices, but if you're happy, you can give him some rewards. Summon at will. Is it different from summoning you? I'm subordinate to Beelzebub, the king of gluttony. Don't compare him to me. However, Singeners have some advantages too. What advantages? He had a noble lineage a few generations ago, but they kept crossbreeding. It's like mine and Ada's descendants crossbreeding with demons of other lineages. After many generations, the lineage will be completely messed up. Then it can be like him, where one of his lineages suddenly awakens and he has some kind of ability. For example, he has big ears. I don't know which lineage it is, but it allows him to have better hearing. Of course, if you use him purely as combat power, he can face 5 humans by himself. Okay, I accept your demonic ritual implement. Chapter 29, Substitute Coin. Chapter 29, Substitute Coin. Chun Zhao walked into the village, where over 10 demons had already gathered. They were all Singeners with multifarious looks. The honored living, can you accept my demonic ritual implement? I'm willing to give you my life. I'll not retreat even in the face of a god. The almighty living, this is my demonic ritual implement. My strength is limitless, and I can become your best fighter. There was already a demon who was shamelessly describing Chun Zhao as being almighty. However, the demon who had claimed himself to be all-powerful was only a dwarf. He was at most 1 meters tall despite being quite burly indeed. You must be the sage from the human world. Please accept my demonic ritual implement. I can almost see Satan's blessing circling around you. Please accept my demonic ritual implement. Chun Zhao was forced to accept over 10 demonic ritual implements. all of which were from Sinjaners. Of course, only Sinjaners lived in the village. Those with noble bloodlines would not stay in such a desolate place anyway. Almost every demon who had a demonic ritual implement gave one to Qinzhao. Demonic ritual implements were formed when demons injected their own powers into something. Those with high status would clearly use expensive materials. For example, Beelzebub's black blade seemed to be exquisitely designed. On the other hand, Sinjaners were powerless and poor, so the materials they would use were also very ordinary. It could be a shining stone, a demonic plant, or even just the soil in hell. Demonic ritual implements contained a portion of the demon's powers. They could also be used to summon demons. In hell, when a demon offered his ritual implement to a superior demon, he was effectively devoting himself to the superior demon. The superior demon could use the ritual implement to summon him at any time and any place. Therefore, when the Sinjaners gave their demonic ritual implements to Qinzhao, they were pledging loyalty to him. However, Qinzhao would not be able to enslave these Sinjaners like a superior demon, because these inferior demons were unable to stay in the human world for too long. They could perhaps stay for an hour or a day, but not much longer than that. They seemed to be so passionate only because items in the human world were extremely precious in hell. Even a potted plant could mean a lot of profit to them, provided the plant could survive in hell. To be honest, they were just like foreign workers to Qinzhao. Compared to these Sinjaners who had demonic ritual implements, there was another group of Sinjaners who did not even have the power to create one. Their bodies were fragile, perhaps similar to a human, or even weaker. Although they also wished to be recognized by Qinzhao, they knew that it was highly unlikely. If the former were like the poor, the latter were like refugees. In any case, they were also curious about the differences between the fabled living and the incomplete souls they could occasionally obtain. Beelzebub, did my soul or body enter hell? Body. Can humans survive the environment in hell? No, it's just that you are protected by the rules. If one day you are powerful enough to open the gate to hell, you will still not be able to survive in hell. It's just like how I, a demon, must turn into a human world species when entering the human world. Such a change is passive, not something I can decide. If I enter the human world in my true demonic form, I'll die very quickly, just like a fish out of water. You know how in many human films, there's always a villain who wants to open the gate to hell and release demons into the human world to create chaos. Are they all fake? If there's really someone who can open the gate to hell for an extended period of time, he can indeed create some chaos. The atmosphere of hell will gush into the human world and create a hell-like environment in a region. However, it's clearly impossible to affect an entire country or even the whole world. Not even demon kings can do that. Suddenly, an emaciated, green-skinned demon walked up to Qinzhao and Beelzebub. The great Lord Vito and the noble living, I'm the humble Raz. Can I offer you a trade? What trade? He's a demon goblin. They all like to collect weird things and trade them everywhere. What do you have? This is my fine collection, a talking mirror. I heard that there's a story in the human world about someone whom I think is called Snow White. In the story, there's a magic mirror which can speak. My mirror isn't that magical, but it can speak. Don't be tricked. This talking mirror is made by simply imprisoning a soul in the mirror. It's worthless and nobody knows when the soul will dissipate. If you don't like the talking mirror, I still have a wish ring. Look, this ring contains a powerful demonic spirit. He can fulfill many wishes. Qinzhao looked at Beelzebub. Is this real? Of course not. It's actually just a demonic spirit which knows illusion spells. Moreover, before we even talk about whether the demonic spirit can really fulfill wishes, if you bring the ring back to the human world and then summon the spirit, it will die immediately. After all, only a handful of demons can survive in the human world, like a large demon or a demon king, or something like the Soulbringers. Chen Zhao stared at the green-skinned demon Raz. Are you trying to fool me? Don't you have something that's actually useful? Yes, of course I do. But may I ask what price you're willing to pay, the honored living? If you have something, show me first. I don't even know what it is, and you're already bargaining with me? I have a substitute coin. Please take a look. Lord Vito, you too. Oh, it's really a substitute coin. Beelzebub took the substitute coin in surprise. What's its use? It can block fatal damage for you once. Huh, that sounds great. Does it have any flaws? It has restrictions on the user, that is, it's useless for organisms which are too powerful like me. But it should work fine for you. Chen Zhao took the substitute coin. How much do you want? The humble, I hope to obtain at least 1 year worth of demonic crystals. Chen Zhao glanced at Beelzebub. Did you tell him that I have demonic crystals? Last time I used demonic crystals to purchase something from him, so he might have guessed it. He's a profiteer. So, do you think this price is reasonable? Yes. Each of you gets what you want. Demonic crystals are priceless for us demons, but you have plenty of those, while the substitute coin is also extraordinarily useful to you, so I think it's acceptable. Each takes what he needs. All right, I accept this trade, but I don't have any demonic crystals with me now. Help me pay for it first. Do I get any interest? No. Chapter 30. I'm also someone who has once died. Chapter 30. I'm also someone who has once died. Finally, Chen Zhao bought some substitute coins from the green-skinned demon. Respected living being, this is my demonic ritual implement. Of course, I am unable to fight for you in any battle, but I still have many good things, so you can summon me whenever needed. The green-skinned demon offered up a ring embedded with a green gem. Chen Zhao didn't reject him. After all, he'd already accepted so many demonic ritual implements. One more didn't mean much. Chen Zhao left the village with a bag of demonic ritual implements. Beelzebub, if others get demonic ritual implements, would they be able to summon the demons too? Demons aren't as easy as you think. They acknowledge you because you came to hell. They think you're a respected existence, but other humans are just lowly existences to them. After all, most of them have eaten human souls before. All right. Chen Zhao suddenly realized that his hand was gone. What the heck? My hand, my body, what's going on? I think time is up. It's a pity. I'd wanted to bring you to more places. It's already up? It's only been 3 hours, right? Chen Zhao's eyes flew open. The next moment, he realized that he was already back in his motel room. The moment after that, he felt pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a giant hole in his chest. A few seconds later, he heard a super loud sound. It was a gunshot. At the same time, around 900 feet away in a 6th-floor building across from the motel, Kelly put away her sniper after confirming that Chen Zhao was dead. It was a SG-1 sniper with an effective range of above 2,500 feet. The bullet could practically destroy targets within 900 feet. That bullet had hit Chen Zhao square in the chest. Even if it didn't hit his heart, he was still 100% dead. I said I would come back for revenge. Goodbye, cute boy. Crash. Ethan kicked the door open. It was already midnight, but he'd still heard the gunshot, and he knew that it was a sniper. Chen, are you okay? Ethan looked at Chen Zhao in the bed, and also saw a huge hole in the wall to the right of bed. Chen Zhao climbed up blearily. Ethan, what time is it? Is there a client? Thank God that you're all right. What just happened? Look here. Chen Zhao turned around and saw the shocking hole in the wall beside the bed. Suddenly, he remembered everything. It was all back. He'd been shot. He'd been killed. Seeing Chen Zhao's pale face, Ethan thought that he was scared. Ethan pulled the curtains closed and said, Chen, change your room. At least Find one that doesn't have a window facing out. Chun Zhao's expression grew more and more uncomfortable. Ethan, I'm fine. Let me calm down. His limbs hidden under the covers were trembling. I was killed. Chen, how are you? I'm okay. Are you sure you're okay? Yes, I'm sure. I'm going to change your room now. No need. I think that the killer left. Are you sure? Maybe they're still here. I know what I'm doing. Ethan, you can go now. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Okay, then I'll go. Call me whenever needed. After Ethan left, Chen Zhao looked at the demonic ritual implements in the bag beside him. Big-eared demon, nope. Banshee, nope. Bakuman, nope. Bloody hunter, this one's it. Chun Zhao remembered that this bloody hunter had said that he could track down any enemy. Chen Zhao picked up the demonic ritual implement, which was a dog's fang. In reality, bloody hunters were like werewolves, but they had a dog's head with a man's body. They were more like Anubis from ancient Egyptian mythology. A crazily huge bull terrier appeared before Chen Zhao. Most bull terriers were less than 70 centimeters and 50 pounds. However, the bull terrier that the bloody hunter had transformed into was more than a foot tall. It looked more like a tiger with a dog's head instead of a dog. Respected living being, thank you for summoning me. Chen Zhao rose and took a 1-year demonic crystal from his metallic box. I need you to capture someone for me, a female human. If you can find her, then this demonic crystal is yours. The bloody hunter stood up to his full height of 7 feet and bowed to Chen Zhao. Your will is my courage. I will bring her to you. This is the bullet she left behind. Can you find her? The bloody hunter picked the bullet up with his mouth and bit down. No problem. I can sense her. Crash! The bloody hunter broke through the window and disappeared into the night. Ethan ran into the room again. Chen, what happened? Did the killer come back? No, it's nothing. It was just the wind. Ethan's expression darkened, as if saying, don't trick me just because I'm honest. The wind isn't that strong here. Plus, the glass shards obviously mean something broke it from the inside. Ethan, can you go out? I hope that you won't come in again, even if there's more noise from my room. Chin, you won't kill yourself, right? You're still young. Don't worry, I'll find someone tomorrow to take care of this for you. I swear I'll help you with this. Oh, please, I won't kill myself. After that attack, I fear death even more now. Are you sure you won't? I'm very sure. All right. Remember, please don't come in no matter what happens. What are you going to do? Chun Zhao chuckled. Revenge. Kelly was driving a convertible down the highway in the suburbs. She was in a good mood. Destroying an enemy felt awesome. Suddenly, she saw something flash beside the road. A hallucination? Kelly didn't really care, but an uncomfortable feeling suddenly besieged her. This caused her to accelerate. There were pretty much no other cars on the highway at midnight. It was even less likely for there to be police. Suddenly, there was some animal standing on the road, a few hundred feet away in her car's headlights. Kelly instinctively turned her steering wheel. The car spun out of control, so she hurriedly stepped on the brake. Looking back, there was nothing there. But the unsettled feeling grew stronger. It was like something was approaching her. Getting closer, closer. Chapter 31, Demon Profiteer. Chapter 31, Demon Profiteer. All of a sudden, Kelly felt a shiver run up her spine. It's here. That thing is here. Kelly smelled a bloody odor. At once, she lifted her gun and pointed behind her. An enormous beast stood on the trunk lid. Because it was dark, Kelly could not see it clearly. Lion? No way. How can there be lions in Los Angeles? Bang! Bang! Kelly fired 2 shots consecutively, but the thing was even faster and dodged the bullets in one move. At the same time, it pounced at Kelly. Horrified, Kelly struck the beast's head with the gun stock. The thing was only momentarily staggered. In the next instant, its fully open mouth bit onto her arm. In severe pain, Kelly started to struggle wildly, but she was much weaker than the monster before her. Although she had had intense, special training before, she was still a human after all. There was no way she could fight against a beast that was at least 5 meters long and weighed over 200 kilograms. To make things worse, this beast also had terrifying teeth and razor-sharp claws. Soon, Kelly's left arm became weak. Kelly was dragged out of the car. She felt that she was about to be swallowed. However, the monster did not eat her yet. It bit onto her neck and dragged her towards an unknown place. After running for perhaps more than 10 kilometers, the monster began howling at the sky. Howl! Is this a wolf? Clearly not. Its size doesn't match, and it's way too ugly. Maybe it's a biochemical monster. Kelly had already started imagining things. Suddenly, Kelly vaguely saw a person walking towards her. She shouted right away, "Help! Help! Help me!" Seeming to have heard her voice, that person walked closer to her. "Are you calling me?" "Help! There's a monster! Save me!" Kelly was not hoping that the person could save her, and she also did not think about why the person would be on the outskirts at this time. Nevertheless, she was confident that she could escape when the monster started attacking the income. As the person approached her, Kelly felt more and more excited. To her great puzzlement, however, the monster beside her neither hid nor attacked the intruder. The person had definitely already seen her and the monster beside her, but he did not seem to realize that something was wrong. Instead, he continued walking forward. Closer and closer. Kelly smelled something fishy. How could he not see the giant beast beside her? Finally, Kelly saw the incomer clearly. "You. No way." "Chin!" Kelly's expression changed drastically. She had just used a sniper rifle to blast his body into pieces. She saw it with her own eyes, and there was no way she could have mistaken it. However, Chen Zhao was actually standing before her at the moment, unharmed. Surprise! Grinning, Chen Zhao stood before Kelly. "You seem to be injured, gravely injured." Chen Zhao glanced at the monster beside him and petted its head gently. "He's my friend. Seems like you've already met." Finally, Kelly could no longer remain calm. She flung herself up from the ground in an attempt to seize Chen Zhao. However, the bloody hunter struck its claw out and sent Kelly flying. Chen Zhao stood still. In fact, he was hesitating. How should he handle Kelly? Kill her? No way. He was a doctor, not a killer. Chen Zhao had never thought about killing someone. He had summoned the bloody hunter only because of temporary fury. After calming down, he fell into a dilemma instead. Stop saying something like a tooth for a tooth. After all, Chen Zhao was still a mere human. But to let her go? That seemed to be inappropriate as well. What if she comes back again and shoots me? Chen Zhao only had one substitute coin, and he used it before it even got warm in his pockets. If he was shot again, he would surely die. What do I do now? Hunter, do you eat humans? No, I only eat human souls. Kelly could understand Chen Zhao's question, but not Bloody Hunter's answer. Therefore, she was scared out of her wits when the Bloody Hunter turned its head and stared at her. It's so frightening. I should just grit my teeth and kill her directly. Bloody Hunter, I don't really want to kill anyone now, but I'm afraid of her revenge. Is there a way for her to never harass me in the future? How? Kelly had absolutely no idea how Chen Zhao communicated with the monster before him, the so-called Bloody Hunter. He seemed to be able to understand the monster's words, which caused Kelly to be even more creeped out. Yes, but I can't cast it. You need blood brand. What's blood brand? It's a type of demonic sorcery. To prevent subordinate demons from betraying, a superior demon will apply blood brand on its subordinates. If the superior demon dies, so will all the inferior demons under it. What if the subordinate demons die? The superior demon will not be harmed at all. So who knows this demonic spell? You can ask Raz. Perhaps he sells this kind of spell scrolls. After consideration, Chen Zhao touched the ring on his hand. Then Kelly saw a green monster walk out from the shadows. The green-skinned beast was not heavily built, but it had many sharp teeth in its mouth, a pair of protruding horns on its head, and a tail behind it. Raz, do you have a spell scroll for Bloodbrand? Is this the human world? It's my first time here. Quick, do you have a scroll for Bloodbrand? Yes. Please wait. Raz took out a scroll out of nowhere and gave it to Qinzhao. Thank you for your purchase. 1 month worth of demonic crystals, please. Kelly watched as Chen Zhao talked to the monster, which was giving off weird noises. She had no idea what it was saying. I forgot to bring any. Can I owe you first? Of course, but you need to pay me interest. That's troublesome. The respectable living. I have a spatial ring. Do you need it? Spatial ring? The kind that can carry many items? Yes, its interior is about the size of a room. I have traded it from a demonic dragon at a high price, so it's not going to be cheap. How much does it cost? 100 years' worth of demonic crystals. So expensive. Of course, but the price is definitely reasonable. You can ask Lord Vito. I don't have that much demonic crystals at the moment. I'll buy it in the future when I have enough. You can owe me first. Pay me within a year with an additional 10 years' worth of demonic crystals. Let me think about it. 100 years' worth of demonic crystals was not a small amount. After all, so far Qin Zhao had only obtained about 20 years' worth of demonic crystals in total. Chapter 32. What if I want to gain weight? Chapter 32. What if I want to gain weight? How do I use it? Qin Zhao held the scroll and stood before Kelly. She stared at Chen Zhao in fear. Raz and the bloody hunter were at his side. To Kelly, Chen Zhao had become a mysterious being. It's simple. Let a drop of her blood fall on the scroll and then burn the scroll to ashes. Then she'll never be able to hurt you again. What if she goes against the contract? She'll be devoured by the demon insect from hell. Kelly didn't understand what this green-skinned creature was saying to Qin Zhao, but she knew it couldn't be good. Just then, the bloody hunter suddenly clawed Kelly's back. Kelly couldn't even fight back. Her back was already bleeding profusely. After Qin Zhao wetted the scroll with blood, he ignited it with a lighter. When the scroll burned to ashes, Qin Zhao bent down and smiled at Kelly. You might not understand what just happened. Put simply, I put a curse on you. If you try killing me again, I'll make you die even more tragically. If the two beasts beside him didn't exist, Kelly would think this supernatural stuff was a joke. However, she didn't find it funny at all right now. Chen Zhao looked serious. His actions earlier were very strange too. You two can go back to hell. Kelly watched the two beasts bow their heads to Qin Zhao, and then their bodies disappeared gradually. You're Satan, the devil. Think whatever you want. Just remember not to piss me off anymore. Chen, how come you're up so early? Did you go for a morning jog again? Yeah, the air is always so fresh in the morning. Someone tried to kill you 3 hours ago, and you still went out for a run. Perhaps the killer thinks they killed me already. There aren't any killers that stupid in the world. Trust me, it's best if you find a place to hide now. At least, don't expose yourself in broad daylight. I can't do that. I have a client today, that old white guy. That's $100,000 of income. All right, I'm jealous. But before that, you have to treat another client. He lives in Beverly Hills too. How much money? $1,000. Okay, give me the address. Chen Zhao couldn't be picky now. He couldn't give up on a $1,000 job just because he had a $100,000 job. The most important thing now was to accumulate connections and clients. His income seemed nice now, but it still wasn't stable. After all, most of them were one-time clients. Only Rasva counted as a long-term client. He was special too. Only he relied on demonic crystals. He'd been about to die and could only live by using demonic crystals. It won't be some female killer again, right? It seems like I keep running into this stuff these days. Up to now, Chen Zhao had met 3 very beautiful women who all turned out to be killers. This annoyed Chen Zhao. He just wanted to meet a pretty girl who wanted to sleep with him. That wasn't a difficult requirement. Why couldn't it come true? After washing up, Chen Zhao took his equipment and left. He arrived at Beverly Hills and went to the client's house. The house and position was clearly incomparable to Rasva's super fancy mansion. However, every manor in Beverly Hills had its unique points. This was a smaller house, but the monthly rent would be at least $20,000. This was a conservative estimate too. It didn't have a huge garden, but the environment was still what people dreamed of having. Chen Zhao pressed the doorbell. There was a speaker above the doorbell. "Who are you?" It was a woman. She sounded quite young too. Chen Zhao looked up at the security camera before the metal gate. "I'm the doctor. Ethan told me to come." Click. The door unlocked automatically. "You can come in," the speaker said. Chen Zhao entered the manor. There were a few hundred square meters of greenery in the manor. There was also a pool before the house. The house itself was of a modern style. The woman was lying on a recliner before the pool, clad in a bikini. Her copper skin was very sexy, but her figure was a bit thin. There was a walkie-talkie beside her. "Sit anywhere." "I'm Chen Zhao. You can call me Chin. What can I call you?" Chen Zhao asked. "Yafin Livana. If you pay attention to showbiz, you should know me. Why did you bring a dog?" "This is my working habit. I like to bring it around. It saves me time from walking it." "Miss Yafin, how may I help you today?" Yafin moved on from that question. "I need to gain weight. I accepted the audition for the female lead of a big production. But my body is quite different from the character. She's like a superwoman and needs muscles, but you can see it too. I'm too thin now." Chen Zhao looked at her body. Her figure looked very unnatural. She was pretty, but the sickly thinness made her look like a toothpick person with a big head. "You took diet pills, right?" "Yes." This explained it. There were 2 types of diet pills now. The first was legal. They were tested products and relatively safe. However, it took a while for them to become effective and weren't that effective either. Of course, they had lighter side effects too. The other type was stronger but had much bigger side effects. They were illegal. They either couldn't be sold or weren't even licensed to be produced. However, there was a market, and if people wanted it, others would produce it. You could take the overconsumption of Xenical, for example. Xenical was used to decrease the absorption of fat, mostly used for those who regularly had high-fat diets. The usage of Xenical had always been debated because if overconsumed, it could cause physiological disorders. The user might even be completely unable to absorb fat. Another example was that many diet pills added large amounts of laxatives. The effect for this type was very obvious, but the consequences were serious too. Some girls would get eating disorders after using illegal diet pills. Some might even destroy their stomachs and be forced to live off glucose drips. They would need 1 or 2 years of treatment to gradually recover. Yafin was the type who used diet pills regularly. Some symptoms had already appeared in her. Chen Zhao could diagnose some of them with his naked eye. Of course, judging by her pallor, she already had a slight eating disorder. This wasn't good. If she was dependent upon diet pills, then there was an even worse consequence awaiting her. "So, do you have a solution?" Chen Zhao chuckled. Beelzebub was finally truly useful today. "Of course. I will make you have an appetite today. What should I do?" "Turn around. I need to prick you with some needles. I mean acupuncture. Okay, I do acupuncture often too. I like it. Women on diets were crazy. They would try anything to lose a pound. In reality, acupuncture could help with losing weight too, but it wasn't that effective. It mainly decreased the digestive abilities of the stomach. If something needed an hour to digest, it would take longer after acupuncture. That way, the person wouldn't feel hunger. However, it wasn't that useful to overweight women because most of them didn't eat because of hunger. Instead, they made eating a habit. Like how some people smoked, it was a problem of habit. These people would feel unsettled and emotionally unstable if they didn't have food. Chapter 33. Chen Zhao is a trickster. Chapter 33. Chen Zhao is a trickster. Very soon, Chen Zhao performed acupuncture on Yafan, completing freeing her digestive function. Then, the main contributor, Beelzebub, gave Yafan the desire for food. Acupuncture was not all-powerful. It could not give someone an appetite. However, Chen Zhao would never reject other methods, for example the power of demons. I feel somewhat hungry. Are you willing to eat something with me? I have been controlling my shape recently. Chen Zhao euphemistically rejected Yafan's suggestion. You have a great shape. Yafan reached out and touched Chen Zhao's chest muscle. I have already activated your taste buds using my treatment. But if you don't want to become fat, you better do an appropriate amount of exercise. At least 1 hour of aerobic exercise every day and half an hour of anaerobic exercise. You should eat food high in starch and protein. It can allow you to gain weight in the shortest time possible. Yafan needed to gain weight and achieve the shape of a bodybuilder, not to become fat. Chen Zhao believed that a lady who was so concerned about her beauty would know how to control her shape. Yafan's fingers slowly slid downwards. Then do an hour of aerobic exercise with me. Chen Zhao lowered his head and gently held Yafan's chin. His body also bent over. After an hour and a half, the two finished their battle. Chen Zhao put on his clothes properly. Are you sure you don't want to eat something with me? No, I still have another customer. Thank you for your patronage. $1,000, please. Fine. You're the first man to fuck me and take my money. You're also the first woman to accept my treatment and be fucked by me. Fuck. Hope that you can get that role. Thank you. Give me your number, please. Chen Zhao picked up his toolbox and left with Beelzebub. Beelzebub, didn't you say that when I summon you with your demonic ritual implement, you would be stronger? My power is not reflected by my body. Now I have 1/3 of the power of my true form. If we meet that female killer again, can you finish her? Nope, but I can make her so hungry that she will eat the soil beneath her directly. Beelzebub, even if you were summoned by your demonic ritual implement this time, you're still no match for me. You are just a fool. You better be careful. Otherwise, I will bury you in the waste soil behind the motel, Beelzebub threatened. Chen Zhao never once interfered with their argument. After leaving Yafan's manor, Chen Zhao headed for Rasva's place directly. Rasva, I'm outside your manor now. Are you available for treatment? Yes, of course. I'll send Paul there to welcome you. Soon, Paul appeared and brought Chen Zhao into the manor. This time, Rasva was much more respectful towards Chen Zhao. He did not say anything rude. Hi, Chen, you're finally here. Rasva hugged Chen Zhao to welcome him. Do you want to drink anything? Perhaps red wine or whiskey? No, I don't want my mind to be affected during treatment. Let's start the session first. No problem. Rasva also did not want to waste any time. That was because he clearly felt that his condition was worsening that day. Since the morning, he had been feeling uneasy. There had been a few times when he wanted to call Chen Zhao. He felt that he was going to die. This was common human nature. The closer one was to death, the more one would fear death. What do I need to do? Drink this first. Then I'll perform acupuncture. All right. The amount of demonic crystals used this time was significantly higher than the previous time. As Chun Zhao was treating Raspa, Raspa could clearly feel his vigor returning. Just then, a red-haired woman came into the room. Chun Zhao could recognize this woman, whose name he recalled to be Rydra. Mr. Raspa, what are you doing? Rydra was somewhat angry. Raspa was lying on the sofa at the moment. He raised his head gently. Because his back was full of needles, he could not turn around directly. Rydra, I am being treated. Can't you tell? Raspa had always disliked Rydra. In the past, he did not do anything to her so that she could send fake messages. At the same time, Rydra's medical skill was fantastic. However, he had already found a substitute at the moment, namely Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao could at least save him, while Rydra could only watch him lose his life gradually. Therefore, Raspa would rather accept Chun Zhao's treatment than Rydra's suggestions. Treatment? Using this stupid acupuncture? Mr. Raspa, please clear your mind. Acupuncture can't save you. Rydra apologized to Chin. I refuse. I wouldn't apologize to a trickster. Asian, you're a trickster. You're not a doctor. I have already done my investigation. This guy doesn't even have a medical license. Raspa, you've been deceived. He doesn't have the ability to save you. Chun Zhao was oblivious to Rydra's aggressive words. He petted Raspa's shoulder and muttered to him, Raspa. Raspa lowered his head and looked at his crotch. He could feel something. He could really feel something. The long-lost feeling was back again. That was a feeling almost forgotten by him. Raspa's face flushed. Apart from the feeling down there, Raspa no longer felt stuffy. He felt his body fill with energy. Chen, thank you. Mr. Raspa, did he give you some medicine? You should know that your heart problem is extremely severe. You can't eat that kind of medicine as it'll kill you. If you listen to my suggestions, I can allow you to live longer. A trickster's words will only kill you sooner. So, how long do you think I can live? Rydra was speechless. During the examination 3 days ago, both she and the doctor in the hospital asserted that Raspa would not survive that night, but he did. During the second examination, she concluded again that Raspa would live for no more than a week. She was confident about her judgment, which she had obtained from a professional viewpoint. It did not involve any emotions or benefits. She believed that if Raspa could listen to her instructions and advice, he might be able to live longer. But now Raspa disliked her even more. He would rather listen to a trickster than her professional opinion. Rydra, I'm tired. Paul, send Rydra out. Oh, yeah. Ask Anna to go to my room. It needs some cleaning. Chin, do you need a room to rest? No. I need some food. All right. Paul, get Chin some food. During my rest, please take good care of Chin for me. Yes, sir. Trickster, you trickster. I'll call the police. You're practicing medicine illegally. If you confess to Mr. Raspa now, I can consider letting you off. Ms. Rydra, Chin is only Mr. Raspa's guest. I think nobody here will testify your words, Paul said emotionlessly. Chapter 34, Druid Chin. Chapter 34, Druid Chin. Rydra was asked to leave in anger. Of course, Paul was still respectful to her. After all, Rydra had been Raspa's private doctor and health consultant for 5 years. Her contributions couldn't be overlooked. However, she also knew that she could only talk. After all, Raspa or other victims of Chen Zhao had to be willing to be a witness to sue him. It would be difficult or even impossible to find anyone as a witness. These people all went to Chen Zhao because of reasons they couldn't publicize. Why would they help be a witness for her? She could only wait for Raspa's health to deteriorate again. She believed that it would dawn on Raspa then. Chen Zhao ate happily in the restaurant. All the food in Raspa's manor was of top quality. They weren't bought from supermarkets. They were supplied by special sources. Caviar from the Caspian Sea, French foie gras, beef. All of them were fine products. The manor also had a top chef, so every bite was top enjoyment. Chun Zhao also had Paul serving him and pouring wine for him. "Mr. Chin, will you take a walk on the beach?" "Sure." When he arrived at the beach, he saw a group of teenagers fooling around. There were also couples and some people kissing under parasols. Wasn't this beach private property? How did these youngsters get in? "That's Mr. Raspa's grandson and his friends," Paul said. Just then, a Doberman rushed over at Chun Zhao. No, more accurately, it was running toward the Shar Pei Beelzebub at Chun Zhao's feet. Fuck, that's Wolf. Paul was about to chase the Doberman away, but it was too late. Beelzebub had already charged. This clearly wasn't a friendly meeting because they repelled each other. Dobermans were large dogs and very menacing. In the past, they were mostly used as hunting dogs. Now, people didn't really hunt anymore, but the aggressive and aloof genes of a Doberman hadn't changed. In recent times, they were mostly used as fighting dogs and faced off similar dogs in the cruel and bloody ring. They had a clear understanding of their companions and strangers. It was very difficult for them to become friends with unfamiliar dogs. They weren't friendly with everyone like huskies. If another male dog appeared in their territory, the dog would become their target. A Shar Pei's combat ability was only half of a Doberman's. Shar Peis were only 1/3 of a Doberman's weight and half of their height. After all, one was a mid-sized dog while the other was large-sized. It wasn't hard for Paul to imagine what would happen. The youngsters also realized then that their Doberman and Chun Zhao's Shar Pei seemed to have some conflict. The two dogs barked madly at each other. Instead of stopping the Doberman, the teens started yelling excitedly, "Wolf, tear that guy up. Come on, hurry up. I bet $100 that the little guy will get ripped up in a minute. I bet $100 it'll only take 30 seconds. Wolf is a warrior from the rings. I'm guessing 10 seconds. Chun Zhao called out, "I don't like gambling, but I like winning. In 10 seconds, my Beelzebub will defeat that idiot. Hey, Asian, how much are you betting?" "I'll also bet $100. Are you sure you want to throw away 100? It's just a Shar Pei. Beelzebub, don't kill him." Awoo. Beelzebub was furious. How could a human's toy dare to provoke him? This was an utter insult. Wolf instantly felt danger. It wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Beelzebub had already tackled Wolf, biting Wolf's neck at the same time. If he applied a bit more pressure, Wolf would die. Wolf couldn't move anymore. It had been domesticated, but as a beast, it was still sensitive to danger. It could sense that Beelzebub's danger was completely different from any other dog. What? How is this possible? When did Wolf become so weak? "Paul, please bring my medical kit over." "Yes, mister." "Chin." Shortly, Paul brought Chun Zhao's kit over. Chun Zhao walked to Beelzebub and Wolf. He kicked Beelzebub aside and patched up Wolf's injury. Wolf wouldn't attack humans. This was the result of domestication. It had already lost most of its wildness. Plus, it could sense Chun Zhao's friendliness. Chun Zhao patted Wolf. "Go back to your master." Just then, Raspa's grandson walked out. Wolf returned to him and wagged its tail, but it seemed to be sad. "I'm Daniel. What's your name?" "Chen." "Chen." "Just call me Chin. Let's hang out. Your Shar Pei is powerful. Will you sell it?" "Sorry, I'm afraid he won't accept a second master." "All right, tell me how you train it. Or are all Shar Peis so powerful?" "Only he's a bit more powerful. I didn't purposely train him. Maybe it's because he was on the streets and fought with the other strays before I found him." "I see. So are strays more powerful? Seems like I should go adopt one." "Ah, Snake, snake. Hiss, hiss. Since Chen Zhao was talking to Daniel, a girl went to open Chen Zhao's medical kit and saw a snake curled up inside. That's Raymond, my other snake. Raymond climbed out of the kit. Seeing how Chen Zhao didn't seem to mind, Daniel asked, "Are you sure it won't get lost?" Reptiles aren't as smart as dogs. Raymond had been slithering around, but it suddenly turned around and darted toward Daniel. "Ah, it's coming. You better run. You angered it." "What? Snakes can't understand us talking. No, they can't even hear. It's impossible." Seeing Raymond rushing over, Daniel immediately ran away. Raymond chased after him without stop. "Damn it, guys, help me. Save me. That snake's attacking me." Paul stood beside Chen Zhao. "Mr. Chen, are you sure it's okay?" "Don't worry. My Raymond is very obedient. It won't bite anyone without my command." Paul knew that Chen Zhao brought his two pets wherever he went. He'd even release them when he went to Rasva's hospital room. "Chen, save me. Hurry and save me." Chapter 35. Doesn't mean I'm going to be your stepfather. Chapter 35. Doesn't mean I'm going to be your stepfather. You need to apologize to him. This is so dumb. I'm not going to. Okay, fine. I'm sorry, I was wrong, mister. Raymond, I was wrong. Indeed, Raymond stopped the chase. Daniel and his friends were all stunned. "Oh my God! God, did you see that? Did you see that? This snake actually understands it. This can't be real. Raymond, you idiot." A friend of Daniel did not believe it. Then Raymond turned around and headed towards him directly. "Oh no, he understands me. He's coming for me. I'm sorry. I was wrong." Raymond let that person off. At this moment, the entire group of young people was totally bewildered. "Chin, tell me how you've managed to train Beelzebub till he's so strong, and a snake till he's so clever. Are you a wizard?" "No, you're a druid." "Yes, only this can explain everything." "You might need to ask their previous owners. In fact, I've adopted both Raymond and Beelzebub." "I don't believe it. Which fool would throw them away?" "This is the reality." "Can I touch Raymond?" "Raymond, do you mind?" Chen Zhao looked at Raymond, who was in the distance. Raymond slowly crawled forward and stopped before Daniel. Daniel was still somewhat scared of Raymond, but he still extended his hand out. Then Raymond climbed up Daniel's hand. "God, he's really too smart. Chin, sell him to me, please. Snakes are my favorite, especially Raymond. Ask him yourself if he's willing." "Raymond, are you willing to live with me?" Raymond raised his head, after which he shook his head. God, God, God. I like him more and more." Of course, although Daniel admired Raymond, he was not planning to get Raymond by force. After all, he had been through elite education. Perhaps he was just somewhat indulgent, which was a common characteristic of the teenagers in this country. However, having been through elite education, he would not allow himself to establish enemies easily, even an ordinary-looking Asian. Those wealthy kids who want to kill all their enemies after a small dispute would only appear in novels, not the real world. Daniel was clearly more interested in the two pets than Chen Zhao. Actually, everyone present was more interested in Raymond and Beelzebub than Chen Zhao, including Paul. "Daniel, don't you have lesson today?" Just then, Zola walked over. Zola was Daniel's mother. At the moment, Zola was wearing a white business wear. Unlike the last time, today her hair had been permed. "Chin, you're here as well." "Nice. I have been experiencing chest tightness recently. Can you help me to take a look?" "No problem." "Chin, can you leave Raymond and Beelzebub here temporarily?" "Sure." Chen Zhao left with Zola. The two of them entered a random bedroom, after which they started making out. Actually, Chen Zhao was indeed examining Zola's body. Women that were about 40 years old had the greatest desire. At the same time, they were also the most experienced ones. How's my father? We've already completed today's session. Why didn't I see him at his place? He's in the bedroom. I don't think he has the habit of sleeping in the day. In fact, he doesn't spend much time sleeping at all. With a maid. All right, let's do it one more time, okay? Of course, as you wish. Zola was a very attractive woman, even though she was no longer young. She knew how to display her feminine charm. Of course, Qin Zhao was not planning to become Daniel's stepfather, and Zola was also not planning to let Qin Zhao become her fourth husband. They were only taking what each of them needed. All of a sudden, the door was pushed open. They saw a girl standing outside. Then they heard a loud scream. This was the first time Qin Zhao had come into contact with a shy female after he arrived in Los Angeles. Fine, perhaps it was because she looked only about 16 or maybe even younger. After all, European and American girls experience puberty earlier than Asian girls. Darling, why did you come in without knocking? At the moment, Qin Zhao and Zola were still in an awkward position. Zola's legs were on top of Qin Zhao's shoulders. I heard that you were here. The maid told me that you're in this room. The girl lowered her head, not daring to look at Qin Zhao and Zola. Is he your new boyfriend? No, Zola answered frankly. Can you give us 10 minutes? The girl could only close the door again and then leave. Seems like we need to find a place that's more hidden next time. The two of them sped the process up. Instead of continuing to explore various postures, they only aimed for speed. Zola was even more familiar with this. 10 minutes later, the two walked out of the room together. Zola went to find her daughter. Qin Zhao did not want to appear before them, so he found an excuse to leave. Manny, I'm so sorry. I have displayed my ugliest side in front of you. Mom, it's my fault. I shouldn't have gone in without knocking. So, let us forgive each other. Mom, who's that man? He seems to be much younger than you. He's Qin, your grandfather's doctor. Zola was clearly not planning to continue this topic. Did you come with Daniel? No, I came here alone. He has his own circle. I heard that you went to a movie company for audition last week. Is that right? Yes. If you want to remain in this profession, I can recommend you to every director. After all, Raspa was the chairman and major shareholder of PLM, one of the 6 major film studios in Hollywood. These 6 studios were both competitors and allies of each other. Zola also worked in the movie industry, so she knew countless famous directors and actors. Although she could not make Manny the female protagonist directly, she was clearly confident that Manny would at least take up a role with dialogue. In Hollywood, female protagonists were almost always appointed by the movie company. They were very seldom decided via audition. Characters with dialogues would mostly be allocated by agencies. If Manny went for an audition directly, the likelihood of her succeeding was effectively 0. Under the same conditions, director groups would only choose actresses under various agencies and partners, or those who could bring them benefits and not Manny. Apart from being young and beautiful, Manny had almost no advantages. Hollywood had never been short of young and beautiful actresses. Actually, Manny's young age might even become her disadvantage. That was because in Hollywood there was a rule: movie companies would not use non-adults unless they had to. Minors, animals, and the like must all be used carefully. A character who is about 15 or 16 could well be acted by a 20-year-old actress after dressing up appropriately. Chapter 36. Another old guy with kidney problems. Chapter 36. Another old guy with kidney problems. When Qin Zhao reached the lounge, he saw Raspa sitting there and chatting with another old, white-haired man. Qin Zhao wasn't quite familiar with Hollywood stars, but this old man was a famous director. His name had spread to the other side of the world. Raspa's cheeks were ruddy. He felt like he'd recovered his youthful vigor. Every one of his cells was alive. Qin, come here. Let me introduce you. Qin Zhao had already walked over. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Chin. Hello. The director respectfully shook Chen Zhao's hands. Not everyone was racist. He's my current health consultant, Chin. Stephen, maybe you can have Chin check your body. I'm talking about that problem. Stephen was a bit hesitant. This kind of problem was difficult to talk about. Even though the West was less conservative, this condition affected his dignity as a man. He didn't dare to ask a doctor. Actually, he tried some medication that private doctors had suggested, but none of them were effective. Only some people knew about this, such as Rasfa, one of his fellow patients. When he came today, he saw Rasfa doing crazy things with his maid in his room. He could even hear the maid's wild noise when standing outside. It sounded like an intense battle. This made Stephen wonder if Rasfa had been lying to him all this time. We agreed to be fellow patients, but you're playing with girls secretly? You said you can't anymore, but you're obviously super strong, all right. What made Stephen more jealous was the fact that Rasfa was a decade older than him, but he could still be so strong. Chin, do you know what my illness is? It's not hard. Judging from your age, your body has started failing in all aspects. You have obvious age spots too. This means that there's something wrong with your kidney and detoxification system. You're probably worried about your sex abilities, right? Is it that obvious? If it's only what I see, then I can't confirm it. I have to first check your body. It's actually not such an embarrassing condition. You're not young anymore, and some things can't be avoided. Of course, if I treat you, I'm confident in helping you recover your abilities. Are you an expert in this? No. In the medical field, professional knowledge in one area can't be compared to an all-around doctor. The body is very strange, and many physiological diseases result from secondary diseases. You have to treat it from the root, instead of treating wherever the problem is. Okay, so how will you cure me? I'll use acupuncture to help you detoxify and reinvigorate your kidney. Then it'll be able to give your lower body enough strength. How long will it take? Effects show quickly. You can ask Rasfa about this. However, your kidney has withered for too long. You'll need prolonged treatment. Stephen, I was like you before noon today, but after lunch, I'm bursting with energy. You should take Chen's suggestion. Trust me, it's beneficial for you. Then now, Stephen was clearly tempted. He'd been dormant for too long. Stephen, you're Rasfa's friend, but I still have to tell you that I'm an unlicensed doctor. Of course, I understand. Also, my price isn't low. Chen, I'll pay for Stephen. I won't disappoint you. Rasfa was a businessman. He was obviously willing to get two important people's favors with the lowest cost. Both Chen Zhao and Stephen were people he needed to rope in. How about we move somewhere else? I also need to get my medical kit. Sure. Stephen, come sit in my library. Chen Zhao brought his kit, Beelzebub and Raymond to the library a while later. Stephen was lying on the sofa with his shirt off already. Because of his kidney, he looked a bit frail. Should I leave you two alone? No need. Stephen's situation is better than you. It's not that complicated. We might be able to get coffee together after 10 minutes. Of course, Stephen might need to take care of some personal problems too. 10 minutes later, Chen Zhao had used acupuncture to stimulate Stephen's kidney. This helped him successfully expel the extra toxins in his body. At the same time, Raymond used his abilities. When Stephen got up from the sofa, his pants were already tented. Haha, Stephen, it seems like you really need to take care of a personal problem. Should I go get two beauties? Rasfa had a supply of beauties in his house. There were even some nameless actresses who worked as maids for him to get an opportunity. This was commonly seen in Hollywood too. Even some well-known actresses now had unspeakable pasts before they became famous. No celebrity who made a name for themselves in the entertainment industry was innocent. Face red, Stephen graciously accepted this suggestion. Rasfa's library was very big and also had a balcony facing the beach. He and Chen Zhao sat there, drinking coffee while waiting for Stephen to finish. Chin, are you sure you don't want some girls? I don't for now. Didn't you say there will be many beauties at tonight's party? Yes, but it'll depend on your own abilities then. Of course. Chin, are you interested in opening a clinic in Beverly Hills? With your abilities and my connections, I'm sure your business will prosper. That's not necessary. I'm quite satisfied with my current job. If I open a clinic, my schedule won't be as free as now. Plus, I don't like to get chased around by the IRS. The most important reason was actually because Chen Zhao didn't have enough money now. How much would it cost to open a clinic in Beverly Hills? You'd need at least $1 million. If your clinic is too small, most residents of Beverly Hills wouldn't even spare it a glance. There were also large risks. If his income couldn't balance out his expenses, he'd be at risk of huge losses. He couldn't even think about making money then. Most clinics would face these problems in the beginning, especially somewhere like Beverly Hills. Most residents here had their own personal doctors. They wouldn't trust a doctor in an unfamiliar clinic so easily. Even if Raspa could recommend people, it wasn't like he could force people to go to his clinic at gunpoint. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. 1 hour later, Stephen came back. Chin, thank you. Stephen hugged Chen Zhao in excitement. Stephen, have you taken a shower? Chen Zhao pushed Stephen away in disgust. Air. Huh. Let's have a drink first before that. In case you need long-term treatment, here's my name card. Call me in the future. Suddenly, they heard a scream from the beach. I think something happened down there. Daniel's in the sea. He's in trouble. A group of young people was on the beach, shouting at the sea. 2 strong young men grabbed 2 buoys and charged into the sea. I'll go down and take a look. Chen Zhao quickly ran down the stairs and towards the beach. Just then, Chen Zhao saw Daniel being dragged onto the shore by his friends, but his leg was covered in blood. He had been attacked by a shark. Luckily, the shark only bit him once before losing interest. Daniel had already lost his consciousness. Suddenly, Chen Zhao saw Blackie appear beside him. Blackie, why do I see you all the time? I was nearby by chance. You sure you didn't follow me here? Fine. I feel that I can always find prey by following you, so I'm here. Sorry. Since I saw him, you might lose the prey, as long as you compensate for that. To Blackie, it was purely additional income, so he was not very concerned about Daniel's death. He'll die in 20 minutes due to excessive bleeding. You better save him quick. His blood pressure and heart rate are dropping rapidly. Chen Zhao immediately charged towards Daniel. Go away. Stop gathering around here. He needs fresh air. Chen, save him. Save Daniel. He's still young. Zola had also arrived at the scene. As a mother, Zola cared and loved all of her children deeply. At the moment, she had already lost her usual calmness and pride. She was nothing more than a mother who was about to collapse. What's your and Daniel's blood types? He's a... Chen Zhao hurriedly handled Daniel's wound. At the same time, he took out his blood transfusion tool so that Zola could transfuse her blood to Daniel. However, Daniel's blood pressure was constantly low. His soul seemed to be leaving his body already. Go back! Chen Zhao swung his hand in the air. Everyone stared at Chen Zhao in perplexity. However, Daniel opened his eyes right away. Mom, Daniel was extremely weak. My leg. Daniel, you're fine. Chen Zhao glanced at Daniel's leg. He was unsure if Daniel could keep his leg. Daniel's wound was too severe. Chen looked at Zola. Have you called the ambulance? Yes. Beverly Hills had the most comprehensive facilities and the best resources, including a hospital. Therefore, a few paramedics soon arrived. When they saw the scene, they were also shocked. Who did the first aid? Chun Zhao saw the lady named for who had caught him in the hospital last time. He had no idea that she was part of the emergency team. It's me, Chun Zhao admitted. It's very professional. Are you also a doctor? I was a doctor before I came here, Chun Zhao answered. He would clearly not tell a legal doctor that he was illegal. It was a common saying that two of a trade can never agree. Legal doctors would be happy to report him. Can you tell me what happened in detail? He was bitten by a shark. I realized that he was very severely wounded and lost too much blood. Fortunately, his mother was here. After confirming their blood types, I performed blood transfusion. How did you stop the bleeding? Looking at the extent of the wound, gauze alone isn't enough. Acupuncture. You should quickly send him to the hospital now. He's still in danger. If we waste any more time, even if he doesn't die, he won't be able to keep his leg. For glanced at Chun Zhao. Then, they entered the ambulance and left. Chen, what should I do? Will Daniel die? No, I promise you. Can you accompany me to the hospital? No problem. Because of the sudden accident, Chun Zhao could not go to Rasva's party. He boarded Zola's car with Raymond and Beelzebub. Fortunately, humans were not on a shark's cookbook. From the wound, Chun Zhao could tell that Daniel was bitten by an adult tiger shark. What did that mean? An adult tiger shark could grow up to 6 meters. With its bite force, if the tiger shark bit Daniel's upper body instead, he would have become 2 pieces by now. Even a god would not be able to save him. In fact, in the small number of fatal shark attacks every year, most victims die from the bite and are not actually eaten. Sharks do not like the taste of humans. They're only confirming if the thing they see is food and if it is delicious. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a shark will only bite the victim once before deciding that it tastes horrible. After reaching the hospital, Daniel was sent into the emergency room directly. Chun Zhao was accompanying Zola, who had already lost all rationality. She had been crying all the time. Zola, trust me, Daniel will be fine. Relax, just relax. Chin, if Daniel is in danger, will you save him? Just like how you saved my father. Yes, trust me. I promise. Out of trust for Chun Zhao, Zola calmed down slightly. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, 3 consecutive gunshots were heard at the end of the aisle outside the operating room. A police fell out from a room there. Then, a tall man in patient suit walked out from the room, step by step, while holding a nurse under duress. Phil. Chun Zhao could recognize this man, an atrocious criminal. Walk with your own legs, you bitch! Phil shouted loudly as he pulled the nurse's hair. The nurse was already so frightened that she could hardly walk. Great fear had rendered her immobile. Suddenly, the nurse gained courage out of somewhere and bit onto Phil's arm. Phil flung the nurse out and then shot her. Phil walked along the aisle swaggeringly. A care worker suddenly charged out from the side. However, the next moment, another gunshot was heard. The care worker collapsed onto the ground. Phil looked at Chun Zhao and Zola before him, after which he lifted his gun. I remember you. Phil stared firmly at Chun Zhao. Last time the policewoman, who's with you, caught me. I remember you. Blackie was right beside Chun Zhao. Seems like you're in trouble. Do you feel my death? No, not everyone's death can be felt by me, but I have already seen his death. 10 minutes later, he'll be shot by the police who haven't arrived yet. Then I will make his death come earlier. Chapter 38. Beelzebub killed someone. Chapter 38. Beelzebub killed someone. Beelzebub had already appeared behind Phil. Chun Zhao's expression was cold. This was his first time facing a cruel criminal like this. The criminal had brutally murdered 3 innocent people in the blink of an eye. Compared to Chun Zhao, who was a doctor, he was the complete opposite type of person. As a doctor, Chen Zhao had always been trying his hardest to save his patients. But now he felt like not everyone deserved to be saved. Not everyone deserved his full efforts. Kill him. Zula stared at Chen Zhao in confusion. Kill whom? Beelzebub had already pounced on Phil's back. A pained cry sounded. Chen Zhao hurriedly tackled Zula onto the ground. In immense pain, Phil was firing randomly. Beelzebub was a true demon. Once he received the command that unleashed his instincts, he would show his most violent side. He tore off a chunk of flesh and then bit down on Phil's neck. Crack. Phil died. This was a cruel and fatal move. Phil's evil life had come to an end, but his pain had just started. A Grim Reaper was watching predatorily from the side. Blackie, I hope he goes through more torture. I'll be glad to help. Chen Zhao didn't have time to chat with Blackie. He quickly moved up to check on the wounded, or rather the dead. The nurse seemed to still be alive. However, she'd been shot in the chest, and the bullet might have hit her artery, so her bleeding wouldn't stop. Even if she was given emergency treatment, she might not be saved. Chen Zhao had no choice but to use a demonic crystal. Next was the nurse's aide. He was also heavily wounded, and Chen Zhao fed him a demonic crystal too. Then there was the policeman. His soul was already standing there. It seemed that he died. Thinking for a bit, Chen Zhao still tried feeding him a demonic crystal. Go back to your body. You shouldn't die yet. He wasn't sure if this would work. Demonic crystals could save people, but it couldn't bring people back to life. When Chen Zhao entered the patient's room, he saw two other victims, a policeman and a doctor. They'd both been shot, but they surprisingly hadn't died yet. Chen Zhao used demonic crystals again. As long as it was within his abilities and they weren't cruel people like the criminal, Chen Zhao didn't mind doing everything to save someone. When Chen Zhao walked out of the room, a gun was suddenly pointed at him. Don't move. Raise your hands. Sir, he's not the criminal. Farhad come to explain. The criminal's on the ground. I think his dog killed him. We must treat the wounded now. Please don't get in the way. The group of police officers looked at Phil, lying in a puddle of blood. Beside him was Beelzebub with a bloody mouth. That's his dog? That bastard, he was killed by that tiny dog? Yes. Sir, can you explain this? My dog is kind of aggressive. When he saw that man pointing a gun to my head, my dog attacked him from behind. Kind of aggressive? The officers were all confused. They'd seen many aggressive dogs, but they'd all been large dogs. Beelzebub was just a small Shar-Pei. How aggressive could Shar-Peis be? And to the point of killing someone. Chin, no need to say all that to them. If needed, I'll have my lawyer talk for you. Beelzebub is a hero. He saved us and the entire hospital. The officers didn't want to make it hard for Chen Zhao either. They just found it incredible that this Shar-Pei that couldn't even reach their knees had actually killed that evil criminal. Sir, the hospital is understaffed. Can you help us treat the victims? I don't have a license. I'm afraid these officers will just toss me into jail. The officer that had pointed a gun at Chen Zhao felt awkward. I'm sorry, sir. It was my fault earlier. Let me apologize. Can you give me some clothes? If he participated in the emergency treatment, he needed a disinfected doctor's coat. Chen Zhao's clothes obviously weren't suitable for the surgery room. Some nurses quickly brought a coat over. Zula. Go, Chen. Go save everyone who deserves it. May God be with you. Chen Zhao was responsible for saving the officer, whose soul had already come out. It finished quickly. As someone who was shot, the officer's wounds were very grave, but the surgery was simple. He was just still in danger. Chen Zhao wasn't needed for the other victims. There were other doctors who were performing emergency treatment. When Chen Zhao walked out of the surgery room, he received good news. The other victims were all saved. Chin, how many times have we met because of work? Melson walked over to Qin Zhao. He and the previous officers were from the same station but different departments. Qin Zhao felt helpless. You won't do anything to my dog, right? No way. It's a hero, and a hero should be treated like one. Just then, a middle-aged man walked over. His hair was combed carefully, and he looked like someone important. You're Qin? Yes, and you? I'm the deputy chief of LA's sub-bureau. You can call me Grant. Mr. Grant, how can I help you? No. You and your dog saved 2 of my men. I'm coming to tell you that you won't run into any trouble on these streets. Grant had clearly learned of Qin Zhao's job for Melson, and he'd come to express his stance. Thanks. The hospital shooting caused a huge commotion. The hospital was surrounded by the media, but the police had sealed it off with security lines. This was also a mistake on the police's side. After all, Phil was a captured criminal, but because of the police's mishap, he got a gun and caused this shooting. Thankfully, no one had died, so the police could push the scandal as low as possible. What Grant had just told Qin Zhao was also to ensure that Qin Zhao wouldn't blab about the scandal. Unfortunately, Daniel's legs couldn't be saved. His muscles had been damaged too heavily and could barely be preserved. Qin Zhao was helpless too. He wasn't all-powerful. He couldn't regrow the leg that had been sliced off biologically. Zula was heartbroken, while Daniel looked lifeless in bed. Qin Zhao stayed in the hospital and didn't leave until the next day. Chapter 39. Ethan's Grandmother. Chapter 39. Ethan's Grandmother. America is indeed too dangerous. I'm only here to save the suffering people. It's too fucking dangerous. In less than a month, how many shootings have I witnessed? How many deaths have I seen? Just after Qin Zhao returned to the motel, he received a call from Melson. Qin, are you free? The Los Angeles Times would like to interview you and take a photo of you and your dog. Sorry, I don't want to appear on the media. I think you know that my work is special. Qin Zhao was an illegal doctor after all. If he was to appear on the papers, the police might ignore it, but not those from medical associations. I get it, but you should be careful too. Some reporters seem to have found a few clues. They might go around the police and investigate you directly. Hearing this, Qin Zhao could feel his head hurt. It was certainly bad to be noticed by the media. Even though he was not a celebrity, his story could still be a hot topic. Since the previous day, the news about the hospital shooting hadn't stopped. Qin Zhao stayed in his room for the entire day. His last few days had been very fruitful and exciting. Ethan did not accept any clients for him either, allowing him to spend the whole day in peace. Qin Zhao slept until the night. Of course, he was awakened by Ethan's knocking. Qin, are you awake? Yes, by you. Qin Zhao opened the door to let Ethan in. I heard about what happened in the hospital yesterday. Ethan looked at Beelzebub. My little hero, come here. Beelzebub gave Ethan the cold shoulder and continued sleeping. Ignored by Beelzebub, Ethan was somewhat disappointed. Your house is almost finished. Do you want to buy furniture tomorrow? I can go with you. Okay. Wait. Ethan, what do you want? Nothing. It's just friends helping each other. Helping each other. Yes, helping each other. So what do you want? I want to visit my grandmother tomorrow. I hope that you can go there with me too. After all this, Ethan was actually just asking Qin Zhao to be his free labor. Since Qin Zhao was getting along with Ethan quite well, he did not really mind helping out. Here are the burgers I've just made. They're free. For Beelzebub as well. Anything else? Fine. I'll leave first. Qin Zhao grabbed a burger and tossed it to Beelzebub. Qin Zhao sat on the chair and opened the metallic box casually. Suddenly, he saw a flash and a fist-sized demonic crystal appeared in the box. Different from the demonic crystals he had seen earlier, this piece of demonic crystal looked like an accessory that was elaborately cut. It was a heart-shaped black gem. At the instant Qin Zhao lifted the demonic crystal, Beelzebub stopped eating the burger and stared firmly at the crystal. It's a perfect crystal. Raymond, who had been under the blanket, also climbed out. He would have leaped at the crystal right away if he could. How many years is this crystal worth? 100 years. Oh, Qin, looked at how hardworking I was yesterday. You should reward me. I don't need much, just 10 years. That's not too much, right? I was hardworking yesterday as well. Think about those two humans, Raspa and Stephen. I was the main contributor. 1 year for each of you. Don't think about getting more. Fine. Wait, I don't want the other crystals. I want this one. Is this demonic crystal different from the others? Of course. It's just like how you human gems have different qualities. The same goes for demonic crystals. This is a perfect crystal. Its effect is better than ordinary crystals. So what's its value? At least 150 years worth of demonic crystals. Maybe even higher. Then I'll give you 2 years of demonic crystals each and not break this one. I think it's worth more in one piece. All right, I accept. The perfect crystal was indeed very beautiful. But to Qin Zhao, its practical uses were more important. If he really wanted a beautiful gem, he could have bought a man-made one. The next day, Ethan brought Qin Zhao to a shop to order furniture. Sir, what kind of furniture would you like to purchase? Here are the beds. This brand is... All these aren't big enough, Qin Zhao remarked, holding his chin. The previous day, Qin Zhao had tried the large bed in Raspa's house. He could do whatever he wanted with Zola, and it was simply amazing. Therefore, Qin Zhao had decided that he had to get a bed of the same size. The beds and mattresses here are all standard, so their sizes wouldn't differ too much. But if you want a special size, we can also custom make one for you. Qin, you're living alone. Do you really need such a big bed? Yes, absolutely, Qin Zhao answered resolutely. The saleslady happily accepted the expensive custom order. To order this bed, Qin Zhao had to pay 30% deposit immediately, which was $600. In other words, the bed and the mattress cost $2,000. Qin Zhao was seldom so extravagant, but he felt that it was worth it. Then he started buying desks, chairs, sofas, electrical appliances, and a laptop. All the items totaled to over $6,000. Qin Zhao did not even hesitate to spend $2,000 on the custom-made bed. However, for the other furniture, Qin Zhao could almost feel his heart bleed every time. The furniture was not sent to Qin Zhao's new home right away. Instead, it would be delivered 4 days later. Qin, let's go to my grandmother's house now. You're going empty-handed? Without any present? What should I buy? Ethan seemed to be confused. I don't bring something every time I go there. Grandmother will always welcome me in the warmest way. I don't think she needs anything. Qin Zhao kicked Ethan's butt. Can I say that you're just a bastard? This fat ass really doesn't know how to treat other people. All right, what do you think I should buy? The two turned around and went back into the supermarket. They bought a carnation bouquet and a bag of fruits, as well as an apple tablet that cost $300. Ethan was quite reluctant to spend the $300. Ethan's grandmother was 95 years old at the moment and lived in the urban areas of Los Angeles. She lived in a high-class commercial building. Qin Zhao heard that she was a college professor, an advanced intellectual. Qin Zhao was certain that Ethan had had little contact with his grandmother, for otherwise he would not be such a rude man. Chapter 40, because of the free drinks. Chapter 40, because of the free drinks. Granny, we're here. Ethan opened the door and immediately hugged the old hunched woman with a cane and thick glasses. Ethan was fat and at least 3 times the size of the woman. Damn it, did you drink before coming here? Let go. The smell is getting to me. The old woman looked to Qin Zhao, standing behind Ethan. You didn't tell me that you'll bring a handsome boy here. I didn't even dress up. Ethan, you didn't tell me we're meeting such a beautiful woman either. Lad, I like you. What's your name? Just call me Chin. Do I have the honor of knowing your name? You can call me Wright, or you can call me Granny like Ethan does too. It's hard to believe that you're Ethan's grandmother. How about I just call you Wright? Chin Zhao hugged the old woman, their faces pressing against each other. Ethan offered up the flowers. This is for you. Chin Zhao gave the tablet to the old woman. Thank you. It's just what I need. Lad, you really understand people. If I'm 60 years younger, no, 50 years younger, I'll definitely flirt with you crazily. It's not too late yet. I paid for that, Ethan added. Granny, you should compliment me. A 50-year-old man was shameless enough to fight with Chun Zhao for compliments. Come in, come in. The home's interior design had a darker tone. All the furniture looked quite old, but they were all clean. The lighting was quite good too, and wouldn't make them feel stuffy. The old woman had already prepared some fruit. Lad, are you Chinese? Yes. How did you know? I was once a professor at Nanjing University. During that time, I learned Chinese. Qin is one of the most common surnames in China, but Chinese is the most complex language I've ever learned. I have a Chinese name too, Li Chentian or Spring Li. It's a beautiful name, both your birth name and your Chinese name. Ethan learned from Qin. You don't know how to say nice things. I only speak the truth. Qin, what's your job? You aren't Ethan's lackey, right? This bastard is the worst of the worst. Clearly, Wright knew some things about Ethan too, and her impression of Ethan was stuck on that. I'm a doctor. You two sit. I'll go prepare lunch for you two. Granny, remember to make meat. Don't give me too many greens. Even a 50-year-old middle-aged man would act like a kid before his grandmother. When Wright went into the kitchen, Ethan went to Qin Zhao's side. So, is my granny all right? Not really. But she looks spirited. She's just pretending for us. Then what can we do? What's wrong with her? It's just some conditions common for seniors. They're unavoidable. However, I saw her skin below her collar. There seems to be some spots. What's wrong with that? Remind me when she comes out of the kitchen. Qin Zhao walked to the shelf on the side and looked around. He saw the medicine there. How is it? She might have cancer. I found some medicine used for suppressing cancer cells, but I can't be sure if it's malignant or benign. It might be in the lungs or stomach. Cancer. Ethan's expression turned serious. Even if he didn't have any medical knowledge, he still knew what cancer meant. Wright was clearly excited because Ethan and Qin Zhao were here. The sumptuous lunch was practically a feast. At a certain age, even hardened and independent women would start feeling lonely. Wright just didn't express it. She couldn't say it out loud, but she was clearly happy that the two were here. When Ethan went to the bathroom, Wright smiled and said, Qin, did Ethan bring you here to help diagnose me? Right. Seeing how vibrant you are, I think Ethan did all this for nothing. But if you want coffee, you can call me. This is my number. I'll be at your beck and call. How did you meet Ethan? I was a homeless stray until Ethan took me in and gave me a job. Watch him for me. He's not old now, but he still doesn't know how to take care of himself. I refuse. He even charges me $1 for a hamburger. Fucker. Ethan had come back out. I charge you $1, but I have to give you a can of soda. You know that it can cost more than $1. Since you're already not making money, you shouldn't take my money even more. In your dreams. Right, do you see? You think I'll take care of a bastard like this? After lunch, the three chatted on the porch. Qin Zhao and Wright teamed up to bully Ethan. Under Qin Zhao's urging, Wright revealed many embarrassing things about Ethan, which pissed him off. It was obvious that Wright was happy, though. Ethan had disappointed her before, but he was still her grandson. The two didn't get up and bid farewell until 3 p.m. Chen Zhao hugged Wright. Wright, don't forget my number. I'd love to have a candlelit dinner with you. Of course, handsome boy. After going downstairs, Ethan grew serious. Have a plan. Patience. I can't just require her to get a checkup, right? She clearly doesn't want you to worry. Then what should we do? Get closer to her. I'll find some time to meet her again. Okay, God bless. Chen Zhao could only say that he would try his best. It was cancer, after all. Is she still working? She's a professor at UCLA and still insists on lecturing. What department? Medical school. What? You want an unlicensed doctor to treat a medical school professor? Are you sure I'm more skilled than her? But you're the only doctor I know. I suddenly feel so much pressure. Can I reject this request? Then you'll never get free hamburgers. You never gave me free ones before. You at least got free drinks. Fine, I'll try my best because of the free drinks. But Ethan, she should be clearer about her own body than anyone else. I'm afraid I can't do much. I know. Just try your best. Chapter 41, Wrong Report? Chapter 41, Wrong Report. Chen Zhao finally moved to his new house. Both Vincent and Ethan came to help Chen Zhao. Jerlin and Melson came as well with some presents. They were the only friends Chen Zhao had in this country. After a while, everyone except Jerlin left. They had not done it for a long time already, so they were particularly wild that night. Jerlin was even more decisive than Chen Zhao. Perhaps most women here were like that. They were not the kind of women that could not live without love. Jerlin was like this, so was Zola. Chin, have you thought about your future? Chen Zhao was unsure about what Jerlin was referring to. Did she want to have a long-term relationship with him? Thus, Chen Zhao did not know what to reply. Noticing Chen Zhao's hesitation, Jerlin smiled at once. Don't worry, I don't mean that. I only feel that being an illegal doctor isn't a long-term plan. I have never thought about that. If one day I'm tired of it, perhaps I will consider switching to another career or getting a medical license. I might become a legal doctor and open a clinic. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. Hello, who is? It was already 2 a.m. Who would be so free to disrupt the happy time between Chen Zhao and Jerlin? Chen, it's me. Right. Darling, do you have insomnia? Chen Zhao realized that Wright's voice was somewhat weak. Wright, are you sick? Yes, I feel very bad. I feel like I'm dying. Are you at home? Yes. I'll go there now, Chen Zhao said as he stood up. What is it? Jerlin asked. Can you drive me to a place? It's Ethan's grandmother. She might be in danger. Okay. Jerlin did not hesitate. You're still bringing Beelzebub and Raymond at this hour. It's my habit. I bring them whenever I treat a patient. Jerlin shook her head. She could not understand why Chen Zhao would have such a strange habit. Nevertheless, it was not a bad one, so Jerlin was only asking out of interest. Ethan, Wright seems to be in trouble. I'm on my way there now. You should come too. When they arrived at Wright's house, they discovered that the door was shut tight. Chen Zhao knocked. Wright, it's Chen. Are you all right? Nobody answered. Chen Zhao knocked 2 more times, but he still did not get a reply. Ethan's grandmother might have fainted. We need to open the door by force, Chen Zhao said. Stand back. Jerlin drew her gun and pointed it at the lock directly. Bang. The lock broke and the two walked into the house. They saw at once that Wright had fainted in the living room. Chen Zhao went up immediately to check on her. Jerlin asked how she... Not good. Chen Zhao saw a few empty boxes scattered on the floor. Wright's cancer medicine had already been finished. Wright's vital signs were very weak at the moment. After some consideration, Chen Zhao said, "Jerlin, give me a glass of water." While Jerlin was pouring the water, Chen Zhao took out the perfect crystal. "Human, are you going to waste a perfect crystal on this dying human? Her life isn't worth this perfect crystal. Do you know that in hell such a crystal can be used to trade for 1,000 human souls? Chin, you can even use it to earn money from a billionaire. It's not worth it to use the crystal on such a decaying body. It's a treasure that can make severed limbs grow back." "Shut up." Chen Zhao took out a mortar and put the perfect crystal in, after which he used a pestle to crush the crystal into powder form. Just then, Jerlin came back with a glass of water. Chen Zhao took the glass and poured the perfect crystal powder in. Of course, he only poured a very small portion in and not everything. The water in the glass turned black. Chen Zhao stirred the solution and then fed right the black liquid. Suddenly, Ethan rushed into the house. "Chen, how's my grandmother?" "She is in a lot of danger. We should send her to the hospital now." Ethan lifted right up, and the three put her into the car together. Then they drove towards the hospital. Doctor, right?" Noticing the three who were carrying Right, ran over immediately. "What happened?" "She's sick. We received her call and sent her here." Asked the nurses on duty to send Right into the emergency room at once. Ethan was extremely nervous and wanted to follow right in, but luckily he was stopped by Chen Zhao. "Ethan, calm down." "How do you expect me to calm down?" "Shut up. This is a hospital. Don't force me to punch you," Chen Zhao said softly. "I'm sorry. Chen, I shouldn't have been angry. Right's fine. Trust me." "Where am I?" "On a bed in the emergency room." Right woke up, but the light above her was so intense that she could hardly open her eyes. "Professor, it's me." Am I in the hospital?" "Yes, Professor. You seem to have experienced an episode. An Asian and a fat guy sent you here. Are they your friends?" "Yes. That fat guy is my grandson. Do they know my condition?" "I think so. That Asian is also a doctor, an excellent one. He should have noticed it already, but I don't know how much he knows." "Dr. 4, the test report is out." "Give it to me," Wright said immediately. "Professor, you're the patient now. I'm the doctor. But I'm still your professor. You have learned all your medical knowledge from me." "Professor." "All right, give it to me. It's not my first time to get shocked." "Okay." Wright glanced at the test report. "You've taken the wrong one. My fatty acid synthase can't be that low." Fatty acid synthase is an important component of cancer cells. A higher level of fatty acid synthase therefore indicates more cancer cells and a more severe condition. However, in this report, the level of fatty acid synthase was only slightly higher than an ordinary person. It looked like a patient with a benign tumor, not Wright, who had late-stage cancer. Of course, Wright wished that this report was hers, but she knew that it was impossible. "Molly, did you take the wrong one?" "Sorry, I might have mistaken it. Let me check again." Soon the nurse returned. "Dr. 4, the test room says that it's correct." "That's impossible. I'll go there myself." Was quite irritated. This was clearly a mistake. What were the test room people doing? After all, this involved her own professor. She had done the last test, so she knew her professor's condition very well. To be honest, Wright would be lucky to live for even one more day. Although she hoped that Wright could recover, she knew that it was clearly impossible with the current medical knowledge. Chapter 42. Take the wrong thing? Chapter 42. Take the wrong thing. "There's no mistake," the doctor in the lab said, a bit frustrated. "Your professor's blood sample is still here. If you don't believe me, you can test it again. Only your professor's blood sample was extracted and tested today. There's no way I messed up the only sample and report. But this is impossible. She's in the late stage of stomach cancer. She can't have such low fatty acid synthase. took the blood sample and tested it herself. However, the result was the same as the previous report. She returned to Wright, who asked, "Did you receive the test report?" For handed the report to her. "Professor, take a look. How is it lower than before? What's going on? For are you lying to me now?" "Professor, this is your report. This is impossible. You took the same blood sample, but you got 2 sets of completely different numbers." "Professor, I need to do a full checkup for you, including gastroscopy, CT scan, X-ray, and it's best to collect another blood sample. Is this necessary?" "Professor, I believe it's necessary." "All right. If you must, then let's do it." The next hour was very painful for Wright, especially during the gastroscopy. Even though she was a medical professor, she still hated gastroscopy. It was inhumane torture. However, the test report came out quickly. "Professor, look at your gastroscopy. Is this really my gastroscopy?" "Yes. The shadow is where your cancer tumor is, but compared to last time, it's much smaller." "This is impossible." "You were watching it personally. There's no way for me to lie." "Are the CT and X-ray scans out too?" "Dr. Four, the CT scan is out." A nurse brought over the scan. After checking it, For handed it to Wright. "This really is mine." Wright still didn't really believe it. However, when the X-ray scan was brought over, the results were still the same. "How is it that my tumor shrunk so quickly?" "Professor, are you using some specific drug? Is it C31? C31 wasn't being sold yet. It was still a specific drug that existed in research labs. Its main function was to repress fatty acid synthase. In theory, as long as fatty acid synthase was controlled, most cancerous cells could be killed within a day. However, it wasn't used in clinical treatment yet, so there was no way to get it. There's no C31 in any market, not even the black market. Where do I go to get it? If you didn't use some specific drug, then I can only say that God has blessed you. This is too strange." Wright was completely baffled. At that time, the blood sample report came out too. "Professor, the second test report is out. Your cancerous cells have been wiped out completely." "Really? You are the second miracle of our hospital. The last time, there was a boy with brain cancer. We've already sent the notice to his family, but his tumor shrunk miraculously overnight. He wasn't as lucky as you, though. His tumor didn't disappear completely like you. There's already a precedent." "Oh, yeah, that Asian man was there too." It suddenly popped into Four's mind. "I remember now. That Asian man snuck into the boy's room and I caught him. He said that he'd entered the wrong room." "Professor, did he give you some medicine?" "I don't know. I was unconscious. Maybe you should call him over to ask." "Help me call them all over." "Granny, this is great. As long as you're okay." Ethan was hugging Wright excitedly, but the scene was difficult to watch. Ethan was too rough. It looked like a gangster bullying a senior citizen. Qin Zhao grabbed Ethan. "Ethan, Wright's going to suffocate like that. Let go of her." "Granny, how are you?" "Not bad. Thank God Chun gave me medicine in time." I didn't give you medicine. I just took you to the hospital." "Chin." Jerlin looked at Chun Zhao in surprise. "You just—" "Oh, I also gave you some water." "Chin, you're a doctor. You should know that feeding water to an unconscious patient is very dangerous. You shouldn't make mistakes like that." Wright smiled at Qin Zhao. On the side, For said, "Sir, Professor Wright's cancer has been suppressed, so you don't have to worry about getting sued for using some type of medicine. Please tell us truthfully what medicine you gave her. This will help her condition too." "I really don't know what you're saying. I am sure that I only gave Wright a cup of water and nothing else. I was an accident, doctor. It's probably because I'm not professional enough. Right, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have given you water while you were unconscious." "Sir, don't you know that your medicine can save millions upon millions of lives?" Please use your pretty head and think a bit. If I really have some special medicine that can cure cancer, would I be kicked out of a motel because I can't pay the rent? Ethan, is that true? Wright glared at Ethan. Bastard. Chin, stop the bullshit. You moved away yourself. I didn't kick you out. I even helped you move. Ethan, don't cause a scene here. Wright, please rest up. We'll go now. Go. Professor. For no need. He doesn't want to talk. Chin, you clearly gave her some black drug. Chen, did you really save my granny? No, you remembered incorrectly, Qin Zhao insisted. He was basically speaking nonsense. Chin, I know you must have used some witchcraft, but the result is good, so I don't care no matter what trick you used. Thank you for saving my granny. Don't think crazily like that. I didn't do anything. Okay, I'm tired. Jerlin, can you drive me home? Jerlin had been a bit angry, but she still gave in. She could feel that there was a reason why Chen Zhao couldn't reveal the truth. However, she was sure that Chen Zhao had cured Wright. He didn't admit it, and the whole thing sounded crazy, but it was the truth. After all, she'd seen it with her own eyes. Chapter 43. Living in a wealthy area for a few days. Chapter 43. Living in a wealthy area for a few days. Chin, why are you hiding it? I know that you cured Wright. Jerlin stared at Chen Zhao, puzzled. Do you think being able to cure cancer is good or bad? Of course it's good. You can gain both reputation and wealth. At the same time, patients can stop suffering. You can save millions of people. But I can't treat everyone. It's not a normal method. I can't even teach it to someone else. Perhaps I can save 10 people or 100 people, but not 1,000 people. By then, the entire world will know that I can cure cancer. How do I live? Who do I treat? Chin, I get it. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have rashly said those words just now. Do you suddenly feel that I'm so great? Your words have indeed changed my impression of you. Then let's go back and restart the activity between the two of us. Actually, Chen Zhao had been somewhat reluctant to use the perfect crystal. He had originally wanted to use the perfect crystal to exchange for the spatial ring from Raz. He was unsure if Raz was still willing to trade it now that he had crushed the crystal into powder form. By the time Chen Zhao and Jerlin returned, it was already 5 a.m. However, the two had no intention of sleeping, and they continued until it was past 7 a.m. Qin Zhao lay exhausted on the bed, while Jerlin tidied her clothes, getting ready to leave Chen Zhao's place. However, before Jerlin even left, Qin Zhao was awakened by another call. Hello, Zola. Qin, can you come over and help me to comfort Daniel? He wants to commit suicide. Qin Zhao jumped out from the bed directly. What a tiring life. Jerlin, don't leave yet. Drive me to Beverly Hills. Chen Zhao alighted from Jerlin's car, feeling dazed. To make things worse, he also had a severe headache. Paul, morning. Mr. Chin, why are you here? Zola called me. She said that Daniel has lost control of his emotions. Ms. Zola doesn't live here. Her house is on the other side of Beverly Hills. Let me take you there. All right. Thank you. Paul drove Qin Zhao to Zola's house. When they reached, Zola ran out and welcomed Qin Zhao in. It was similarly a large manor with a few domestic helpers. When Chen Zhao entered the house, he noticed Manny look at him from upstairs. Clearly, she had a poor impression of Qin Zhao. How's Daniel? He has been in a very bad mood these few days. Yesterday, he almost cut his own wrist. Fortunately, a maid discovered it and snatched the fruit knife from him. Zola brought Qin Zhao to Daniel's room. Qin Zhao knocked on the door. I'm going to sleep. Leave now. Qin Zhao opened the door immediately, as if he did not hear Daniel's words. Right away, Beelzebub ran forward and jumped onto Daniel's bed. You! When Daniel lifted his blanket and saw Beelzebub's face, his anger vanished at once. "Chin, why are you here?" "Your mom is very worried about you, so I came here to visit you." "There's nothing to be worried about. I'm already a disabled man now." Chun Zhao stared at the dispirited Daniel. He still remembered how high-spirited Daniel was when they first met. At the moment, Daniel seemed to have aged by 10 years, with his face covered in messy beard. Perhaps because he had not washed himself for a few days already, his hair was dirty and his face sallow. Chun Zhao turned his head and glanced at Zola. "Zola, close the door." Zola looked at Chun Zhao. After slight hesitation, she still went to close the door. "Daniel, how much money do you have?" "Why? I think I might be able to heal him." "Stop joking. My entire leg was cut off. Do you think I'm a fool?" "Fine. Just pretend that I'm joking. If there's really such a chance, how much are you willing to pay?" "Chin, are you kidding?" Chun Zhao glanced at Zola and remained silent. "Chin, I know you have some special knowledge. If you can make Daniel walk again, I'll give you $1 million. "No, I only want Daniel's money." "You, Daniel, how much can you pay to let yourself stand up again?" "I only have over $100,000. That's all. Chin, please don't joke with me like that." "Good. From now on, you owe me $200,000. Chun Zhao turned around and looked at Zola. "Can you find a hidden place for me and Daniel? We might need to stay there for a few days." "Chen, are you serious?" "No, I only want to experience what it feels like to live in Beverly Hills. I'm asking Daniel to stay with me." Zola took her phone. "Father, is house 65 on the hilltop vacant? Chin and Daniel want to stay there for a few days." "Okay, no problem. I don't want too many people to know about it, okay?" Chun Zhao stared at Zola with a serious look. "Not even my father? How many people know about Daniel's amputation?" "My father and a few of Daniel's schoolmates." "Chin, are you really able to heal me?" "Chin," Daniel became excited. "If you walk in front of your schoolmates one day, will there be a problem?" Daniel immediately replied, "No. They have only heard about it, and nobody has seen me like this now. I promise you that I wouldn't tell anyone. Let's go. Send us to that villa." "Oh, right. Is the scenery there good?" "Now." "Of course. If you need to prepare, we can also go there a few years later." "Now. Let's go there now." Zola sent Chun Zhao and Daniel to the vacant villa herself. The villa was located on the hillside where one could see the coastline in the distance. It was surrounded by lush, magnificent vegetation and enveloped in fresh, rejuvenating air. "Chen, do you need anything else?" "Before Daniel and I appear before all of you again, do not come and disturb us." "How many days do you need?" "No more than a week." Chun Zhao had learned the perfect crystal's uses from Beelzebub and Raymond. The perfect crystal would not make Daniel's leg grow out immediately. Instead, the process would take a few days. Of course, outsiders were not prohibited from watching the process. It was just that Chun Zhao did not want anyone else to see it. At the same time, he wanted to keep some kind of mystery. Therefore, he had asked Zola and the others to not disturb them. He had chosen here instead of his home precisely so that he could keep this a secret. Although Chun Zhao lived alone, an entire town with many houses was right outside. He might not be able to maintain the confidentiality of the treatment. Moreover, Jerlin would also occasionally visit him, so he had decided to ask Zola for such a villa. Chapter 44, 13 and 21 years old. Chapter 44, 13 and 21 years old. Chun Zhao didn't feed Daniel the medicine made from the perfect crystal directly. Instead, he had Daniel take a sleeping pill and then poured in the medicine after he was asleep. To be honest, Chun Zhao just wanted to act mysterious. If he gave Raspy a black drug and then gave Daniel one too, people would easily think that Chun Zhao only had one trick, Then they would get some other ideas about the black drug and might even do dangerous things. No matter how close they were, some things still had to be hidden. Plus, they weren't even that close. After the sleeping pills' effect passed, Daniel woke up and found that he was still on the balcony. He felt waves of itchiness coming from his thigh. He couldn't bear the itchiness. Daniel tore off the gauze and found that something was wriggling at the spot of amputation. Then he saw something extend out of his flesh. It was white and bloody. It was a bone. A bone was extending outward. No, it was growing. What's going on? Bearing the extreme itchiness, he watched as blood and muscle grew around the bone, covering it up. The progress was so strange that he gradually forgot about the itch. An hour later, the supernatural and incomprehensible growth finally stopped. By then his legs, flesh and bone, had reached his knee. It was like a dream. Daniel was still in a daze. Flesh growing back, this was crazy. His knee hadn't grown back yet, but Daniel completely believed Qin Zhao now. The man he really could make the left leg grow back. This sounded entirely unbelievable, but it had really happened before his eyes. Qin? Where did Qin go? Daniel looked around. He only saw Beelzebub sleeping on the ground. Qin Zhao had vanished. Beelzebub opened his eyes and looked at Daniel. Then he shook his head in a human-like way. Daniel grabbed the cane beside him and stood up with difficulty. He saw Qin Zhao sleeping on the sofa. Daniel was grateful to Qin Zhao, but the sun was setting soon. If Qin Zhao could get up and make him some food, he would be even more grateful. Qin, wake up. Qin Zhao was dead asleep, so Daniel had to poke him with the cane. Qin, time to get up. He finally opened his eyes. What time is it? Dinner? What are we eating? Daniel was so done. Qin, don't you think that you're the one who should cook dinner? I'm tired. What exactly did you do last night? I saved an old granny with cancer and then fucked a female cop till morning. I was going to rest at home, but then you asshole tried to commit suicide. Fine, it's my fault, but I'm really hungry right now. Okay, I'll go see if there's any food. Qin Zhao still got up and made dinner for him and Daniel. I cooked how I usually cook. I can't be compared to your family's chef. If you don't like it, well, I can't do anything about it. It's okay. I'm not picky. But if you can give me some beer, I'll be even more grateful. Are you even old enough? Oh, please. I can understand if you refuse to give me beer because I'm recovering. But if you're doubting my age, I can't accept it. How do I not look like an adult? Fine. You're still recovering. You can't drink. After dinner, Qin Zhao and Daniel lay on the balcony to stargaze with a bunch of snacks and soda. With Daniel's current condition, he really couldn't drink alcohol. It would be perfect if I can smoke some weed now, but I know that even if you have it, you'll say I'm injured and can't smoke. Qin Zhao made a face. He didn't feel like asking about this youth's bad habits. He could only control himself. You only need at most 7 days, and then you can be free. Qin, are you a druid? Daniel felt like Qin Zhao was the legendary druid now. It was bizarre, but the most bizarre thing was that it was happening to himself. If Qin Zhao was a druid, then it was still comprehensible. If that will help you accept things, then think of me as a druid. Teach me. I want to be a druid too. You can't. You don't have the talent. Plus, I haven't gotten everything straight yet. How can I teach you? It was obviously painful for these two men to be stuck inside. The house was very fancy, but it still couldn't hide the fact that it was boring. Zula, can you get a game set here? Daniel and I are going to go crazy. Zula brought different servers over, along with a big pile of games. She put them at the door and left. She was worried that it was taboo to see Daniel. Daniel, have you played with actresses before? Yeah, I was 15 and in my grandpa's manor. I thought we were dating. But then I realized that she'd slept with all the men in the manor, not just me. She was just using me. We broke up, but she got the chance to act in a movie that my grandpa's company funded. She's pretty famous in Hollywood now. You should have heard her name before. Lafa Dior. Chun Zhao thought for a moment, but he didn't know who that was. After all, he didn't care about celebrities at all. He'd only been in LA for a month too. If that woman was only a bit famous, then her name couldn't have reached the other side of the world. It was normal that he didn't know her. If you want to play with an actress, I can arrange it as long as she's not an A-lister. Don't. This feels like prostitution to me. I'm not sad enough to do that. When was your first time? I was 13. I paid $10 for a girl to give me a hand job. Chen Zhao cursed inwardly. This really was a dark society. His first wet dream had been when he was 14 years old. But this guy had lost his virginity at 13. So when was your first time? It was Daniel's time to ask. 21 years old. My college classmate. Chun Zhao was embarrassed. You never thought about spending money to get a girl? Yes. It was during sophomore year when I wasn't dating yet. I had the strongest sexual urges during that time too. My roommates and I got this idea, but we didn't have much money. We heard that it was cheap at somewhere called a salon, so we asked around and went to the street. As expected, we were stopped by a girl in heavy makeup. We asked her how much, and she said 40. Then I asked if it'll only cost 40 for us 3 together, and she called us our asterisk tard. Daniel burst out in laughter. Do you know where my coming-of-age ceremony was held? Chapter 45, Daniel Cured. Chapter 45, Daniel Cured. The two chatted about their embarrassing past. Daniel and Chen Zhao had very different attitudes towards life and ways of thinking. Daniel had already played enough when he was young. His biggest hope at the moment was to find genuine love. Yes, to most people, this was such a foolish thought. But Daniel really believed it. At the moment, he was still single precisely because he wanted such a sacrificing love. On the other hand, Chen Zhao wanted to enjoy what he had been unable to. He had set himself completely free. Indeed, he only wanted physical satisfaction and not true love. Daniel was not actually being naive. In fact, he knew the world better than most people. Since he was young, he had been influenced by his surroundings. He had seen the material world long ago. Think about it. He had spent $10 for a female schoolmate to jerk him off when he was 13. How pure could his mind be? However, the more he was like this, the more he longed for something he could not obtain. On the other hand, Chun Zhao had used to be cynical and an idealist. He wanted to become a unique doctor, one who would save the world alone. However, it was only an ideal after all. After being raped forcefully by reality, Chen Zhao finally saw the real world clearly. Chen Zhao did not even know whether he regretted the decision at that time. In any case, it was already over. Moreover, he had heard that there was a new policy in China. When a doctor feels that a patient needs surgery for sure, even if the family members do not sign a consent form, the doctor still has the right to decide whether to perform surgery without needing to bear any responsibility. This is good news to most doctors in the emergency department. However, it was already too late for Chen Zhao. He had lost his job and lover, along with 3 years of savings. Chen Zhao was also not an emotional person. He had almost forgotten everything in his past. At the moment, he had his own job and his own life. Daniel's left leg was growing at an amazing rate. After the treatment on the 2nd day, half of his calf grew back. On the 3rd day, the entire calf appeared, while on the 4th day, half of his feet emerged. He completely recovered on the 5th day. However, the colors of his legs were different. His right leg was bronze-colored, while his left leg was new and tender. It's over. It's finally over. God, I'm never going to carry out such a treatment on anyone in the future. Chun Zhao was even more excited than Daniel. Daniel had fully recovered, meaning that his job was also over. Chen, thank you. Remember your promise. Don't tell anyone about it. Of course. I don't want to be hated by a druid. Chen Zhao was also unsure if Daniel was only joking or really thought that he was a druid. Mom, can you come over? Soon Zola arrived. When she saw the standing Daniel, she screamed in thrill. God, is this real? Unbelievable. Am I dreaming? Zola let go of Daniel and then hugged Qin Zhao. Qin, thank you. You've given him rebirth. If you really want to thank me, send me home. I suddenly realized that my home is still more comfortable. Of course. Even if you want me to send you to the moon, I'll agree, let alone sending you home. Zola sent Daniel to his manor, after which she drove Qin Zhao home. Come in and have a seat. Qin Zhao looked at Zola. Zola smiled and accepted Qin Zhao's invitation. After closing the door, the two hugged and kissed each other impatiently. At the moment, the two were really filled with intense desire. Clink. Is someone here? The two were in the midst of kissing when they suddenly heard something shatter in the living room. Woof! The two tidied their clothes. Qin Zhao walked into the living room to discover the floor filled with glass fragments. It was originally a decorative vase. Maybe it's just the wind, Qin Zhao said. Let's continue. Zola's voice was loud and sonorous as she indulged herself without constraints. Qin Zhao had abstained himself from sex for too long and really needed some. Therefore, he charged towards the peak with Zola again and again. The two only stopped after 2 hours when the sky began to turn dark. Do you want to eat together? No, I need to go back and look after Daniel. Send me to the motel. I have something there. Are you taking me as your driver? No, it's only a friend's request. All right then. Qin Zhao glanced at the room before closing the door. You're so strange. Just now you were so eager to go home, and now you want to go out again. I really doubt if you asked me to come here just for sex. Oh no, you've managed to expose my little trick. Qin Zhao stared at Zola helplessly. After sending Qin Zhao to the motel and confirming that he was fine, Zola left. God, Qin, you're still alive. When Ethan saw Qin Zhao walk in, he exclaimed loudly, Beelzebub, I miss you so much. Come and let me hug you. Roar. Beelzebub opened his mouth and showed his sharp teeth. Ethan immediately gave up the thought of going close to Beelzebub. I said that I would be busy for a few days. Did you purposely hide outside for a few days because you saved my grandmother and was worried that you'll be in trouble? If this is the case, you can stop being so anxious. I promise you that nobody will disturb you because of this. I said I was busy, not hiding from someone. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. Do you remember the gang leader whom I treated last time? Yes. Why? Did that person cause any trouble for you? No. I forgot the name of that street, but I need to go there. Drive me there. I need to look after the motel. If you ask for my help again in the future, I'll definitely ignore you. Why? Isn't it just driving you there? Let's go. When they arrived at their destination, the sky had already turned dark. This particular street was usually unsafe at night, so there were almost no pedestrians around. What did you come here for? Nothing. Let's go back. Are you kidding? We drove all the way here only to take a look? Ethan roared. If you say that we came here to take a look at a woman, I can understand, but it's a rundown street without a single soul. You only took a look and now we're leaving? Bastard, I swear you're playing me. Actually, Qin Zhao was really here to find someone. He had already found the person, so now they were leaving. At the moment, the person was in the car right beside Qin Zhao. It was just that Ethan could not see anything